Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. I'm just uh, I got down to the computer a little bit later than I planned on, and so I'm trying to get a whole bunch of stuff together here. Let's go ahead and hi, 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 everybody. uh, I'm not going to say what time of the day is because I don't know what time of the day it is. No, it's afternoon. It's definitely afternoon. That much I know. Okay, let's go ahead and get started right off the bat. Let's hit my X feed and hit through some of this stuff. And then I'm waiting on a dog food delivery right now. So as soon as that gets here, I'm going to have to run up to the gate to get that. And so I want to get started on this stuff here, so that way there I can throw on a video when I get ready to go up to meet them. Let's see. Joe M says right now I have no doubt that Trump is watching this live hearing, and that Fanny regrets the day she fucked with real Donald Trump. That's a great picture too, isn't it? Is did they put uh no, they didn't. They didn't put a link in there for the hearing. I was watching it earlier when the prosecutor guy was um, when he was on the stand being questioned. He didn't for a guy who's supposed to be a prosecutor for the last year and a half. He seems to not remember a whole lot of stuff. Um, and but you never know. I wish I could have clipped him saying that enough with enough money, time, with enough time, money, and effort, anything can be hacked. Oh yeah, yep, yep. You're not kidding. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Uh, Sir Oliver Pollock. I don't know how many of you guys follow this guy, but he's got a lot of really good content. And I'm gonna drop his. Want to actually let me go here because I want to drop his link into the chat because this guy puts out a lot of great info. He does a lot of good decodes too, and so no, it's from February 11th. I want to see the new stuff. Um, Dang nabbit. Okay, Uber, Durham, cleaning up New York. These people are evil. Satan worshippers. FISA works both ways. 10 days began on the 13th. I enjoy the show. The best is yet to come. Not sure what direction he's going with this,
Okay.
but we are going to take a listen. Actually, this might be long enough for me to get up there and get the dog food and everything. So I'm going to go ahead and let this video play. Again, this is Sir Pollock, uh, or Sir Isaac Pollock on the X sphere or the Twitter sphere, or whatever the heck you want to call it. I don't that place, that place. That's where it is. Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Yesterday, before I got started with my day with my lovely wife, with whom I took out to dinner, we had a beautiful dinner. We went to eat Indian cuisine. Love the spicy Indian food. I had a beautiful night. Uh, and yeah, prior to that, I went into this post here. Happy belated Valentine's Day to all the beautiful women out there, by the way. Um, so I went into this decode here, into this post uh, by Donald Trump at 2:53 p.m. February 14th. He was probably doing the same thing, just messing around before his evening got started with his lovely wife. But I found it interesting because whenever he posts all caps, in my opinion, they're very relevant. And there's always multiple meanings within the post. So this particular post, he added the 18 for the 18 million when he's talking about Mar-a-Lago, but I think he wants you to focus on that right there, right? Mar-a-Lago. It's the only letter that's not in caps. So when you take into consideration the all in caps minus the one, and you disregard all of the punctuations and spaces. I know they say count the spaces, but I didn't. I don't think that pertains to every post. Um, Usually the shorter posts. But in any case, there's 509 caps. Right, so we have a 253 timestamp. Military time is 1453. Mirrored is 3541. And the reason why I'm gonna use mirror here is because we saw this timestamp here in General Flynn's post the day prior. I haven't done the difference between the two yet, but I may or may not. Maybe one of you guys can do it. But in any case, General Flynn dropped this beautiful video. Loved the video. I could watch it over and over again. But it was 2 minutes and 53 seconds long. So there's your 253, right? There's your match. There's your connection to that post, and there's your mirror. That's why I'm using mirror. Or reverse. So in staying with the 253 for now, you get this post here. Secret Service on high alert. They're probably doing everything they can to take this man out. I mean, you've seen many people mention it, including the fat fuck. I don't even want to say his name. The guy who likes to get a lot when he's talking. That fucking idiot. He mentioned it. A couple other people mentioned it. I strongly believe they're trying to, end it for him. And that only intensifies, his moves. Because we are in a game theory, game of chess, whatever you want to call it. It's not a game, technically. I'm speaking figuratively. We are in a game of moves and counter moves. And so every time they try to come at him in a way where they feel like this is it, we got him, he always comes back with something else. Right now we're witnessing the Spygate, where Obama and his administration, along with Clinton, the Clinton Foundation, so on and so forth, they spied on Trump. He mentioned it right from the beginning, where they tapped his office at the Trump Tower in New York City. He had to change his campaign office. I believe that's when he went down to Mar-a-Lago. In any case, that's what we're witnessing right now. If you read this, it says it right there, leaked, because they're leaking information from the case to the New York Times. New York Times is always the one. If you look into the history of the New York Times and who owns it, that'll tell you everything you need to know. But he talks of leaks, information being leaked. He mentions released on Friday. I think something will be released tomorrow that's going to shock everyone. Maybe not us, those who've been paying attention, the many that were chosen um, to share the information with the rest of the population. Not saying that I'm one of them. I know that there have been some chosen.
Okay. All right. Everybody's complaining about the sound. Give me a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my microphone over to the speaker, because it appears that it's going to be the only way that everybody can hear. Give me a minute. Get this set up. If he ends up getting loud after I set this microphone up like this, I'm going to be irritated myself. Give me a second. All right. Should do it.
I just went with drop 18 and drop 1800. I left the 180 out for a reason. Dark and Sad Day. I believe that has everything to do with New York system, justice system, and um, what's going on the ground up and by the Finger Lakes and the tunnels stretching out throughout New York State and into New York City. I believe that that's what that dark and sad day means. I believe that they were in full action um, over the Super Bowl weekend, leading into these days now. I believe he's saying that there were no casualties and no victims were harmed. That it was only a success. Um, that's my opinion. I have reason to believe that, and I'll show you in a second with an article from the Finger Lakes Daily Mail. Moving on, you have this is the drop 509, as I mentioned, 509 caps, and this says timestamps important. It also says leaking when referring to Andrew McCabe and James Comey, and how James Comey is a severe leaker. It also mentions the 30,000 emails illegally deleted. Um, I alluded to that with the Tucker interview, Tucker and Putin, um, where I believe Putin may have some vital information in regards to those emails. Um, yeah, you gotta keep in mind plausible deniability. So it coming from Putin would probably be best, among other things, because I believe there's a lot more um, behind the Putin character, the Putin actor. All right, moving along. 2:53 minutes, timestamp 14:53. It's all Pfizer, and we've heard Pfizer's the start. Um, I believe that that's coming. It's going to be part of the D class. It's going to soon be reported by the mainstream media, although a lot of us are already aware of what occurred. There are many, many millions of people here in the United States and across the world who don't know. So I believe the mainstream media, and you're starting to see it now, they're going to begin to report on all this stuff heavy. You can go to this drop. It's drop 1746. Look it over yourself. It's quite extensive. Read every sentence carefully and just try to match it with the news from back then, the news now, other drops that may coincide with it, so on and so forth. 1453, right? The drop that coincides with the timestamp there. That says end of the Democratic Party.
To the mic. The microphone's right in front of the speaker.
And they're talking about the IG report and Huber, who has that RICO case going. I'm not sure if that's still in play. I believe it is, but I do know that Durham Jr. has the RICO case in New York, which is going to surface really soon. Justice system in New York State, right? Dr. Sadler.
Yeah,
it also states about the executive order.
Give me a second. Now I got to change all my settings back. Basically, he broke down. He broke down a bunch of drops. So you guys can listen to it on your own and fight with the sound, because I'm not doing it. But yeah, and I will tell him. All right, that took care of that. I'm loud now. Oh, yeah. Well, it's yeah, might have something to do with me turning my microphone up full blast and turning the speakers up full blast and pointing the microphone at the speaker so you guys can try and hear that. But yeah, sometimes they just don't do a good job in the quality, so can't help it, you know. Let's see. All right.
So just wanted to let everybody know that I'm totally fine. I just got busy with work. The government did not come and get me, as most of you were kind of like afraid that they did. I just wanted to say absolute huge thank you to everyone who commented on my last video about their firsthand experience with either a family member or a friend or even themselves getting an organ transplant and then realizing that not only their personality changed or their taste in food or favorite things to do, but the actual fact that some people had physical characteristics change after their organ transplant absolutely blew my mind. I had a lady basically tell me that after her organ transplant, her hair was super straight, like pencil straight, and then it just went absolutely curly after that. And I thought that was the coolest story ever. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing. And then I went on TikTok and I saw a video about a guy talking about the historical factors of all the different blood types. So basically, I went down that rabbit hole to see what I can find. And let me just show you like the breakdown of all the blood types in the world and what the percentages are before I get into it. So here's a breakdown of all the blood types and the percentages of the people in the world who hold these blood types. And as we can see, O positive has the most, whereas AB negative has the least. Now, what's cool about all the different blood types is basically they're stating that O was the original blood type because that's why it's like the universal donor and so forth, and that the rest of them kind of mutated out of there. Now, a lot of the scientists cannot figure out where the Rh negative came from. Most people are saying that it might be Nephilim or out of this world because we're the only species actually with Rh negative factor blood. No other species has it but the human race. And so most of it comes from the Basque region, which is northern Spain, southern France area. And a lot of people have Rh negative blood from there. Now, however, what's really interesting is the guy in the video stated something that I did not know. He basically stated that AB blood type is only 2,000 years old and that we might be a hybrid race of humans. Now, I've never heard this because I have been studying MK Ultra and like what the 3-letter agencies are into, and they're into Rh negative blood with a specific deletion that makes you completely resistant to not just the HIV virus, but a lot of diseases on Earth. Let me just show you. Basically, the intelligence agencies prefer Rh negative people who possess a deletion in the CCR5 delta 32 gene because a combination of these two things literally makes these people completely resistant to the HIV virus and other diseases that require this protein for the disease to enter the cell in order to cause an infection. Then I found this article, and it basically states that Yeshua and Mary Magdalene both had AB blood. Yeshua had AB negative, and Mary Magdalene apparently had AB positive. Now, what's also interesting about Rh negative individuals is if a mother is Rh negative in blood and she's pregnant with a child that is Rh positive, her body will try and reject that child as if it's a foreign agent. Meaning, there is something in the DNA of Rh negative people that does not recognize as Rh positive being the same species as them, which is why people think that Rh negative individuals are actually not from this planet and they may have come from the interbreeding of interstellar or interdimensional beings.
She's saying you're freaking aliens
with human beings of this planet. But what I've never heard is basically them stating that AB blood types, whether positive or negative, are the newest addition to the mutation of the human race. And apparently it can be traced back to Jesus and Mary Magdalene and their bloodline. And I kind of want to know what you guys know about this because I've not had time to go down this rabbit hole even deeper. But if anybody can find that video, that would be amazing because I can't find it again. I thought I saved it, but I didn't. And I am absolutely now going down another rabbit hole about blood types and where and how we all kind of came to be and where we're going.
I want to know where your interstellar passport is. That's what I want to know. Do you have a work permit? IRS withholding refunds. I've come across various issues people are facing with their tax returns this year. But let me tell you, this one takes the cake for top story. Know what you hold.
Okay, what the fuck kind of shady bullshit is this? I filed my taxes the end of January. They got approved, accepted, whatever. The funds were supposed to be in my account today. So I log in to track where my money is, and this is what I get. Your refund has been applied to past due IRS tax obligations. No. I file TurboTax every single year, so Trevor and I pull up my history. State and federal filed, accepted. Those were my returns. How in the fuck? After everything was accepted, got my refund, whatever, a whole ass year or two goes by, and then they're like, oh, you owe $300 from 2021. Bitch, where? Where? Because I owed a shit ton in 2022, which why I don't know. Nothing fucking changed. They've never sent me anything. So who do I call? How can they just take your money? And I'm sure this is going to be like a whole fucking process, and I'm going to have to hire like a CPA and just like spend more money just to get $300 back that, to my knowledge, should not have been taken because I didn't owe that money. Make it make sense.
I made a statement yesterday in regards to taxes, and I'm sticking to it. As long as our country is at war with the American people, or as long as our government is at war with the American people, I will not pay taxes. It is my duty to not pay taxes. It is. It's my duty. I shared it with you guys yesterday. Do I need to share it again? No, I think Jen made a video about it. Can I repost the videos that you...
Okay, what the fuck kind of shady bullshit is this? I filed my taxes the end of January. They got approved, accepted, whatever. The funds were supposed to be in...
So I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm totally fine. I just got busy with work. The government did not come and get me, as most of you were kind of like afraid that they did. Just wanted to say...
you already saw that. We already know about that one. Here we go.
Hey, what's up, America? Hey, great fucking news! So the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE, says that they might mass release thousands of undocumented individuals because of budget shortfalls. Yeah, there's $700 million in the red, and they say they don't have the services to take care of all these people. So instead of sending them back to Mexico, they're going to release them en masse to the United States. Whoopee! So that's what America's become. When you don't have enough money, you just say, fuck it, we'll look the other way. What's a problem? Yeah, we're just going to turn around and look the other way while we stick our thumbs in our asses. Hey, that's fun. And all because of a $700 million shortfall. The government's crapping out billion-dollar legislation by the hour, but they can't bring up $700 million to make sure the shit runs right. So instead of funding them, we're just going to ignore the problem and release everybody into the United States unfettered, unvetted, and we have no fucking clue where they're going to go or what they're going to do, where they're going to sleep, how they're going to get food. Just, whatever, look the other way, fuck us.
I can't argue with him. Cannot argue with him. Let's see. Space shot. My dad was a Nazi. Stop right there. Enough said. Also married into the Kennedy family. Arnold sure is connected deep state swamp rat. Schwarzenegger's message to the Russian people: my father was a Nazi. Don't be like him. Putin is a fascist dictator like Hitler. Don't believe his lies. Don't follow his illegal orders. Don't participate in the illegal war against the people of Ukraine. Arnold Schwarzenegger, go fuck yourself. Period. You were the beginning of the downfall of California. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not even going to play his message. Let's see. Scotland knows. Crowd in Glasgow. Scotland letting the world know what they think of Joe Biden. What they didn't show was at the end of that chant, Anthony Oliver walked up to the microphone and said, I think that's going to be my next song. Yeah, that's what he said. Bombshell admission of campaign finance fraud by Fulton County DA Fannie Willis. When I took out a bunch of money from my first campaign, I kept some of the cash from that. Fannie Willis appears to have admitted to a campaign finance crime while testifying about why she gave her prosecutor lover, Nathan Wade, large payments in cash, which is believed to be Fulton County taxpayer money. This is grounds for termination. She should actually be in jail for this admission.
But I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No. It's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job, because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. That's probably in there.
You don't know
could have.
Yeah, she said probably came from my campaign, from my first campaign. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So remember when fake news media was doubling and tripling down on the fact that there was no spying on Trump? That it was preposterous to even go there. I do.
The conspiracy.
completely wrong. It did not happen. There was no spying. There was
It's Pizzagate. The conspiracy, Gene.
Exactly. It's
The
Pizzagate,
conspiracy,
right.
Gene, is no more accurate than Pizzagate.
No one was spying on the president through the microwave.
No one spied on the Trump campaign.
There was no spying.
There was no spying.
No spying.
There was 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 no spying.
Wow. By the way, there was no spying, of course.
There was no spying.
There was no spying
on the Trump campaign.
On the Trump campaign.
It's been a year and a half.
There was no spying on the Trump campaign.
Of this crap.
No spying on the Trump campaign.
Which is a conspiracy theory.
No spying on the Trump campaign.
Facts matter.
And, oh, by the way, no, there was no spying on the Trump campaign.
So there's something going on, and now we're going to win a gigantic victory in just a few days, if you think about it. Next week, sort of. I guess you could say sort of next week. So there's something going on, and now we're going to win a gigantic victory in just a few days, if you think about it. Next week, sort of. I guess you could say sort of next week.
He doesn't say something without something happening. So, just going to be interesting to say the least. 55 seconds.
It breaks my heart. I could never make it, never lose you.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Complete decode for Calm of the Storm. At exactly 55 seconds in the clip. Yeah, okay. Okay, Jason Q says it's Zionism, not the Jews. It's all of them. Stop being brainwashed that these vermin think anything differently of any other race. Jews feel they are the superior race. Sounds like that term there wasn't Uncle Adolf's to being with now, was it? And the thing is that Adolf Hitler was a Jew. A lot of people don't know that, but Adolf Hitler was a Jew.
You said that the Jesuit influence to you is not as important as the Talmudic influence.
Sean Hannity and everybody else can talk about the dangers of Ilhan Omar. I'm more concerned with Janet Yellen, Merrick Garland, Alejandro Mayorkas, Avril Haines, Ron Klain, Rachel Levine, Anthony Blinken, Wendy Sherman, Victoria Nuland, David Cohen, director of the CIA. Does your pastor who berated you in your front lawn, does he know that? Does he like the open border? Because the Jewish lobby, I don't know if that pastor knows this or my pastor knows this. I don't know that they know that the Jewish lobby gave 4 times the amount of money to Joe Biden's campaign as they did to Donald Trump.
You don't know if your pastor knows this?
I don't know if he does. I love my pastor, but it's a very similar thing where we've been so blinded and buffaloed into these two camps.
Yeah.
Well, gosh,
you either support terrorism or you're with God's chosen people.
You posted something that scared me. I feel like we're being subverted into fomenting a massive war, thinking we're doing the right thing. We being the Christians that don't get it yet. These bad boys are pissed. Yes, there was a horrible attack on October 7th. We've got 30 to 40,000 now in an indiscriminate artificial intelligence driven bombing initiative, over 10,000 children killed. And you know what they've named that artificial intelligence bombing initiative, Stu?
Tell me.
The gospel.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Let's see. I don't know what
because he's like 10-year-olds don't have heart attacks, and I argued back and forth.
Well, we know we can't. We can't play anything medical. All right, so we got to avoid that. Somebody sent me a picture. Picture of what? I was asked to send this to you. Not sure by who. Q sent me. Okay, nice. I'd drive that. Yeah. What do I think about this thing, Kansas City thing? False flag. Yes, people could have been hurt, but I still think it's a false flag. So just yeah, not so sure. So I have no idea what this guy's doing. Not sure if I want to know what this guy's doing. Okay.
The reason that there is such a void of male role models for young men is because we literally do not have adult males in our population anymore. What do I mean by that? There's no adult males. Like, there's grown men everywhere, but they're not actually physiologically adult human males. They're not. I'm going to teach you guys some fun shit. So in biology, there's this thing called neoteny. It's essentially an organism will retain juvenile traits as it ages if it doesn't get stressed out enough. Okay. If you live in an environment that's too easy, you don't actually develop adult characteristics. I noticed this when I was in high school. I grew up in a very affluent area. And when we went to our grad night, it was at Disneyland. And we went with a bunch of inner city schools. And everyone I was with realized that all of these kids looked like adults. They looked so much older than us. It's because they were in a more stressful environment, which caused their adrenal glands to upregulate, which caused higher testosterone levels, which made them literally adults. Made them adults in a way that we were still juvenile. Every organism has multiple phenotypes it can have. All right. Your phenotype's dictated by your genes, but what dictates which genes get expressed is your environment. The best example of this is pigs. So domesticated pigs, the pink ones that you all know and love, that's one phenotype. It's not even their healthy phenotype. You take a domesticated pig, you release it into the wild. After 6 months, you have a feral boar that has grown thick, curly hair and tusks. Why? Well, being in the stressful environment causes its adrenal glands to upregulate, increasing testosterone production, causing it to take on a different phenotype of a boar. Another example of this is with wolves and foxes. If you start to breed wolves and foxes and you select for more passive traits, their adrenal glands get smaller. As their adrenal glands get smaller, they develop floppy ears, curly hair, and spots, all things we find in domesticated dogs. Right? It's all based off the adrenal glands. Look at the population right now of adult men. What do we got? Men have never been fatter with lower testosterone. Men have never been fatter with lower testosterone. Those are both juvenile characteristics. It's because they're domesticated. Most people are domesticated. So why do men have all these juvenile characteristics? It's because people are domesticated animals now. Most human beings are domesticated animals, especially if you live in the United States. A domesticated animal is an animal fed by humans, taken care of by humans in order to get economic gain from them. What do you fucking idiots do all day? You just consume media, consume pills, consume food. You are domesticated livestock, and then you use your free time to then generate more labor and wealth for rich people. You're domesticated animals. The reason young men have no one to look up to is because a little piglet wouldn't look up to a pig. It wants to be a fucking boar. And all it sees around it is pigs. And it's like, I don't feel that in my heart. I feel like I'm a boar in here, but I have all these pigs in charge telling me that, don't worry, I'm definitely a piggy. It's all fucked.
Okay. Yeah. No fear shit. Tucker Carlson investigates what replaced all the GMO McDonald's restaurants in Russia.
One of the main questions we had when we came to Moscow is what's been the effect, the actual effect on the ground, as they say, of Western sanctions on Russia. Now, Russia's the biggest country in the world. Huge parts of Russia are fundamentally Russian, not a lot of Western influence. They were that way 500 years ago. They'll be that way 500 years from now. But Moscow is very different. Moscow is the biggest city in Europe, actually, 13 million people, by far the biggest city in this country, and a very international city, a fashion center, financial center, and Russia's, needless to say, center of Western retail culture. And all of that ended in 2022, 2 years ago. So we thought we would take a look at what happened next. And McDonald's seemed like a pretty good way to do it. McDonald's, the first McDonald's, opened in Russia in Pushkin Square in Moscow in 1990. And by happenstance, my own father was there. He was an employee of the US government. and he came to Russia to see McDonald's open. And at the time, I remember it vividly, I was in college, this was considered a triumph of the West over the East. The real end of the Cold War is when McDonald's, the most famous retail outlet in the United States, opened in the capital city of our great enemy, Russia. And this was a triumph of the West and its values over communism. So that life cycle turned out to last for exactly 30 years, from 1990 to 2022, and then it closed. But what happened? Well, it never really closed. It just became Russian. McDonald's franchises in Moscow were bought by a Russian businessman out of Siberia and renamed, a Russian name that we can't possibly pronounce, but that translates to tasty, that's it. And the buildings look the same from the outside. The golden arches are dimmed, but apparently not much else is different. So we've come here this morning in downtown Moscow to try the fare at Tasty, That's It, and render judgment. And we're going to do that right now.
I must say, I feel good in this weather. I ordered, I'm embarrassed. I ordered a cheeseburger, I ordered 2 cheeseburgers, large Coke, large fries, and a chocolate cake. We're back in the van. We've just come back from the Ersatz Moscow McDonald's. Tasty, That's It. And first, the price, okay? Now, I'll admit, I have not been to a fast food place in quite some time, trying to preserve my girlish figure. Also doesn't make me feel good, and I'm 54, so you probably shouldn't be eating that crap. But, so I'm not exactly current on the prices, but here's what it cost in Moscow. 647 rubles. That is exactly $7.05, I think. And for that, we got 2 cheeseburgers, large fries, large cola, Coke knockoff, and a piece of chocolate cake. Just couldn't resist. Is that healthy? No. I should say Putin banned GMO foods in Russia 4 years ago, which is interesting. I didn't ask about that. I probably should have. But so maybe we're in a little better shape. I'm not sure. Anyway, here's what we have for that. Let's first go to the fries. McDonald's most famous product, the fries. All right. These are Tasty, That's It, Siberian-owned Russian fries. Everybody knows what a McDonald's French fry tastes like, so it's not going to be hard to assess. Well, that's excellent. Totally the same. We just walked all the way a block in the snow back to the truck with these things, and they're still good. Okay. Fries are a winner. Now, I got recognizable foods. Like every American has had a McDonald's cheeseburger. Okay? That's a Siberian cheeseburger in the husk of a McDonald's outlet. All right? Now, as in America, I'm not going to open it up to see what's inside because, like, you don't really want to know. I'm just going to eat it. All right? Ready? Oh. Excellent. Exactly the same. My first thought is I should be not eating this shit. But I like it, and I think they have those little chopped onions like they do in the United States. All right, I'm going to finish that off camera because it's disgusting to watch a man eat. But before I stop, I'm going to go right to dessert. I'm not going to eat it. I'm just going to show you what Tasty, That's It serves in Moscow. A piece of chocolate cake. And I'm not going to eat this in front of you either because that would be super degrading, and I'm not going there, even for my love of the internet. But I am going to sniff it, which will give me some sense of its flavor, and then off camera, I'll assess and let you know. And that smells great. It smells great. So look, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just trying to let you know what life under sanctions, once Tony Blinken has written your country out of the civilized world, how do you live? Not bad. All right, I'm just finishing my McBreakfast, which was really McLunch, and I gotta say it was McAwesome. It really was, the non-GMO version. And so we're trying to think about what else to do in Moscow to illustrate what life under sanctions is like. What would it be like to live in a society where all the Western brands are forced to leave and you're left with all these stores that used to say Prada or McDonald's or Starbucks, and none of them still do. But they're still serving knockoffs of those products. And so we thought, well, let's go to the Starbucks which is now called, let's get the logo here, Stars. Do we have that? So my producers, who are geniuses and great guys, Justin Wells and Benno Cass and Kyle Rothenberg is holding the camera. They're TV producers, like, let's go to this new Starbucks, the Stars. And then we were kind of talking this through, and we thought, you know, Starbucks is so awful. Like, not only is the company preachy and stupid, but the product itself, the core product, the coffee, is like urine. So why would we go there? Even if you change the name to Stars, it's not worth going there. And so we're going to pass on that. But we're going to do so in the total confidence, bordering on religious faith, that whatever came after Starbucks is better than Starbucks, because how could it not be?
I think he just like totally trashed a whole bunch of American companies. I think that that's actually a good thing. Okay. Okay. I think I played that one yesterday. Did I play this yesterday? Okay. This is going to be, I'm going to let you guys know, this is going to be my final, my final video regarding Phil Godlewski. And I want you guys to pay very close attention to this. Okay. This is from a U.S. Air Force military police officer. Here we go.
Ever talk to anybody that's telling stolen valor stories? They can't for the life of them ever come up with a believable story. Like, I served in the Navy for 4 years as a cook. Or I worked as services for the Air Force and just was a janitor, you know what I'm saying? They gotta give themselves the most prestigious titles they can possibly think of. They've been making up stories like, yeah, man, I was a Delta Force Navy SEAL sniper for the U.S. Marine Corps.
I have just been summoned to go to New York City. Is the military responsible for temples being excavated underground here in Utah? Yes. Was they ever at Fort Meade? Yes. Have I ever built a covert communications network? Yes. Have I ever done any work on Hammer and Scorecard? Briefly. Have I been to Fort Belvoir, Virginia? Yes.
I single-handedly took out Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, and those Somali pirates that captured Captain Phillips.
Check 4, primary. All start. Go. Alpha. Alpha, go. Dictate.
Like, why do y'all stories have to sound like a crackhead's fever dream?
Okay. Oh, subs only. Sorry about that, locals. I'm like a rookie. Not really a live streamer anyway. I'm just a military intelligence agent. I pretend I never said that. Anyway.
Pausing this here long enough because I want to read this. Stolen valor is a term applied to the phenomenon of people falsely claiming military awards or medals they did not earn, service they did not perform, prisoners of war experiences that never happened. And what the? Where was I? Prisoners of war experiences that never happened and other tales of military actions that only exist in their minds in the United States. Thousands of cases have been documented in recent years in which judges, politicians, celebrities, veterans, group officials, anti-war activists, prominent people, and average citizen have been exposed for lying about their military record. This issue has become increasingly more prominent in the United States in recent years. As a result, new legislations have been passed with the goal of being to completely eliminate the term stolen valor and military imposter. Revised version of the statute, the Stolen Valor Act of 2013, specifically amends the federal criminal code to make it a crime for someone to claim they have served in the military, embellish their rank, and fraudulently claim having received a valor award specific in the act with the intention of obtaining money, property, or other tangible benefits by convicting another or by convincing another that he or she received the award. Under this act, fraudulent claims about military service can be subject to a fine, imprisonment for not more than 1 year, or both for an individual who, with intent to obtain money, property, or other tangible benefits, fraudulently holds himself or herself to be a recipient of the Medal of Honor, Distinguished Service Cross, Navy Cross, Air Force Cross, Silver Star, Bronze Star, Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, Combat Infantryman's Badge, Combat Action Badge, Combat Medical Badge, Combat Action Medical, or Combat Action Medal, any replacement or duplicate medal for such medal as authorized by law.
The liars that truly believe that they're telling the truth are by far the most dangerous.
Out there.
And frankly, with his charges, he never would have been able to enlist. Never would have happened. Never would have happened. You know, let's see what's next. Insanity. American government backing corporations, including Chem China, poisoning Americans. Listen to this. Iowa Representative Megan A. Her. Okay, we're just going to say her. Today, HSB 646 passed through subcommittee the bill that prioritizes foreign corporate interests above Iowa farmers' lives. This would grant immunity to pesticide, insecticide, and rodenticide companies. This includes the Chinese government-owned company Chem China that bans its own pesticide within its borders due to health risks, but wants amnesty for poisoning Iowans. Despite my no vote, this concerning bill passed onto the Agricultural Committee for consideration. I just came out of one of the worst subcommittees I've ever been on since I entered this legislation. Actually, let me see. I think she says all of this in her thing here. So let's see. No.
I just came out of one of the worst subcommittees I've ever been on since I entered this legislature. It's HSB 646. And what this bill does is it gives complete immunity to pesticide, insecticide, and rodenticide companies from any health consequences. One of the companies that's bringing this bill up is a Chinese government-owned pesticide called Paraquat. And Paraquat is so dangerous, has been linked to Parkinson's at such a high correlation that the Chinese government has banned selling this pesticide within its own country. But they want immunity for all health effects here. To me, Iowa's farmers matter more than corporate interests, especially foreign government corporate interests. I voted absolutely no in subcommittee. Unfortunately, it's still passed out with a 2-to-1 vote and will be in committee in the Agriculture Committee. So please do everything you can to stop this bill and save Iowans' lives.
Iowa's basically getting the shaft. Our Iowa farmers, what can you do? What can you do? Okay. Can't go into the medical. Can't really cover that because it's in a foreign language. JP Morgan Chase BlackRock dropped out of massive UN climate alliance in stunning move. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point. He should be removed from our American history. You're correct. And everything that he did while he was in there. This is Kamala Harris's parents. Because they were not American citizens, it classifies her as an anchor baby. What did I tell you guys yesterday? She's an anchor baby. Yep. This means that she is ineligible to hold the office of President of the United States. This is law written in the Constitution. Okay, they didn't spell Constitution of the United States properly. They put Constitution. Make sure that this is shared everywhere. Yeah, we kind of know. Okay, let's see.
So Pierre Poilievre said WTF during question period today, and the speaker's reaction was hilarious.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam is now flailing out of control. Today, revelations from a Joël Denis Bellevance that one Arrive scan company received $250 million in contracts. Let's get this straight. It's a company with 4 employees, headquartered in the basement of a tiny cottage. They got IT contracts, even though they admit they do no IT work. $250 million. WTF. Here, here.
I'm going to ask, we are dangerously close to crossing the line in terms of what is considered parliamentary language. That is an abbreviation which is commonly used with language, which is commonly understood not to be parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable opposition leader, please, to withdraw that comment and to use parliamentary language, please.
Where's the funds?
I love it.
Canada's going through some crazy stuff, and you just don't know. Okay, what causes this behavior, it asks.
So it's about, I'm not really exactly sure what time it is, but my wife is on the phone because this right here is going on. Yeah, you need to not be. So this is still happening. And now we got some cops rolling up here. This shit right here, that's some wild business. Anyway, see the wrong motherfucker. They need to come on around here. This is what I'm talking about. This is crazy business right here. I won't let my dog, but yeah, oh shit! This right here is the wildest business I've seen in a long ass time. What time is it? They know where they. No. So this is still happening. I'm being rebuked in the name of Jesus. Yo, I'm not sure what happened to this lady, but I'm not sure what happened to this lady. Something gotta happen. My dog is over here bugging out. This is not how I wanted to spend.
That is some drugs that even I have not dared to mess with. That's what that is. Yeah, they're trying to do that here in the United States too. Annette, there's been recalls on a lot of dog food and stuff like that. So we got to be careful about what we're giving our pets. Absolutely. Okay, the Franklin cover-up, foster care children, and satanic ritual abuse. Children were brainwashed and trafficked within the foster care system to perform horrific acts for high-ranking government officials and members of high society.
In 1989, a woman named Kathleen Sorensen appeared on a public access Christian television program with shocking details about her experiences as a foster parent in Blair, Nebraska.
But in some way, whether with the help of an adult's hand over theirs or by having them practice, by getting them excited to be part of the adult scene, these children have never seen a normal life, for goodness sakes, they do murder. And the evil thing that happens is they really believe they want to. They want to do what the older people are doing, and they're praised for that.
Throughout her life, Sorensen fostered approximately 30 children, many of whom eventually divulged traumatic memories to her, some too shocking to believe.
They enjoy the sex. Children are capable of enjoying the sex. That was something I didn't know. Well, you know, why would they fight against it? A child will eat a bag of candy if you give it to them. They will take part in these things willingly. When they get out and begin to talk, that's very difficult for them to realize. We didn't realize it at first, that they actually wanted to do that, and that is part of the very sophisticated brainwashing job that they do on all of these children.
Beginning in January of 1986, when Sorensen first took in 15-year-old Cornelia Webb, Sorensen would bear witness to testimonies from foster children who explained they were survivors of horrific abuse as they were shuffled around the foster care system. Many children claimed they were prostituted to child pornography and trafficking networks.
The part that made me to believe this child's story was that when he finally said this baby, he talked about several, but this particular baby had been killed, stabbed again, different way, but stabbed. He curled up in a fetal position. He was 9 years old when he was telling the story. And he said, they cooked that baby on the grill. Oh my gosh. And I thought, he has really flipped out. I mean, I didn't know. And he said, oh, gross. It smelled like rotten chicken or rotten deer.
Sorensen would learn that although these children had formal abuse investigations initiated on their behalf, the Department of Social Services would simply abandon investigations whenever the would-be foster parents terminated the adoption process. The state trooper, after Nellie's testing was completed, told Kathleen Sorensen he tried to break Nellie down, but he was convinced she was telling the truth. He also told Nellie that she passed and that he believed her. Furthermore, despite Nellie and other children passing polygraph tests, Washington County prosecutor Pat Tripp invariably decided not to pursue charges against any of the alleged abusers, citing the vivid imaginations of children. Tripp's line that child victims in Nebraska just invented abuses, and that therefore their complaints need not be seriously investigated, would be heard from one law enforcement agency after another throughout the Franklin case. Sorensen noticed patterns in the children's testimonies, which were indicative of satanic ritual abuse. In 1988, she appeared on Geraldo Rivera's Devil Worship, exposing Satan's underground.
The stories are so outrageous, and I'm such an honest person, I assumed everybody would believe me. And to this day, I'll get in the middle of a story and I'll think, they're going to think I'm crazy. This sounds crazy. But when you begin to hear this same thing time and again, different stories, but the same horrible underlying things, the same behaviors in the kids, I just want to scream.
Just months after her appearance on public access television, Sorensen was killed in a head-on collision. From her obituary, which was published by Pilot Tribune on October 10, 1989, we learned that she was traveling on a narrow stretch of Highway 30 in her car with two foster children, one 8 years old and the other 1 month old, on October 4th. At 2:55 p.m., a vehicle piloted by Tina Townsend of Arlington, Nebraska, suddenly crossed the center line, causing a third vehicle to drive into a ditch before striking Sorensen's car. The obituary provided no reason to explain why Townsend suddenly careened into oncoming traffic. The obituary also shines light on many of Sorensen's accolades and charitable endeavors, including co-founding the Nebraska chapter of Believe the Children and the Washington County Foster Parent Support Group. On her headstone are engraved the words, "We always have room for one more." The timing of Sorensen's death, in addition to the graphic testimony she gave the world, should send chills up the spine of any reasonable person. On June 28, 2000, drawing on 49 years' experience in law enforcement and counterintelligence, retired FBI Senior Special Agent Ted Gunderson published a report on satanic activity high up in the U.S. government, in which he expresses his professional opinion that Sorensen was killed by the very group she sought to expose. Gunderson, this writer, was told later from inside sources that in a satanic ceremony, straws were drawn to see who would sacrifice themselves in the suicide mission to kill Kathleen Sorensen. The individuals in the fast-approaching car had prior arrest records for cruelty to animals, a common marker for Satanism. I, Gunderson, suspect in evaluating the accident that it was a satanic contract suicide. The other driver did not die, but could have. In satanic law, a person who loses his or her life in such a contract murder-suicide will be granted with more power by Satan.
Ted Gunderson, respected law enforcement professional, recently or retired now from the FBI, former regional director of Los Angeles. Do you, sir, believe that these dreadful allegations of babies being sacrificed are true?
I absolutely believe it, without any doubt. Based on the information that's been given to me across the country by numerous survivors and by confidential sources and informants.
Then why don't you name these people and arrest them? Never a name, never an arrest. These women come out of a group and they insist that they know the people in the group, and yet they do not identify these large, mysterious cults. Name them and arrest them and get them off the street.
Does he not make a valid point?
He makes a valid point. The problem with that is, number one, police officers don't believe it. I may believe it. You may believe it. Some people in your audience may believe it. They don't believe it. Number two, if you decide to investigate these people, you have to, number one, handle it from an undercover operation. If you put an undercover operation into effect, then you have, in a sense, your own police officers become involved in these heinous crimes, and they are, of course, become murderers. And in addition to that, if you do decide to investigate these people, there's a lot of work. And many law enforcement officers are apathetic and don't want to get involved.
Kathleen Sorensen served as the original complainant in what came to be known as the Franklin case. In fact, Chapter 15 of the 1996 book entitled The Franklin Cover-Up, Child Abuse, Satanism, and Murder in Nebraska, is dedicated to Sorensen. This book was authored by former Senator and Attorney at Law, John DeCamp.
It's a web of intrigue that starts in our Holy of Holies, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
Not only was DeCamp the first man to bring a child sexual abuse case against the Catholic Church, he also served as a key witness during the so-called Satanic Panic, particularly in and around Washington, D.C. In 1975, he helped organize Operation Baby Lift, which safely evacuated more than 3,000 orphaned Vietnamese children out of the war-torn area. DeCamp also represented Mark Taylor, a survivor of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, and adamantly maintained that the shooters, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, had been sex trafficked by law enforcement for years before the incident. Not only was there no verdict in that case, there was no settlement. A mistrial was declared, and nearly 20,000 pages were put under seal, where they remain to this day. In 1993, a film crew from the United Kingdom produced a documentary featuring DeCamp entitled Conspiracy of Silence, which exposed a pedophile ring in the U.S. that stretched to the highest levels of government. It was originally slated to air on the Discovery Channel in 1994, but was canceled before it saw daylight. An article by the Activist Post describes how DeCamp traced the child trafficking network all the way back to the White House during Bill Clinton's presidency. He represented the young victims in the case and spurred a grand jury investigation into the disturbing and brutal pedophilia scandal that ruin many lives. According to DeCamp, more court action has been done to keep everything secret and destroy the depositions than anything I have seen in my 40 years of court activity. The Franklin case began with Larry King, a black financier from Omaha who faced embezzlement charges to the tune of $40 million from the Franklin Credit Union, which he owned. However, it quickly burgeoned in size as overwhelming evidence emerged that a cult with its hands in child trafficking, cannibalism, drug running, and white-collar crime was at least nationwide in scale. It operated with impunity from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., and even included allegations of homosexuality, prostitution, child trafficking against the Reagan and Bush administrations. Ted Gunderson also heard allegations of cocaine smuggling against President Bill Clinton from a pilot named Gene Chip Tatum, who served in the Special Forces, the CIA, and the DIA, and he worked directly for George H.W. Bush.
We found a large sum of money and 3 kilos of cocaine in one cooler. In the other cooler, we found all cocaine. Those 2 coolers were picked up by Dr. Lassiter, who actually ended up being, as we found out in later years, a man named Dan Lassiter, who was convicted for trafficking cocaine in Arkansas. However, he was pardoned by the then governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton.
The Franklin case revealed that this network was extensive, sophisticated, and seemingly omnipotent, all demonstrating that this cult was not simply a recent phenomenon. The Franklin case was revealed partly thanks to the testimony of 3 key victims: Paul Bonacci, Alicia Owen, and Troy Bonner.
The kids he liked were mainly around the age of probably about 8 and 13. It was mainly fondling and oral sex with them. He did have some anal sex, but he usually did that with the older kids.
Bonacci named his abusers in front of the Franklin jury, together with Alicia Owen. Bonacci was initially indicted on charges of perjury, but on February 27, 1999, with the help of his lawyer John DeCamp, U.S. District Court Judge Warren Urbam found Larry King guilty and ordered him to pay Bonacci $800,000 in compensatory damages and an additional $200,000 in punitive damages. Bonacci claims to the present that he has never seen 1 cent of the money he was awarded. In 1990, the Nebraska State Franklin Committee hired former law enforcement turned independent researcher Gary Caradori, who investigated the Franklin case and taped interviews with these 3 survivors. Ted Gunderson also debriefed Paul Bonacci in 1993. Caradori felt extremely optimistic about bringing down charges on the child trafficking ring, saying, quote, "We've got them, we've got the hard evidence, there's no way they can get out of it now." Days later, on July 11, 1990 at 2:40 a.m., while flying home from the year's All-Star baseball game in Chicago, Caradori's plane suddenly crashed in Lee County, Illinois. Both Gary and his 8-year-old son Andrew perished in the crash. Although Caradori's personal effects were recovered, his briefcase containing evidence for the Franklin case, which he always kept with him, was lost. However, 31 pages of sheriff reports, coroner reports, and interviews are now in the public domain. On page 5 of the supplementary investigation report, we learn from Mrs. Caradori that their family had already received many death threats. Nebraska Senator Lauren Schmidt, who also served as the chair of the Franklin Committee, suspected Caradori's case could be a murder. On March 6, 1991, in an official letter from the Franklin Committee to National Safety Board Aviation Inspector Bill Bruce, Schmidt wrote, "I have visited with Mrs. Caradori, and she was adamant about the fact that none of the seats were ever removed from the aircraft. It seems to me that those 2 seats could not simply have disappeared. Certainly by now they should have shown up somewhere, unless something unusual would account for their disappearance." Schmidt closed with a somber comportment. "I am sure there will be those who will scoff at such a suggestion, but there have been entirely too many violent deaths associated with this investigation for me to accept the conclusion that Caradori's aircraft simply came apart in the sky." Despite the miscarriage of justice, it truly is hard to overstate exactly how close America came to the discovery of this entrenched crime network, thanks to revelations stemming from the Franklin case. If we are to accept that a satanic cabal once existed at the highest levels of government, do we have any evidence that it still thrives in America? Is the Franklin case the only instance of child trafficking being connected to the White House? On August 14, 2018, True Pundit broke the story of a 26-year-old man who claimed he was raped by Bill Clinton. The following year, True Pundit published video testimony of the victim, who provided graphic details of his experience.
There's a whole sequence of events leading up to when I was raped by him. There was an incredibly violent display going on, and I don't want to talk too much about that right now, but before I was raped by Bill Clinton, my uncle held me up over his head, and his accomplice walked up and slashed across the bottom of my feet with a scimitar and collected the blood in a chalice dish with us. He took a sip from it and then walked away through the crowd. He held me up and tried to get Bill Clinton's attention. Bill Clinton turned around and looked like, gave this look like, what am I going to do? I have to do it.
Journalist and former police officer Jen Moore assisted the victim with gaining private hearings with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI between July 6th and 9th of 2018.
The oath that I took to my state and my area and my country meant everything to me. From the day that I rose my right hand and to the last day that I was able to work. And so why I'm doing what I'm doing now is because there are many of us out there in this country that wear these badges that we swear an oath to our country and to the citizens to protect and serve them. And most of us, believe it or not, really care and really stand by the things that we do. And we make the decisions based on morals and ethics and an attempt to get justice for the people that we're sworn to protect.
Moore was interviewed by radio host Farmer Jones on July 18th and discussed the challenges she faced in gaining legal traction with the case. On August 13th, 2018, just weeks after contacting the feds, Moore was found dead. In correspondence with True Pundit, Moore had expressed grave concerns over the victim's safety in stepping forward. She was worried about the victim because he was the first to break the ice, Payne said. There were others waiting to tell their stories, but he was the catalyst. Moore's YouTube channel is still currently active and hosts dozens of her vlogs investigating child trafficking rings in the Washington, D.C. area. Moore died of an apparent seizure. Police are closely investigating the cause of death after former FBI agent Robin Gritz, a friend of Moore's, made inquiries with homicide detectives Monday afternoon in Prince George's County, Maryland. Preliminary reports from police said the death was not the result of suicide. Images of text message correspondence between Moore and True Pundit have emerged, showing her apparent awareness of efforts from the political establishment to quash investigations like hers and others into elite child trafficking and ritual abuse. Even Snopes, the leftist so-called fact-checking organization, simply rated Moore's assassinations as unproven. The Franklin case revealed that this child trafficking cult routinely used a tactic known as brownstoning, which is when a politician or prominent public figure is set up for blackmail. These operations typically involve hidden cameras that capture said individuals in compromising positions that the cult will leverage as blackmail. For instance, the Daily Mail reported in May 2020, there has long been speculation that Epstein had all his properties under surveillance. But Virginia Roberts, one of Epstein's most prominent victims, revealed it was used as an insurance policy. She said, when Epstein told me, people owe me favors, and I'll never get caught, and I can get away with it, he meant it. Jeffrey Epstein shared a long relationship with the Clintons, along with various other politicians and government elite. In fact, Daily Mail reported, Bill and Hillary Clinton stayed at Jeffrey Epstein's notorious baby-making ranch almost every year after they left the White House. The convicted pedophile even had a bizarre portrait of Bill wearing a dress hanging on the wall of his New York mansion. The dress is also strikingly similar to one worn by Hillary Clinton at the 2009 Kennedy Center honors. The New York Post also obtained photographs of Bill Clinton posing with Ghislaine Maxwell. Flight logs show that Bill Clinton flew at least 26 times on Epstein's private jet, the Lolita Express, to Little St. James, the billionaire's so-called orgy island. Clinton ditched his Secret Service detail for at least 5 of those flights. FOIA requests for the reason the Secret Service was dismissed have been ignored. However, court documents further revealed that Jeffrey Epstein had 21 different phone numbers for Bill Clinton. On July 6, 2016, Fox News ran an article entitled "Billionaire Sex Offender Epstein Once Claimed He Co-Founded Clinton Foundation." If this is true, what would be the implications of a well-connected child trafficker co-founding a charity that frequently operates in third world countries with a former Secretary of State and First Lady? Moreover, how should these revelations inform our opinions on the 12 different women accusing former President Bill Clinton of rape? On September 10, 2015, The Josh Tolley Show featured a self-proclaimed former high priest of Satan who divulged secrets of Satan's World Church, which he claims is the politically motivated group of Satanists behind the New World Order.
And I had heard that there was a satanic group that was out to rule the world. And I just thought that was the most amazing thing. If that really existed, that's what I wanted to be part of. So I contacted my original cult, and they put me in contact with Satan's World Church. And I was like, honestly, this is the name, Satan's World Church. Okay. So I go out and I find these guys. They give me an address and a phone number and all of that. So I go to one of their meetings. And even at the local level, their meetings are gigantic.
In the interview, the guest claims that he personally saw Bill and Hillary Clinton, George Bush Sr. and Jr., and Barack Obama attend Bohemian Grove.
I've seen the Bushes there. I had not seen, I don't know that I would have known Jeb Bush at that point. So I don't know if I saw Jeb or not. I know I saw George and W. I've seen Bill Clinton. I've seen, I saw it's a men's only event. Hillary showed up at one of the events. She walked on property to tell Bill something, and she got escorted off the property by security.
On August 23, 1987, Kevin Ives, 17, and Don Henry, 16, were killed in Alexander, Arkansas. The boys' bodies had been mutilated by a train, but they also contained bullet holes. The boys' story was even featured on Unsolved Mysteries. According to The Sun, after pressure from the boys' families, a grand jury ruled in 1988 that they had probably been murdered. Mystery has continued to swirl around the case since then, with nobody ever brought to justice for the killings. In 2018, former professional wrestler Billy Jack Haynes confessed that he participated in a cocaine trafficking network and witnessed the murders and even helped dispose of the bodies. He attributed his drug addiction and mental issues to him keeping this dark secret. He claims that under the cover of darkness, millions of dollars of cocaine were being trafficked by corrupt cops and politicians across Arkansas. The night of the murders, he claims he was contracted for $50,000 to kill 2 cops who had been stealing money from the drug drops. According to Daily Mail, Haynes said he bought his supply from Barry Seal, a Louisiana smuggler for the Nibblin cartel, who later operated out of an airport in Mena, Arkansas. Barry Seal later introduced me to a politician drug dealer from Arkansas. Seal was assassinated in 1986 after turning DEA informant. In August of 1987, I was contacted by the Arkansas criminal politician and was asked if I would provide muscle for an Arkansas drug drop. Despite his confession and corroborating details, Haynes' testimony was never investigated by authorities. Haynes met with Kevin Ives' parents and provided a written statement to their private investigator, naming the drug-dealing Arkansas politician. After giving a few interviews on the matter, no one has seen or heard from Haynes since April 2020.
No constitution or international
agreement provides unqualified protection for religious liberty, nor should it. Suppose a group wanted to revive the worship of Molech and the associated practice of child sacrifice. No society would tolerate that today. So religious liberty must have its limits.
Interesting, is it not? All these things that correlate and go together, and you just have to wonder, you just got to wonder. Just got to wonder. And you're right. He was just in the news like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, for supposedly killing his wife. Yeah. Yeah. So you can kind of guess. Where that all lines up, right? He comes forward, talks about all these things that he was a part of and witnessed and everything else, and then all of a sudden he's going to prison for killing his wife. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was the link for it I just put in there. So that's and I don't think that was all of it. I think that was only part of their production, but it doesn't give anything additional for information. Scum knew that SV40 and a chip were in the shot. Hancock admitted it. Don't be fooled by these criminals. They all need arresting. Have you spoken to Tedros about NVAP? Yes. No promises, but I'm trying to land a Bill Gates endorsement of the platform. Tell him that considering how many people I'm getting his chips injected into, he owes me one. Ooh. Yeah. Just like yep. That's the thing I read yesterday in regards 2 million views. That's crazy. Y'all are the best. I have some updates. I'm still looking into this tax issue to see if we are legally protected if we opt out of paying taxes due to the government funding wars that are committing war crimes. Someone brought up that it would be difficult to prove due to burden of proof. However, I'm wondering if we could raise a prima facie case as considered correct until proven otherwise. What news articles can you find that prove war crimes are being committed in the countries that the U.S. is funding? Let's flood the comments with evidence. And this is that statement that I read yesterday in regards to taxes. And that is something that everybody should look into, because it says here, if a government uses the funds raised by taxation to wage illegal war or to commit genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes, then a taxpayer's normal duty to pay tax is reversed and becomes a duty to refuse to pay tax. And it says here, the very essence of the charter is that individuals have international duties which transcend the national obligations by obedience imposed by the individual state. He who violates the laws of war cannot obtain immunity while acting in pursuance of the authority of the state. If the state is authorizing action moves outside its competence under international law. Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, 1946. So that, goes there. Breaking update, active shooter at Gardens Mall in West Palm Beach, Florida. Heavy police presence developing. And this is getting kind of...
my car's parked on the sidewalk.
Kind of crazy.
This is wild. Look at that gun, man. I know, right? Cool shit. Yeah. I don't know. Hi, Kelly. I don't. I like my car's parked on the sidewalk over there. I need to go get my truck before I do it.
You're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, there just seems to be so much urgency in these guys if they're for a mall shooter. You know, can't you just see the the urgency in their movements and everything else? You don't see anybody running towards a crime or anything like that. Let's see what this one has to say. Reminder from the Garden Mall's Christmas Eve hours, 12:24. The mall will be closed Christmas Day. Forbes company alert, armed assailant on property. Please adhere to your store's policy. Police department will be coming store to store, 3 knocks. Mall has been shut down Wednesday afternoon for reports of possible shooting. WFAL. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. But we don't get to see it. Yeah, we're not going to go where that dog went. Why would escaping a prison planet be a bad thing? Donnie darkened, Satan's endgame is not about enslaving humanity, is about initiation into the new awakened age. The serpent's lie in the Garden of Eden is the real deception we are facing today. And true enough. Trump keeps insinuating Joe Biden was created in a lab or something. Round eyes, the eyes are all round as hell. But I know he didn't have any plastic surgery. The eyes are round. What you think Trump is insinuating here?
But it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so and they are desperate. They are desperate. Do you see this guy on television today? I mean, he's like a crazed lunatic. Round eyes. The eyes are all round as hell. But I know he didn't have any plastic surgery. I know. The eyes are round. Far. But it's no wonder Joe Biden.
Yeah. Oh, boy. What the heck? I don't even want to get into him anymore. I mean, it's like it's like he's a total waste of time. Explosions and fire at the Eastern Market train station in DC. Possible derailment. See all that smoke up on the ceiling there. But again, when you go out, when they were showing video from outside, and nobody was going anywhere to do anything about anything. Yeah. Let's see here. You think this is Usher when you know nothing, it's not him. Could it be? I think so. No idea. No idea. Okay. Coincidence, be alert next 10 days. False flag attempts may be carried out in an attempt to change narrative, negative optics, high possibility of multiple day coverage event forcing pause on news, see something, say something. Now, there's a lot of people saying that we're in the 10 days right now, but I'll believe it when I see it. It's just a lot of freaky stuff going on. That's all. A lot of false flags going on all over the country. Now, false flags doesn't mean that people aren't actually getting hurt or anything like that. It just means that it's a narrative that was set up intentionally in order to distract. MSNBC just stated game over for the fake Fani Willis case in Georgia, another scam coordinated with the Biden White House for purposes of election interference. To be blunt, game over. Yep. it's clear Fannie Willis thinks she is smarter than she is, and she's not used to having to actually answer questions. She's so used to running roughshod over civilians without any consequences. She's really burying herself with her low IQ hubris. It's hilarious, actually. Yeah. And then let's see.
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you. I mean, this stuff.
Merchant. Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you. I mean, the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
You know, the only copy I have is going to have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
We have a 5-minute break, John.
Let's
I'll get
take
the documents.
all right.
I'll sit here and wait for him.
Did we elect someone who's actually making the copy? You got it? Okay. This crosses you.
There. I can.
All right. Well, we are all watching this in real time. DA Fannie.
Yeah, that wasn't going anywhere real quick. Do you know that Barack Obama's daughters look exactly like Obama Foundation Chairman Martin Nesbitt and his wife? The chairman of the Obama Foundation just so happens to look exactly like your oldest daughter, and his wife, who is a doctor and credited with delivering your babies, just happens to look like your youngest daughter. Someone has to explain this because this is worthy of an explanation. America is not blind. Let's see.
The chairman of the Obama Foundation just happens to look like your oldest daughter. And his wife, who is a doctor, who is credited with delivering your babies, just happens to look like your youngest daughter. The Obamas aren't blind, and their family and friends, and America's not blind. Somebody has to explain this. It's worthy of an explanation, or you should have got rid of these people. And so literally, like, distance yourself from them. You got rid of Reverend Wright. You distanced yourself from him. Don't make this man the head of the Obama Foundation if he looks just like your oldest daughter. And just the whole story, I mean, the woman delivers the baby. How, I mean, this woman delivers the baby and looks just like the youngest baby. Somebody, please.
Yeah, we've been talking about that for years. We've been talking about that for years, and now it's just becoming, public knowledge. Yeah. Yeah. We've known. Ain't no way. I'm not going to go there. I think I need God in my life, but I have no idea how the hell to do that, especially as someone that is naturally skeptical of literally everything. Any tips? Yeah, pray. Get on your knees and talk to him. Maybe he'll talk back, Yeah. That's it. Hold the phone. Okay, here we go.
Hold the phone. Are we just going to pretend like that this national security threat that they're now talking about
Suspected with Russia. Funny you won't never say that about the border. A serious national security threat, I might add. Are we just going to pretend like this isn't a little too convenient? Is it just me here? It's so serious. Why so serious? That we can't tell nobody about it, except to tell people that there is one, and it involves Russia. It's so serious, we can't talk about it. I want you to be prepared by not being prepared. Yeah, me personally, in my opinion, I'm going to call bullshit. Straight up bullshit, horse shit, hog shit, all the shit. You gonna have a hard time making me believe after the Tucker Putin interview, them dying to get this bill passed for Ukraine, and now we're under a national security threat from Russia. That's just too fucking convenient. Again, with the Russia fear-mongering, after Joe Blow's blundered in the White House all damn week. Gotta get everybody scared again. At this point, in my opinion, I believe they just making up crazy shit, so it looks like that Joe the Ho 2.0 saved the day. President Joe Biden has been tracking this national security threat. Yeah, I don't believe in every word of that myself. Joe Biden can't even track his med pass Saturday through Sunday in his fucking pill dispenser. And again, as always, it comes back to this fucking money to Ukraine. Every damn time. What is with this? Oh, and by the way, plot twist, it's now Donald Trump's fault that the bill has not been passing. Not the clowns actively inside the circus. DT's got so much influence that he's really in control of the White House right now. Yeah, okay, bullshit. But they warn people, don't panic. It's serious. You need to worry about it because it's real bad. But don't panic. Joe's got this. I'm just going to say this. If this threat is real, and I put about a hangnail in that stock, if it's actually serious, and I'm supposed to depend on Joe and his administration from something possibly nuclear up in space, well, I guess I'm going iron shopping. That's how much faith I have in Joe Biden and his administration. At this point, just keep it to yourself, and we'll know about the threat when we melt. Okay? Okay. Toodaloo, go with the Lord, Big Bertha, I don't give a fuck.
I like this guy. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay, so the Fulton County judge hears evidence on motion to disqualify Fannie Willis, 2/15/24, and it was almost 8 hours long. Yeah, we're not going there. Is there always a nefarious reason? Here we go.
I'm getting so many of these videos right now on my FYP, just people using the Apple Vision Pro, and I mean, it isn't not funny. Like, come on, what is happening out here? But this isn't the end game. Let me explain. This thing, the Apple Vision Pro, is priced at over $3,000. So you would think that this would be just a fun gadget for the uber rich, or maybe for tech bros or gamers. But oh no, there is a long-term, quite sinister plan behind all of this.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe who are lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own.
Yeah, the quiet part out loud. Only the uber rich will be able to take a real vacation in the future. And everyone else, virtual vacations on your couch in the dingy apartment you can barely afford. You see, going forward, technology won't be a tool for connection. It won't be a gadget for the uber rich, or even an asset to increase worker productivity. Oh no, it's going to be rather another mechanism to further the class divide in a already hellish dystopia. I don't know, just my thoughts on this thing. What do you guys think?
I don't think I want them things anywhere near me, because I can just imagine the amount of radiation that's going off of them. You know, no, I didn't see the Dan Bongino thing. I'm not really a huge fan of Dan. You know, the guy was Secret Service for Hillary Clinton. Okay. I did Tennessee Ridge Runner. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, that'll I'll be able to send my gas cans out in the morning to get filled up. Let's see. Democracy is a threat to globalism. Defund the Fed. Save the Republic. Exactly right. This is a republic, not a democracy. And the sooner they realize that, the better that we would be. What do I think? I think it's definitely easier to prove than disprove. That's what I think.
The idea of a flat Earth mixed in a heliocentric, the globe model, is absolute insanity. Let me just say what flat Earth isn't. We're not a disk floating in space with other flat planets or round planets. Take that off the table. So what is flat Earth? Well, think about this. Large bodies of water at rest lay flat. scientifically, testably, provably, measurably flat. So the flat Earth is like a pond. What holds a pond in? And the answer is it's the shoreline that surrounds the water. It's consistently higher than the level of the water. That holds the water. The water needs lateral pressure. Water lays flat. And we live in what I call the Antarctic Basin. They tell us Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball. Just like we see, we look at our globes and it shows a continent at the bottom of the ball. But in reality, Antarctica is the land that surrounds the world pond. So think of all of the oceans of the world as a giant pond, all of the continents and islands as islands within that pond. The shoreline of our pond is Antarctica. So if you're on that lake and you're sailing around and you sail to the edge of the lake, you don't fall off into space, you step up onto the land. Now imagine at the center of that lake, we have a mountain, and that mountain is magnetic, okay? So we'll call that the North Pole at the center of our flat lake. So if you're on a boat on the lake and you have a compass, that compass is going to point towards the center of the lake. No matter where you are, the North Needle is going to point at the center of the lake. Flat Earth is provable. We live on a flat, level plane. All of our senses, all of our measurements, every scientific test done through history by accredited scientists to prove axial rotation, the spinning of the Earth, or curvature of the Earth has failed and proven the opposite, but they don't teach us that in school. If I look up at the lights in my ceiling, they don't dictate the shape of my floor. When I look through binoculars, telescope at Saturn, I see a sphere. It looks like a sphere, but it has no relation to the shape of the Earth because planets are not what they tell us. The Earth is a level plane. The way I describe it is it's the basement of the universe. What's below the Earth? Nobody knows what's inside the Earth. The deepest hole ever dug is not even 8 miles. And when they were digging that hole, they were wrong every step of the way. Oh, there's no more water. They hit water. Oh, there's no more rocks. They hit rocks. And then just before 8 miles, they hit an impenetrable barrier and nobody can go any deeper. But then all of a sudden they know the next 4,000 miles to the center and they show us that meme of all of the layers of Earth. That's just a meme. There's no scientific evidence at all. Just really quick on gravity is we live in this electromagnetic system. The Earth is stationary. It's not moving. It has what we call a negative charge to it. And everything above the Earth in the air has a positive charge. Well, negative and positive attract each other. And it says, hey, down is this way. That electrostatic force, by the way, is thousands of times stronger than what they tell us gravity is. Flat is not a shape. The Earth is measurably, testably level and horizontal. All plumb bobs, that if you hold a string with a weight on it, that's a plumb bob. That's what they use in construction. All of them point down vertical to the horizontal plane. Microwave towers, if you research them, need a line of sight. Well, we have microwave towers going over 300 miles, and they're communicating with each other. That does not work on a ball Earth. We don't use the word planet because it's a plane. They just kind of added a T to the end. What's below the Earth? We talked about that. Nobody knows. I don't think the moon is a place that you can go. There were scientists in the 50s talking about that the moon is plasma and that we can never go to the moon. So with that said, the moon missions as described were not accurate. If there's more land beyond Antarctica, what's another word for more? We'll say extra. What's another word for land? We'll say territory. So put that together in a word, extra terra. Guess what? If somebody came from the extra terra outside of Antarctica, beyond in that outer area, we might call them an extraterrestrial from the outer space. Well, what's beyond the edge of the land? What's beyond the other lakes? I don't know. I haven't been there.
He pretty much explains it pretty good, right? Yep. And Kevin, you're right. He was Secret Service for Obama, and Craig Sawyer was the bodyguard and Secret Service for Hillary Clinton. I apologize for that. Yeah. So I'm not saying Michelle Obama is going to replace Joe Biden in the next election, but Michelle Obama is going to replace Joe Biden in the next election. I agree. I think that's, yeah. Yeah, no idea. Welcome to Texas. I saw that one already. Remember the Rothschild saying they can't lose Ukraine? Remember President Trump was telling us all along it was from the biolabs in Ukraine. He said China. Then he held up Q-tips like a trident, and the trident is in the coat of arms in Ukraine. Yeah. He's been showing us stuff for a long time. Let's see. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Welcome back, Huma. That's a lot of things in regards to following Huma. Let's see. Was there anything of importance else on here? I don't think so. Let's see if anything new came out. Nothing can stop what is coming. Okay, so what this is doing is showing all these guys all their properties are for sale. Is that true? California, Quebec, Calabasas, Beverly Hills, Malibu, Red Bank, Beverly Hills, Hidden Hills, Southampton, New York. Wow. Yep, I don't doubt any of it. Joanne says the ones that can see the deception and rebel against the system are not always the type of people you would expect. To be able to see through the illusion does not depend on how intelligent or educated you are. It depends on your level of consciousness. Some of the most educated people could be the most indoctrinated. They can be so stuck in belief systems and thought patterns that it's hard for them to change perspectives. The ones that are standing up and speaking out are the conscious people, the sensitive ones, the observers, the intuitives, the ones that reach that level of awareness to perceive and acknowledge the suppression and enslavement. They have become immune to mind control and manipulation. They are risking their reputation, the relationships with family and friends, by not partaking and contributing to the agenda of the system, by choosing differently for their freedom, for everybody's free, for everyone's freedom, lifting the veil, breaking the matrix. Yep. The Order of the Black Sun and the Occult of the Nazi Brotherhood. This is put out by a Red Pill Drifter. Got a pen and paper to be prepared to take notes. This is a deep dive lecture. The form of the black sun symbol or swastika was used in Germanic mystic esotericism during the Third Reich. The black sun symbol or swastika was used in the black sun symbol itself has also been called the sun wheel or Sonnenrad in German, of which the Indian swastika, Celtic cross, and the German Knight's cross were three of many variations. Peter Moon tells us in his book, The Black Sun, on page 172. All right, well, let's go ahead and get to the video and check it out. Okay. If it seems too ridiculous, I'm going to stop it. Okay, but we're gonna, yeah.
mythology, it was built in a single night by men who survived the flood. An older legend says that it was built by giants that did not build the city of their own free will, but who were made to do it by beings who came from the sky. The Nazis are steeped, as anyone who studies their symbolism can see, in occultism. They often refer to themselves as the Order of the Black Sun. It's now time to take a short look at some of the ways that these Nephilim progeny, the descendants of the Atlanteans, have controlled the masses of mankind and how they've gone about activating this great ritual to their dark archons. One of the most powerful Freemasonic symbols is seen here on the left, and it is called the cross and the crown. Around that image we see in Latin, in hoc signe victe, which is in this sign I will conquer, attributed to the Emperor Constantine, one of the founders of Christianity. The cross and the crown. Now, the first international banking empire was created by the Knights Templar with their exploits during the Crusades. Martin Luther's 16th century Protestant Reformation was largely funded by the emerging merchant and banking classes of Germany, who sought to wrest financial control from the papacy. It's also interesting to note that if you go to Wittenberg or you go to Worms and you go and look at the original documents of Martin Luther, you'll find that on the leather-bound covers you'll see the rose cross, the symbols of the Rosicrucians. So here's the person purported to be the founder of a modern Christian religion, and yet he's funded by secret societies and even has their logos on the front covers of his books. The exact same logos that later turn up on the American dollar bill and on the Tudor dynasty. The church exerted a complete stranglehold over all forms of intellectual life and education from early on in its unholy alliance with Rome until the 12th century. The respect for education that was one of the great distinguishing characteristics of the classical Roman Empire was swept away. This is Tim Wallace Murphy in his book Ross Lynn, speaking about the coming of the Dark Ages. Thomas Jefferson also says, the clergy converted the simple teachings of Jesus into an engine for enslaving the world and adulterated by artificial constructions into a connivance to filch wealth and power to themselves. These clergy, in fact, constitute the real Antichrist. At the top of the crown of the Queen of England, we find the Malta Cross. The Queen is the head of the Knights of Malta, another secret society. And the Nazis, of course, used also the Malta Cross. But this is a very ancient device. The Nazis also used the oak leaves, the skull and bones of the pirates, and the eagle, the old Habsburg symbol, the old skull and bones symbol of the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta Cross, and the oak leaves of the ancient Druids. Now one might ask, what on earth, again, in the military, in something that has to do with mass death and mass casualty, what are oak leaves doing? On the lapels, we find oak leaves around the hats of the French military. We find them on the lapels of the Russian military. In fact, we find acorns on the hats of the cavalry of the United States of America. Ancient Druidic bardic symbols of theological elites now found on the uniforms of the military mass murderers of the world. That's right. The reason is, as I said, if you're going to sacrifice somebody to the macrobes, you have to mark them for death. You not only have to send a person to the right ritualistic place, but you have to have them dressed for the ritual. The virgin must be dressed for the ritual. They must be marked for death. So you put a bunch of occult symbols on them and send them out to die. The individual just looks in the mirror and thinks they look damn good, but they don't realize what these occult symbols mean. The ribbons and the bells and the whistles and the badges and the emblems of state, the coins, the flags, all the heraldry. It has a meaning in occult theocracy. In America, we have the Ku Klux Klan. This word originally comes from the Greek kuklos, which meant the Knights of the Golden Circle. And the Grand Master refers to himself as the dragon. They wear the Knights of Malta cross. They burn crosses, wear white robes like the Knights Templar, and have a racist ideology. And we'll be coming back to the Ku Klux Klan a little bit later. Now we see the Knights of Malta cross together with the symbol of the dove on the maces of the Queen of England. And it turns out that the Spanish or old word for dove is Columb. And that's why we have the District of Columbia, Columbia Pictures and Records, Columbia Shuttle, all the drugs coming from Colombia, South America. We have British Columbia and we have Christopher Columbus. But the word Columbus means the doves. The Knights of Columbus is a secret fraternity run by the Queen of England. It does not represent the Holy Spirit. If we look today on the Visa credit cards on the right-hand side, you'll see the little symbol of the dove. And people never ask, what does this symbol, this so-called holy symbol that's meant to represent the Holy Spirit, what's it doing on the credit cards? Well, it is a dove, but it has nothing to do with the Holy Spirit. It has to do with a secret fraternity known as the Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Malta cross is also known as the Black Sun. And of course, the Black Sun is the symbol of the Smithsonian Institute in America. And the swastika was even referred to by the Nazis as a black sun. Himmler never got tired of calling the Nazis an order, a lodge, a black lodge. Now the Anunnaki, which is the ancient Sumerian word for the fallen angels, is very close to the word Nazi. One of the 8 children of the mother goddess Ninharsag, Naz, was also refers to Canis Major, a constellation that Sirius occupies. Again, Jesus of Nazareth, from Nasir, meaning Sirius. The Knights of Malta cross is seen here on the picture on the left in ancient Pictish. These are the Picts of Scotland using not only the serpent, not only the swastika, but the Knights of Malta cross. A very ancient symbol. But the fact that we see it here with the serpent is very suggestive. Here again, we see it on ancient lances of the Teutonic peoples. Now, of course, just like the old Atlanteans, we have the Nazis being very interested in the concept of race and eugenics and genetics, in polygamy and population control. We also have the phenomena of Siamese twins and midgets and deformities and blemishes and the extra nipple and whatnot. Witches were burned for their blemishes. We have congenital hemophilia. We have the ritual of bonding by blood. We have freaks, the whole concept of the Siamese twins that comes down to us, that just put down to us as being freakish, individuals, strange mutations. But could these not be throwbacks to genetic manipulations and genetic experiments that were being done not too far back in our Earth history? Now, Charles Darwin, who wrote Origin of the Species, what we often don't realize is the full title of that book. The full title was Origin of the Species and the Preservation of the Favored Races. Charles Darwin was also funded by occultists, specifically the Royal Academy. Now, Herbert Spencer, the philosopher, while Darwin got the credit, the leading proponent of this chilling racial evolutionary theory was Herbert Spencer, whose ideas were based on race. Spencer was more explicit than Darwin in his conclusion. Only one race was capable of ascending to the highest levels of the evolutionary spiral. The others would be left behind. So here we have an occult agenda of blood, of race, and of mass murder. Because remember, the pontifications of philosophers in the 19th century and of the 20th century are being carried out, they're being implemented in the world. The Nazis implementing occult theocracies coming from occult societies, like the Thule Society and the Freemasons and the occultists of the ancient world, Ordo Templi Orientis. And in America and Britain, it's no different. The Knights Templar, the Knights of Columbus, the Freemasons. The Nazis are steeped, as anyone who studies their symbolism can see, in occultism. They often refer to themselves as the Order of the Black Sun. The official historians now generally accept that occult orders, some very ancient and some new, were operating behind the Nazi Party and other political parties in Germany. The same historian seemed conspicuously reluctant, however, to transpose these facts to the British and American political milieu, even when ample evidence exists to prove it, and even when many of the elites of the European occult orders, plus industrialists, publishers, and scholars, were related to international aristocratic families and dynasties. It is a fact that the Vatican helped Hitler to gain power and then helped him to consolidate his grip on Germany. This was done in part by advising the Catholic Party of Germany to vote for the Nazi candidates. The Third Reich is the first power which not only recognizes but puts into practice the high principles of the papacy. This is Franz von Papen, second only in command to Adolf Hitler, is literally telling you that the Third Reich is implementing the principles of the Vatican, the principles of the papacy. But who are the papacy officiating for? Now, of course, when we talk here in programs like this about the Vatican, please understand that we're not talking about Roman Catholicism as a religion. There's a very great difference between Roman Catholicism as a practicing religion and Vatican, the institution of Catholicism, the institution of the Vatican, the nation state, the state within a state. These are two completely different animals here. Behind one of the great thinkers and philosophers behind the Nazi Party, close friend to Rudolf Hess and to Adolf Hitler, was Karl Haushofer. He created what is known as geostrategical theory. He propounded it, and he was the teacher of Rudolf Hess, and Rudolf Hess introduced Haushofer to Adolf Hitler. It's a very important character to study. In the Origins and Oracles series, we have a program called Evil's Willing Servants, and we go into a little bit of Haushofer's background. It makes very interesting listening. One of the most powerful occult societies behind the politics of Germany was called the Thule Society, or the Thule Society, founded in 1912 by Rudolf von Bottendorf, a major Freemason, an expert in Islamic and Oriental mysticism. In 1918, Thule member Karl Harrier forms the Workers' Political Circle, and in 1919 he renames that the German Workers' Party, later headed by Adolf Hitler, who took over from mystic Dietrich Eckart. It became the Nazi Party. Now the word Tula, or Thule, means northerly place or homeland, and it refers to Atlantis. Again, one of the thinkers specifically beloved by Adolf Hitler was called Jorg Lanz, one of the most important of all Nazi ideologists. Jorg Lanz von Liebenfels was an ex-Cistercian monk who published the magazine Ostara. After being expelled from his monastery, he formed his own Order of the New Templars. Adolf Hitler and other Nazis collected and read Ostara and thought of Lanz as a veritable guru. There's the front cover of Ostara, and as you can see, clearly shown there is a Knights Templar. Now, the master race, as they referred themselves to, these terms, we've become so enamored to them, we don't even think anymore what they really mean. Master race. Who are the racialists? Who are those who control the genes of mankind? Who are those who try to separate and segregate the human race based on genetics and eugenics and racial hygiene? Who were the original ones? We see only the Nazis. They're a modern rendition of this ancient problem. They were Satanists who practiced black magic, says Trevor Ravenscroft, author of The Spear of Destiny. This means that they were solely concerned with raising their consciousness by means of rituals to awareness of evil and non-human intelligences in the universe, and with achieving means of communication with these intelligences. Now, closer to home, when the tomb of Yale University, that's the tomb of the Skull and Bones secret fraternity, was raided by Christian students, the decor was almost purely Nazi in nature. Maltese crosses, swastikas, and so on were found therein. And the number 322, which is the lodge of the Skull and Bones Society, is actually the German lodge number of this fraternity. It is controlled by German secret societies such as the Illuminati and the OTO and the Thule. And Joel Bakan, in his fine book, The Corporation, says, in its July 1934 issue, Fortune magazine extolled the virtues of fascism and the economic miracles wrought by Mussolini. Lord Goldsborough, the man who produced the issue, wrote, The good journalist must recognize in fascism certain ancient virtues of the race, whether or not they happen to be fashionable in his own country. So there we have it. Ties between modern American industrialists and politicians and ancient societies and German occultists. Now, have we been told all along that the ritual sacrifices have been going on? Let's look at the etymology. We've been told that there's a nuclear war. We've been told that there's an atomic war. What do these words actually refer to? What does the word nuclear or nucleus actually refer to? What does the word atomic actually refer to? Does it really refer to reds under the beds and SDI and bombs dropping at you from the skies? Or is it something much closer to home, something slightly more biological, something more of a Cold War, one that would never heat up at all? And what are the Star Wars? And now that the ritual centers have been designed and built, and now that the masses of the population live in the cities of the world, the next stage is easy. All the unrest, all the slaughter, all the mayhem, all the bloodletting, from the Holocaust to the assassinations. We have in Ireland, for instance, tremendous unrest there, constant unrest in Palestine, in Guyana, in Waco, in Heaven's Gate, in Columbine school disaster, in Oklahoma city bombing, or the Twin Towers, or the Gulf War. All these traumas visited upon members of the human race. In Waco, the great comedian Bill Hicks said, if child molestation is actually your concern, then how come we don't see Bradley tanks knocking down Catholic churches? Now, since the Second World War, the US has bombed 250 countries. That's actually since 1948, which was the time of the creation of the United Nations. Anthony J. Hilder of Radio Free World says there have been more wars since the creation of the United Nations in 1948 than from the beginning of time up until 1948. Now, who are the United Nations, and were they really created to instigate peace in the world anyway? Well, their history is that they were previously called the League of Nations, and they came into existence through Roosevelt's Bretton Woods Agreement. But before they were called the League of Nations, they were called the League to Enforce the Peace. Previous to that, they were called the American Society for the Judicial Settlement of International Disputes. Now, this society was created in 1920 by Theodore Marburg, and its first chairman was William Howard Taft of the Skull and Bones Society. Secretaries of War of the U.S. are commonly Skull and Bones members, right up to the modern day. And Geneva is home to the League of Nations and to the Bilderberger Group. Concerning the slaughter and mayhem, Count Leo Tolstoy, the great author, said that government is an association of men who do violence to the rest of us. How right he is. And Manly Palmer Hall, one of America's greatest and most beloved occultists, also a 33rd degree Mason, puts it this way: to repress rebellion is to maintain the status quo, a condition which binds the mortal creature in a state of intellectual or physical slavery. But it is impossible to chain man merely by slaving his body. The mind must also be held, and to accomplish this, fear is the accepted weapon. The common man must fear life, fear death, fear God, and fear devil, and fear most his overlords, the keepers of his destiny. So it goes for urban life. And now Aldous Huxley, in his book The Final Revolution, one of the people very much into control of the masses, writes, there will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorships without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda, brainwashing, or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. That's right. As the Nazis had a final solution for their victims, so these thinkers and potentates and politicians, they're working on the final solution for the rest of us. But we're going to enjoy it, of course. Now, one of the major occultists in Europe was called Count Cagliostro, and he was one of the individuals also working on the Stargate problem. His real name was Giuseppe Balsamo, and he was a ruthless and a very enigmatic character. And being a Freemason, he actually invented one of Freemasonry's rites. It's called Cagliostro's Egyptian rite. But this involved a virginal boy or girl as an oracle or even as a priest. And these virgins were known in Masonic circles as the Columb, or the doves. So here we have Cagliostro's Egyptian rite, a rite that involves virginal boys or girls in the form of the priest or the oracle. But they're known by the name the doves. And the Spanish for that is Columb. So anybody remember Columbine High School and the sacrifice of the young children there? Were they oracles too in some sort of Masonic rite? We have Applewhite and the priesthood of Saturn. Saturnian symbolism is also very prevalent in Freemasonry. And this particular Heaven's Gate cult, the very word Heaven's Gate, we already looked earlier at Saturn and the gate of the south, which is a correspondence of death. And the fact that they wore black attire and the Nike logo. The Nike logo is actually the corner of the rings of Saturn. And the fact that the men in Heaven's Gate were castrated. Anyone who studied ancient mythology knows that Saturn and the sickle of Saturn and the castration of his father Uranus, all of these symbols coming out of the ancient world. Now, large doses of fear, trepidation, and agony were released during the 9/11 episode, not only from New York, but all over the world. This event was staged at the site of a powerful vortex or synchronic line. So yes, as part of the great rituals and traumas, we're not going to have just one event. We're going to have assassinations. We're going to have murders. We're going to have rapes and serial crimes. We're going to have Zodiac killers and Green River killers and night stalkers and all kinds of disaster. We're going to have children burned up with CS gas at Waco and all other manner of atrocities that one could possibly think of, that the human mind and its depravity could come up with. 9/11 is just one of those events. But any of these events, if they're situated at the right place and at the right time, create waves that permeate into the earth grid and permeate the lives of individuals. That's what cities were originally designed for. There's nothing natural about a city. There's nothing natural about living in one. Assassinations like that of Diana, the moon goddess, on August 31st. And August 31st is the period when the constellation known as Virgo descends beneath the horizon. So the Virgin descending beneath the horizon signifies the time of sacrifice. In fact, August 31st, 100 years prior, was when Jack the Ripper killed his first virgin or his first whore. Another ritual sacrifice. November 22nd, 1963. At Sagittarius, the point of Sagittarius, the famous 13th sign of the zodiac, is the assassination of John F. Kennedy at the junction of 3 roads on November 22nd. That's 11 for November and 22 for the day. That's 33. He was also shot at the 33rd meridian of the earth at the junction of 3 roads. And he was murdered at the period between the signs of Sagittarius and Scorpio. And this is known as the 13th sign of the zodiac. Only those who study the occult, esoteric form of astrology know this, the famous 13th sign of the zodiac. And the secret society, or the secret bodyguard, the secret police of meant to be protecting John F. K., referred to him by the code name the Traveler. But in fact, that's an ancient mythological name. Exactly at the point when the sun god descends into the underworld, he was known in all ancient times as the Traveler. Speaking of this kind of geometry, Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval write The geographical latitude of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount lies between the 31st and 32nd degree parallels, with the latter passing just south of the Holy City. It has also been remarked that the Mother Lodge of the Scottish Rite Supreme Council of the 33rd degree was located in the city of Charleston in South Carolina, probably because the 33rd degree parallel passes right through it. So even though it may seem strange, even preposterous to us, these secret societies pay attention not only to sidereal time, not only the calendar dates, not only the movement of the luminaries and the stars, but also to the degrees of longitude and latitude of the Earth, from the dropping of the atom bomb, to assassinations here, to openings of buildings there. These sidereal times are very, very important, as the great scholars are now starting to find out. And this particular thing about the 33rd meridian, why are so many of the world's banks? Why are so many of the world's wars? Why are so many of the stately homes of the world, and specifically the banks, are situated on the 30th, between the 30th and 33rd parallel of the Earth? But we have wars, and we have rumors of wars, and we have endless anxiety. Large doses of fear and confusion make excellent business, especially for the pharmaceutical monopolies. Consumption of antidepressants rose dramatically after the attack on the World Trade Center. As Emperor Caligula is meant to have said, let them hate us as long as they fear us. Fear, of course, as Huxley and as Manly Palmer Hall are saying, is the best way to control. Since love and fear can hardly exist together, says Machiavelli, and if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than loved. So this is the kind of mentality in these new Atlanteans, the ones who seek to control us and keep us roped in, dumbed down, ignorant, impoverished, not to be made privy to what the masters are doing behind the scenes, behind the veil of government and national security. Now, F.T. Marinetti is a great study when it comes to studying mania. The founder of the Italian Futurism and a lifelong fascist, he was also one of the most influential personages in the history of modern art. In his Futurist Manifesto of 1909, he says, war is beautiful because it initiates the dreamt of metallization of the human body. War is beautiful because it enriches a flowering meadow with fiery orchids of machine guns. War is beautiful because it combines the gunfire, the cannonades, the ceasefire, the scents, and the stench of putrefaction into a symphony. We will glorify war, the world's only hygiene. Militarism, patriotism, the destructive gesture of freedom, brings beautiful ideas worth dying for, and scorn for women. We will destroy the museums, libraries, academies of every kind. We will fight moralism, feminism, every opportunistic or utilitarian cowardice. Makes one think of the movie Dr. Strangelove, this kind of mania loose in the world. Not some psychotic, though. Not somebody who's been locked up in a, asylum somewhere. These are the top thinkers of the world. People whose thoughts and manifestos change how we think and act. Herman Kahn, in his On Thermonuclear War in 1960, calmly considers whether or not a death toll of 50 million human beings would be an acceptable, quote-unquote, statistic to ensure that democracy prevails. Jordan Maxwell and some other scholars who study the astrological cycles and chart what these evilarchies are up to, and once you know what they're into, then you can sort of follow what they're up to and get ahead of the game. That we're in what we call the Saturnalian period, or what they call the Saturnalian period, when chaos and debauchery is permissible. We're in what the Hindus call the Kal age, and what also might be called the Dionysian age, when all forms of debauchery and depravity are let loose upon the world. This is the period when all kinds of virtue and morality, as the ancient texts were saying, are thought of as vices. Julian Huxley, in the preface to Brave New World, says, as political and economic freedom diminishes, sexual freedom tends to compensatingly increase, and the dictator will do well to encourage that freedom, in conjunction with the freedom to daydream under the influence of dope, movies, and radio. It will help to reconcile his subjects to their servitude, which is not their fate. In Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, he writes, sensual pleasures programmed into people as infants through hypnopedic messages repeated thousands of times as they slept. These messages encouraged sexual promiscuity, attendance at mass entertainments, and the ingestion of drugs for any and every unpleasant feeling or little distress. The idea here is not to have people actually have more sex, but to engender frustration that they're not able to. In George Orwell's 1984, An Animal Farm, he says, the past is completely eliminated. History is revised. Books are destroyed. Without print media, there is no evidence that anything has been different. Even keeping diaries is forbidden. People are expected to absorb and accept the new information delivered by the television sets, even if it directly contradicts the news of a month ago. Since it is impossible to prove the contradiction, it is useless to try to resist. And is this not the exact situation we find ourselves in today, where people not only believe the media, but in believing it, they're filled with contradictions? But who stands up to right those contradictions? If something on the media repeats and repeats and repeats the same message, eventually 80% of the population just blithely accept it. In the book Being Human, we read, when faced with a life-threatening situation, the reptilian hindbrain, the most primitive part of the human brain, switches off all activity except that which keeps us alive. It sends the subconscious message, do not move, breathe, or blink, or you will be seen and attacked. But as Hesiod, and the ancient Greek playwright in 8th century BC, he writes, the gods keep mankind ignorant of the ways of living, else one would do enough in one day to last a year. In Job 12, the Bible, we read, he increaseth the nations and destroyeth them. He enlargeth the nations and straighteneth them again. In Job 12, he taketh away the heart of the chief of the people of the earth, and causeth them to wander in a wilderness where there is no way. They grope in the dark, without light, and him maketh to stagger like a drunken man. So we have it in the age of Dionysus, the cowl age. And who are the philosophers who brought this about? Well, Thomas Malthus, in his own words, says, in his essay on population, instead of recommending cleanliness to the poor, we should encourage contrary habits. We should crowd more people into the houses and court the return of the plague. But above all, we should reprobate specific remedies for ravaging diseases. And those benevolent but mistaken men who have thought that they were doing a service to mankind by projecting schemes for the total extirpation of particular disorders. If by these and similar means the annual mortality were increased, we might possibly, every one of us, marry at the age of puberty, and yet few be absolutely starved. When we come to eugenics and Charles Darwin, he writes in his own words, excepting in the case of man himself, hardly anyone is so ignorant as to allow his worst animals to breed. Eugenics, which was selective breeding or racial hygiene, is not, however, a Nazi or a German phenomena, but a British and American one. Hundreds of people were systemically and legally sterilized in the United States from 1907 on. The most influential eugenicist was Sir Francis Galton, the cousin of Charles Darwin. He was an honorary president of the Eugenics Society for several years. His successor was Major Leonard Darwin, son of Charles Darwin, and it was he who strongly promoted the eradication of the unfit. The first U.S. Eugenics Society was headed by Averell Harriman's mother. It was also funded by the royals, as was the entire Harriman dynasty. Ernst Rudin, Hitler's eugenics expert and chief engineer, was a guest of Mrs. Harriman in America before the advent of the Second World War. In 1905, Dr. Ernst Rudin founded a German eugenics society called the Society for Racial Hygiene. Later, he changed the name, adding the word suggested by Francis Galton, the Society for Racial Hygiene, that is, eugenics. In 1925, Leonard Darwin wrote an article for the Journal of the Eugenics Society, the Eugenics Review, pushing the idea of locking up everyone whose genes might be considered defective. To save the human race, he said, force or compulsion would be necessary in many cases. He promoted a policy that he called segregation, but he did not mean segregating whites from blacks. He meant separating the fit from the unfit. Compulsion is now permitted if applying to criminals, lunatics, and mental defectives. And this principle must be extended to all who, by having offspring, would seriously damage future generations, he argued. The leaders of the progressive movement in Britain also supported negative eugenics. The people who had founded the London School of Economics, that's Sidney and Beatrice Webb, were also leaders of the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society later became one of Britain's major political parties, the Labour Party. As early as 1909, the Fabians, led by the Webbs, said, "What we as eugenicists have got to do is to scrap the old poor law with its indiscriminate relief of the destitute as such and replace it by an intelligent policy of so altering the social environment as to discourage or prevent the multiplication of those irrevocably below the national minimum of fitness." In 1930, a Fabian leader, Archibald Church, introduced a bill for eugenic sterilization. So here we have the Fabians, here we have top politicians, here we have the founder of evolution theory, the elites of British society, deciding who will live and who will not, and the manner in which they will administer the torture to the unfit. The Fabian Society itself was founded in 1883 and played a catalytic role, preaching the inevitability of gradualness in the movement towards a socialist society, taking their name from the Roman warrior Fabius, who learned to wait patiently before striking a fatal blow against Hannibal. In America, John Foster Dulles, Senator and Secretary of State under Eisenhower, has this to say: "It is only by eliminating the lower members of the human race that the higher average is maintained." And Jacques Cousteau, UNESCO courier, on November 1991 said, "The United Nations goal is to reduce population selectively by encouraging abortion, forced sterilization, and control human reproduction, and regards 2/3 of the human population as excess baggage, with 350,000 people to be eliminated per day." And the master of them all, Bertrand Russell, in his Impact of Science on Society, had this to say: "At present, the population of the world is increasing at about 58,000 per diem. War so far has had no very great effect on this increase, which continued throughout each of the world wars. War has hitherto been disappointing in this respect, but perhaps bacteriological war may prove effective. If a Black Death could spread throughout the world in every generation, survivors could procreate freely without making the world too full. The state of affairs might be unpleasant, but what of it?" We have Prince Philip, quoted in the Deutsche Presse Agentur in August 1988, said, "In the event I am reborn, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation." Now, the Institute of Human Virology, we read that according to top pharmacologist Dr. Robert B. Strecker, MD, PhD, the leading scientist of the project, that AIDS virus was created at Fort Detrick, but was based on research first conducted at the Lebedev Institute near Moscow, which was founded by the world's leading virologist, Gervich. The number of those infected doubles every month. Over 23 million Americans are already affected. In the Strecker Memorandum, in the 30s and 40s, the Public Health Service openly experimented and monitored black men infected with syphilis in Tuskegee, Alabama. Even after penicillin was discovered, these men remained infected and were not treated. Hence, their wives and sons were likewise infected. These incidents are recorded in detail in the book Bad Blood by James Jones. Between 1959 and 1970, there were over 300 biological experiments conducted on U.S. citizens unbeknownst to them. The extent of the program is revealed in the book A Higher Form of Killing by Paxman and Harris. That's from Dr. Robert Strecker's The Strecker Memorandum. Now here it is on DVD. This doctor, Dr. Robert Strecker, conclusively proves that AIDS was vector-borne, that AIDS was a man-made designer disease to create havoc in the world, exactly according to the policies of Bertrand Russell and Aldous Huxley and his coterie. This is absolute compulsory viewing. The Strecker Memorandum by Dr. Robert Strecker. He was one of the first people to work on the AIDS virus and knows everything there is to know about it. In The Final Revolution, Aldous Huxley says, "It seems to me perfectly in the cards that a euphoric drug, far more efficient and less harmful than alcohol, may be produced. And if this should be introduced into every bottle of Coca-Cola, then clearly, as I ventured to point out more than 25 years ago in Brave New World, this would become an incredibly powerful instrument in the hands of a dictator. What is becoming, I think, quite clear now is that dictatorships of the future probably will not be based on terror as the dictatorships of Hitler and Stalin. Terror is an extremely wasteful, stupid, and inefficient method of controlling people. In Brave New World, the distribution of this mysterious drug, which I called a soma, was a plank in the political platform. Dr. Wright refers to inoculation against smallpox in the British Isles as an ancient practice. And a citizen of Wales, aged 99 years old, states that inoculations have been known and used during his entire lifetime, but that she got smallpox through her inoculation. In Birmingham, England, from 1871 to 1874, there were 7,706 cases of smallpox. Out of these, 6,795 had been vaccinated against the disease. A select committee of the Privy Council convened to inquire into the Vaccination Act of 1867. As 97.5% of those vaccinated died of the disease. Now, Dr. Charles Crichton, in 1884, he is asked to write an article for the Encyclopedia Britannica on vaccination. After much research internationally, he concludes that vaccination constituted a gross superstition. In 1896, Italian professor Carlo Ruta states that vaccination is a worldwide delusion and an unscientific practice with consequences measured today with tears and sorrow without end. Joseph Lister introduced sanitation to the surgery and hospital, but was fiercely resisted by leading surgeons and doctors. The British Medical Association dedicated itself to attacking his name, reputation, and theories. In 1850, a British physician reads paper detailing the microscopic examination of food products, revealing that all food products examined in Britain were adulterated with foreign substances, including chemicals. W.B. Clark from the New York Press in 1909 says, cancer was practically unknown until the cowpox vaccination began to be introduced. He says, I have seen 200 cases of cancer, and I never saw a case of cancer in an unvaccinated person. On the question of fluoride, in 1943, researchers from the U.S. Public Health Service examined the health of the residents of Bartlett, Texas, to see if the 8 parts per million of fluoride in their drinking water was affecting their health. It was checked again in 1953. They find that the death rate in Bartlett was 3 times higher than a neighboring town which contained only 0.4 parts per million of the fluoride. Dr. James W. Wardner, in his book Unholy Alliances, says the London Office of Strategic Affairs, that's the OSS from which developed the CIA, was run by David K. E. Bruce, an employee of Averell Harriman from the 1920s. Through Bruce and other connections, Averell Harriman dominated all American intelligence functions in wartime Britain. David Bruce was the husband of a Pittsburgh Mellon heiress. Allen Dulles had been the player for the Mellons' big international oil ventures, and eventually the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell took over the management of the entire Mellon family fortune. It was through the Mellons that fluoride began to be promoted and dispensed into the America's water supply. Now, Ghislaine Langtot, in her book The Medical Mafia, writes, at a CIA hearing, Dr. Gottlieb, a cancerologist, admitted having dispersed in 1960 a large quantity of viruses in the Congo River in Zaire to pollute and contaminate all the people who used the river as their source of water. Dr. Gottlieb was named to be the head of the National Cancer Institute. François Mitterrand, the president of France, says, "The health of citizens is a commodity which is bought and sold." And mind control advocate Dr. Jose Delgado, in his book, Physical Control of the Mind Towards a Psycho-Civilized Society, simply puts it this way: man does not have the right to develop his own mind. Now, the annual death toll from synthetic prescription drugs, both from the correctly prescribed and the incorrectly prescribed, amounts to about 231,000 deaths every year. To put this into perspective, this is the equivalent of a World Trade Center disaster every week for over a year and a half, or the crash of 2 fully loaded 747 aircraft every day of the year. Drug deaths caused by physicians, the third leading cause of death in the United States. It is far ahead of accidents, drunk driving, homicides, airline accidents, as well as all other disease. Jimmy Carter says, "Doctors collectively have done more to block adequate medical care for people of this country than any other single group." And Linus Pauling, the Nobel laureate, says, "Everyone should know that the war on cancer is largely a fraud." Now, it turns out that the term or word Medici, refers to the 13th century Florentine patrician family, who became one of the most powerful bankers as well as patrons of the arts and who provided many tyrannical popes. This word, the Medici, actually comes from that, meaning medical doctors. So again, here we have the age-old connection, coming down from the Venetians, coming down from the Phoenicians, coming down from the ancient Sumerians. We have the families related, descended by blood from these ancient sources. And they're still up to their business, right down into modern times, massacring, creating rituals, treating people as if they're just cattle ready for sacrifice. Alice Bailey, an occultist and head of the Lucius Trust, she says, "Behind the division of humanity stand those enlightened ones whose right and privilege it is to watch over human evolution and to guide the destinies of men. This they do through the implanting of ideas in the minds of the world thinkers, so that these ideas in due time receive recognition and eventually become controlling factors in human life. They train the members of the new group of world servers in the task of changing these ideas into ideals. These in turn become the desired objectives of the thinkers and are then taught to the powerful middle class and worked up into world forms of governments or religion, thus forming the basis of the new world order." And Sidney West, the leader of the Fabian Society that later became the Labour Party of England, has this to say about the whole gig: "To play those millions of minds, to watch them slowly respond to unseen stimulus, to guide their aspirations without their knowledge, all this, whether in high capacities or in humble, is a big and endless game of chess of ever extraordinary excitement." So-called philanthropist John D. Rockefeller, in his occasional letter number 1 of the General Educational Board, has this to say: "In our dreams we have limitless resources, and people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. Unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill on a grateful and responsive rule of folk. The task we set before ourselves is a very beautiful one, to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are." And Major John Rawling Rees of the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, a major mind control syndicate in England, says this: "The patient must remain unaware of the specific intentions and purposes of the doctor administrating the treatment. Building a society in which it is possible for any member of any social group to be treated without resort to legal means, and even if they do not desire such treatment." It should be clear by now, at this stage, that we have in fact an official history and we have an occult history of the world, occult history of the ancient world, and we also have a cult history of America. Arthur S. Miller of George Washington University says, "Those who formally rule take their signals and commands not from the electorate as a body, but from a small group of men plus a few women. This group will be called the establishment. It exists even though that existence is stoutly denied. It is one of the secrets of the American social order. A second secret is the fact that the existence of the establishment, the ruling class, is not supposed to be discussed. Now, in the American Oath of Allegiance, we hear reference to protecting America from enemies both foreign and domestic, which implies, does it not, that there can be domestic enemies? Well, we can be sure that there are plenty of domestic enemies. Let's take a look and find out who they are. One of the most powerful of all the secret societies, given the agenda and operating in the world, is known by the name of the Illuminati. There's terms that they use, these secret societies, and then there's terms that their historians and critics also use, terms that they use within the lodges and terms and names that people on the outside know. But the Illuminati is a very powerful organization. On the left is a picture of its creator, Adam Weishaupt. And Adam Weishaupt, after his passing on, the mantle went to the Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini, and Giuseppe Mazzini passed it on to the American Albert Pike, whose picture is on the right there. Albert Pike is the creator of the Scottish Rite Freemasonic system, or at least the bringer to America of the Scottish Rite Freemasonic system. Now, Adam Weishaupt's symbol, the original symbol of the Illuminati, was the pyramid with the eye at the top, and the term New World Order, or Novus Ordo Seclorum, around the bottom of the pyramid. That was the symbol that was found on the documents of the Illuminati and is now on the American $1 bill. The Illuminati was officially founded on May 1st, 1776, and America's official birthday is July 4th, 1776. Interestingly, Adolf Hitler's second book was called The New World Order. Now, this term, New World Order, is found at the bottom of the pyramid. It is another secret society slogan. It is not a political slogan. Adolf Hitler's first book was Mein Kampf, and the second one was The World Order, or The New World Order. Now, Masons work in very ingenious ways in order to conceal their identity. If you take the symbol of the pyramid and draw around it, take a ruler and draw around it a six-pointed star or hexagram or Star of David, which is easy to do because the pyramid is already the upward pointing triangle, you will find that at the vertices, at the apexes of the Star of David, that's at the 6 points, it spells out the word M-A-S-O-N, that's Mason. And of course it shows a pyramid, which Masons build. George Washington is seen here standing in the Masonic Hall with a Masonic G above his head, and he's wearing the Masonic apron. So George Washington and many other elites and presidents and so forth are members of these secret fraternities. Everyone knows about the Lincoln Memorial, but travelers and tourists are not as aware that around the corner from that is a very strange, to say the least, image of George Washington, one of the founding fathers. He's seen here naked to the waist, his arms in this mysterious pose. Of course, it's mysterious to tourists. It's not mysterious to members of secret societies, because they would recognize this pose. It is an occult symbol. Here is the god worshipped by the Knights Templars, Baphomet. Open any book on the occult and you'll usually see this symbol of the deity stripped to the waist with the hands in that pose. Baphomet is the god of the Freemasons and of the Rosicrucians. Here's an image of Baphomet with the rose cross and the serpent on the globe being worshipped by the members of the fraternity. And in the book of Acts, we have a reference to Satan. I am the offspring of the serpent nature and a corrupter's son. I am the son of he who sits upon the throne and has dominion over the creation beneath the heavens. So the serpents have dominion over the heavens and over the earth. Here is the original symbol that was meant to be on the dollar bill before they came up with the eagle. It was actually a triangle surrounded by serpents. America, as we saw earlier, is literally the land of the serpents. They probably thought that would be too obvious and settled for other symbols instead, like the eagle. Here's the first US flag, which shows the stars, again, Sirius, and the all-seeing eye radiating outward. So the eye, the Freemasonic symbols of the stars and the all-seeing eye and the pyramidical shape were very much in the minds of the original founding fathers. Now the number 13 appears on the dollar bill quite a lot. There's 13 levels of the pyramid, and the 13, which appears on the dollar bill, refers directly to the serpent. In the book of Revelations, it's chapter 13 that the dragon and his destructive power are introduced, but that destructive power involves the use of money. In Revelation 13 it says, "He also forced everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on his right hand or upon his forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of his name." Now, the Declaration of Independence was signed by 56 men, over 50 of whom were Masons, some Grand Masters. Their original meeting place was none other than the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston, which Daniel Webster said was the headquarters of the American Revolution. So the whole of the American Revolution starts in a tavern which bears the name the Green Dragon. We wonder if that green dragon was swallowing a human being. Now, all cults, all fraternities, all churches, all denominations have their symbols. We know the symbols, and we know what we're looking at, whether it's a church, a synagogue, a mosque, whether it's a policeman, or whether it's a fireman, or whether it's a nurse. We know things by their symbols. So fascism, what are the symbols of fascism? One might think it's a swastika. Actually, it is not. The symbols of international fascism are much older than that. And the key symbol, the cardinal symbol of the fascist movements of the world, is a bundle of rods with a hatchet in the middle of them. This is called the fasce, or the fasces. It's an old Roman symbol, but it even predates the Romans. Where do we find it? On the back of the Congress room. The Freemasonic monopoly of government positions continued for at least the first 100 years of United States history. According to a 1924 census, even in that year, the Senate had a membership which was 60% Freemason. But what worries me more is why, of all the symbols that you could possibly choose, the symbols for international fascism are there in the Senate room at the back. Now, James W. Wardner, in his book Unholy Alliances, says, "Our first president was a Mason, sworn into office by the Grand Master of New York on a Bible taken from a Masonic altar, that of St. John's Lodge number 1. The Bible used in the ceremony was brought there by John Morton, Marshal of the Day from St. John's Lodge, of which he was the worshipful master. Thus was laid the cornerstone of our country and forever of our government. This same Bible, used for Washington's inauguration, was used to swear in Masonic presidents Warren Harding in 1921 and Dwight Eisenhower in 1953. And what the good doctor fails to tell you is that when George Bush, in more recent times, asked for his Bible, he specifically asked for 3 Bibles, the Masonic 3, and laid his hand on 3 Bibles, and that is another known Masonic symbol. Well, if you got allegiances, you certainly have. George Washington, here is another statue of George Washington, and the caption under the bust, under the name, says Freemason and First President. Now, I don't know about you. In fact, I'm not even an American citizen. I'm from Ireland, but yet I would take offense to that statement, because what does it say? Let's read it together. It says George Washington, Freemason and First President. Now, maybe it's just me, but perhaps that should be the other way around. But no, these chaps have allegiances. And you see, that's the problem. That's the conundrum with domestic enemies. If you've got allegiances behind the veil, then what good are your promises and your allegiances in the public domain? If you have your fingers crossed behind your back, so to speak, what good are your promises? Well, from their own works, here's a little book that Freemasons use. This is just one of their little manifesto books that they're all given. It's called The Duncan's Ritual. The Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry, It's given to neophytes so that they can learn about their rituals, and it's full of interesting pictures to show them what to do when they're in the lodge. Books that they're all given. It's called the Duncan's Ritual. The Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. It's given to neophytes so that they can learn about their rituals, and it's full of interesting pictures to show them what to do when they're in the lodge. And in books just like this one, in the Duncan's Ritual, you find captions like this. You find instructions, and you find oaths. I will aid and assist a companion Royal Archmason when engaged in any difficulty, and espouse his cause, whether it be right or wrong. A companion Royal Archmason's secrets shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own. Murder and treason not accepted. Here at the G7 summit, you've got the whole picture in one. You've got the Illuminati pyramid in the center with its spokes radiating out. And who are the gang of criminals sitting around it? We've got Francis Mitterrand, we've got Bill Clinton of America and Tony Blair, and other minions of the Atlantean warlocks. And the G, the G7, the G8. The G is the famous Masonic G, seen on every Masonic lodge. And what is a summit? A summit meeting, a peak meeting. We're meeting on the floor of the house. These are Masonic terms. Pick up a book on it and find out.
But the end of all things is at hand. Be ye therefore sober, and watch unto prayer.
Medicinal symbols.
Be sober. Be vigilant. Because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour.
What is pharmakia? Pharmakia is a form of the Greek root word from which we get our English words pharmacy, pharmacist, and pharmaceutical.
This I say then, walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary the one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. But if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians, and of pipers and trumpeters, shall be heard no more at all in thee. And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of prophets and of saints and of all that was slain upon the earth.
Bill Gates. Cliches, like the way they portray fictitious witches when creating magic potions, isn't too far off from reality when drug companies create a new vaccine. Some ingredients in vaccines as listed by the CDC on their website include aluminum, which causes Alzheimer's disease, formaldehyde, aka embalming fluid, thimerosal, which contains 49.6% mercury, acetone, which is a solvent and nail polish remover, plus many other highly questionable chemicals. These are toxins which are never to be consumed orally, but in vaccines, they are injected directly into the body. Also used in vaccines are aborted fetal cells and animal parts, including those from chickens, pigs, dogs, monkeys, horses, rabbits, cows, etc. Is this not a veritable witch's brew of chemicals, organisms, and animal parts? Basically, pharmacy mixes up different types of poison, patents it, packages it, and claims that it can treat certain diseases. The main problem with that system is that poison is poison. Pharmaceutical drugs and vaccines are extremely toxic and when introduced into the body, have negative effects on the system from head to toe. These are not just side effects or unintended sicknesses or diseases. These are direct effects because these things don't belong in the body to begin with, so putting them in there is going to directly affect it. Paracelsus. Known as the father of toxicology, Paracelsus was an avid occultist who thought that metals such as mercury, lead, tin, copper, and gold could purify the body. He would often try to heal people from disease using quicksilver, also known as mercury. Many died as a result of the treatment given by Paracelsus. Yet today, we still see things like mercury in our vaccines. That's actually because of Paracelsus. Besides him being a physician and a philosopher, he was also a metallurgist and a hardcore alchemist, and that's why he was so intent on using metals in his work as a physician. The main objectives of alchemy are to transmute base metals like lead and mercury into gold, to find a universal cure for all ailments, to find a universal solvent that could break down anything, including gold, and finally, to find an elixir to prolong life. A highly sought-after object known as the Philosopher's Stone could assist with all of these goals. Another sought-after substance in alchemy is what's called azoth. Defined as the universal remedy of Paracelsus, azoth was considered to be a universal medication or universal solvent and was sought for in alchemy. Similar to another alchemical idolized substance, alkahest, azoth was the aim, goal, and vision of many alchemical works. Its symbol was the caduceus. The term, while originally a term for an occult formula sought by alchemists, much like the Philosopher's Stone, became a poetic word for the element mercury. Keep this all in mind. I found some incredible connections to do with all of this information. Medicinal symbols. The bowl of Hygeia is one of the most widely recognized symbols of pharmacy. In Greek mythology, Hygeia is the daughter and assistant of Aesculapius, the god of medicine and healing. Hygeia's symbol consists of a bowl containing a medicinal potion with the Serpent of Wisdom drinking from it. The Serpent of Wisdom also appears on the rod of Aesculapius, which is the symbol of medicine. Aesculapius is the Greek god of medicine and son of Apollo. In the United States, the caduceus is commonly used as the symbol for the healthcare industry, even though it's associated with the Greek god Hermes and has nothing to do with medicine. Skilled in persuasion and bartering, and also known as a trickster, Hermes is the patron of merchants, traders, thieves, liars, and gamblers. But here's where it gets crazy. It's 100%, absolutely, positively, no accident that the caduceus is used as the symbol of medicine in the divided states of Zombieland, and some other places too, but it's abundant in the US. Have a look at the image of Baphomet. There's a caduceus representing its male anatomy. Baphomet is androgynous, meaning it's both male and female. It's a hermaphrodite. The word hermaphrodite comes from Hermaphroditus, who was the son of Hermes and the goddess of love known as Aphrodite, also known as Mercury and Venus. Hermaphroditus was one day physically merged with his wife, resulting in a body that was equally both male and female in nature. Here's an image of Hermaphroditus, or simply hermaphrodite, in some old alchemical occult literature, and there's a snake in one hand and 3 snakes in a chalice in the other. Its father, Hermes, aka Mercury, carries a caduceus, which also symbolizes the phallus of the Baphomet, and the Baphomet is a representation of what's known as the Great Work in alchemy. On its arms are the words solve and coagula, which is the alchemical process. It basically means broken down and rebuilt. Everything connects and ties together so perfectly here. It gets even crazier, I can't lie. I blew my own mind working on this project. I'm not saying I'm the first one to figure this out, but I did indeed figure this out on my own with no prior knowledge to any of it. So check this out. One of the goals of the satanic ruling class is to make society sexless and doing away with traditional men and women. This, in turn, is a form of depopulation and a clever way to gradually destroy the family unit. They are achieving this through the use of everyday products that contain hormone disruptors, aka endocrine disruptors, which are chemicals that interfere with the body's endocrine system and produce adverse developmental, reproductive, neurological, and immune effects in both humans and wildlife. The damage is believed to be most severe during prenatal or early pregnancy exposure. Also thought to have the ability to disrupt hormones and confuse the body are vaccines. WI-38 is the cell lines from a female aborted fetus used to cultivate viruses used in vaccines. When you inject the DNA from a female carrying 2 X chromosomes into a male who already carries 1 X chromosome and a weaker Y chromosome, you get an overload of X chromosome, which makes males believe they are actually females. MRC5 is the cell lines from a male aborted fetus, and this can affect girls in the same way. Whether it's the bowl of Hygeia, the rod of Asclepius, or the caduceus, it's rather fitting that snakes are used as the symbol for medicine, since it was a serpent that deceived Eve in the Garden of Eden. Not to mention Revelation 12:9 says, "And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world." It all ties together. Here, Satan is clearly established as the serpent that deceives the whole world. Revelation 18:23 again states that "for by thy pharmakia were all nations deceived." And pharmakia is represented by a snake, or snakes if you live in the divided states. Plus, snakes are always present whenever a hermaphrodite is portrayed. Not to mention the caduceus is toted by Hermes, also known as Mercury, which has been put in people's bodies since the time of Paracelsus. Pretty much everything that we've gone over stems from Greek mythos and traditions, and I haven't even mentioned the Hippocratic oath that all new physicians take when they finally become a doctor. So that's about it for part 1. From the looks of it, we are literally living in the middle of an event of biblical proportions. Stay tuned for part 2, where I'll go over drugs and the people that use them and abuse them. Drugs and alcohol leave users vulnerable to demonic attack, oppression, and even possession, but always under demonic influence. The term under the influence doesn't mean the substance itself. You are under the influence of spiritual wickedness and will do things that you would never normally do when you're sober. Why do you think alcohol is referred to as spirits?
All right. That's the end of that one. Let's see. I want to check and see if he put part 2 up here or not. I don't think he did yet. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, okay. So he hasn't put part 2 up there yet. So I'll keep an eye out for it. I want to make sure I'm following him. Yeah. So that way there, then when it becomes available, I'll be able to grab onto it. Okay. All right. So let's get into our regular stuff. Give me a second to move this on over here. And I wanted to do, what time is it now? It's 4:45. I got to watch the time here. All right, let's just go ahead and jump into And We Know. That'd be the way to go. That's going to be the way to go. Here we go.
So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him.
There should be no fear. We are protected, and we will always be protected. We will be protected by the great men and women of our military and law enforcement. And most importantly, we will be protected by God.
Folks, many videos were placed on social media world with connections to comms that are just blowing everyone away. The amount of sharing and discussion of how things are playing out will just blow your mind, and we're going to try to get into a lot of it today. Yep, we're going to hit the conspiracy world a little darker and deeper if we can. Let's stay calm through this, okay? No one really knows what's going on, but we do know the outcome, okay? So let's investigate. Let's enjoy this. Try to stay in joy, okay? Joy of the Lord is my strength, and we need to stick with that, all right? So here we go. Tell your wife and children I'll be sailing with you. Guys, we're going to be at Sea with LT. Just want to remind you, August 11th through 18th, 2024. It's in the description box below in our website, andweknow.com. Come hang out with us. I just realized, and I'm trying to share more, that I've been running into a lot of people in my travels here. It's been difficult, and just to remind you, the graphics on this video aren't going to be very good. But I'm trying the best I can. But we run into a lot of folks. They're basically sharing a lot of things with them that I don't put in the videos. I say, look, let me tell you what I think is really going on. I just don't feel like I should get it up on the video world because it's just a little too much for most to handle. And they might, a lot of folks don't like it. So also, I share a lot about my family, things that I won't put in my book. I'll be able to share with you at Sea with LT in Alaska, August 11th through 18th. So please come check it out if you would. That's Scotty Marr. Scotty Films. He's always doing good things, and he put this video together for us. A little bit of this intro. Here we go. We're going to start with this Fox News alert. All the spy stuff going on seems to be coming out all of a sudden, even though we already knew about it.
Brand new details about how Obama's CIA targeted Trump and started the entire Russia hoax. For years, we were told that tips from an Australian diplomat tipped off the FBI after a random conversation with Papadopoulos, a no-name 20-something. But according to new reporting by Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, the whole thing was a CIA setup. Former CIA Director John Brennan identified 26 Trump associates to be targeted by the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, and then those interactions were the targets and were targeted by the FBI as suspicious. And that's how the FBI launched the Russia collusion hoax. The details of this entire operation have been stored in a top secret binder in a secret room in Washington. Trump ordered the whole thing declassified, and now the rumor is that the binder might be missing.
Secret binder. The binder that we've been seeing. A lot of folks talking about the folder that was handed to Tucker. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. And the folder that President Trump held up in front of anybody, on the red one on J6. Many folks are speculating, trying to figure out what's going on, what type of comms are there. But it's just interesting that this guy Waters, remember he said he has, I think he said he has a brother who's into QAnon. Remember that? All of a sudden it's putting out information that, sir, we've already known about. This is how you warp the mind. How is this news now? How's it news? The FBI started spying on the Trump campaign after foreign governments by chance discovered evidence that his advisors were colluding with the Russians, the government says. But now, multiple credible sources tell us the CIA asked foreign allies to spy on 26 Trump associates. Yeah. All of a sudden, we're hearing about it. CIA had foreign allies spy on Trump team, triggering Russia collusion hoax. Why are we hearing about this now, again, so many years later? So let's remind you, normally intelligence passed on from a member of the Five Eyes Alliance. Remember the Five Eyes Alliance, if you guys don't know what it is, that would be the 5 countries, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. To another member comes through an official channel for intelligence sharing. However, Nunes, upon reviewing the document that formally launched the FBI's investigation, said there was no intelligence shared through that official channel, meaning that the intelligence was shared through unofficial means. Five Eye, why do former dignitaries still hold SEC clearance? United States in New Zealand equals no logs, no flags, no records. U.S. Secretary clearance authorized Five Eye view plus doc take. Read above, slow and carefully. Why do we allow former dignitaries the clearance? Welcome to the deep state. Future to prove the past. We're in the future. It's proving the past. You see how this plays out? Oh, yeah, just in the Mayorkas guy. U.S. House votes to impeach. Just wasting their time. Again, oh, yeah, they impeached him, put in the news. Looks like they're doing a good job until they try to pass $95 billion to other countries instead of helping our own. Let's see. Benny Johnson just in. Judge in Trump case in Georgia on Fani Willis. I think it's possible that the facts alleged could result in disqualification. Imagine that. I think an evidentiary hearing must occur to establish the record on those core allegations. Fanny's been exposed. Well, again, another person put in the limelight for all to see, and now we're figuring it all out. Catherine, follow the pin heritage. Did you guys hear about this? Remember? Amazing reporter. CBS News, I believe, dropped her. Well, you guys remember her name is referenced in at least 15 Q drops. You guys know Q. I've talked about it many times, and I'll say it again. Those that don't want to hear about it, I'm going to say, why does the mainstream media get to talk about Q as if, and they put Q anon, and they talk about it as if it's negative all the time. Bad people. Oh, my goodness. Those are just amazing drops that they just make up out of thin air, and they just use that to blame all the. And I'm going to show you some more of that here in a moment of what. Just a reminder of how the media attacks those that want to share information that's given to us, anons, to basically go out there, answer the questions, work together, and we find out the answers, and it helps wake people up. Oh, yeah. Anyway, Catherine followed the pin Harridge, whose name is referenced in at least 15 Q drops, has reportedly been terminated from CBS. Yeah. Less than 2 months ago, she mentioned that 2024 might see a black swan event. I'm going to play that clip in a minute, representing a high-impact national security occurrence that is extremely challenging to predict. So follow the pin has never been more meaningful than now. White Hot Mike, thank you. Follow the pin. Have you not been following? Think the timing. Coincidence. The attacks will only get worse. They are losing all control. They, the enemy, the deep state, those who hate us, those who want to depopulate the earth, those who brought COVID on us, those who brought the jabs on us, those who constantly try to fill up our country with illegals, those who want all of the countries to form one world government, new world order, those who want to take everything away from you and say, be happy. You have nothing and you'll be happy. Those that think that they can run all the countries and take away our sovereignty. They're losing control. Okay? And when they lose control, what do? False flags, shootings, you name it. They're going to do everything they can to confuse everyone. They thought it was yesterday. They were wrong. The fun begins directly after what? Will make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Maybe it's happening now after this puppy show. Now comes the pain. 23 is pain. There's Catherine Harridge, amazing reporter. She's been referenced several times. Follow the pin. Remember, you had the watch taken off by who? Putin, put next to the pin. Everybody's been following. Each connection keeps coming together. President Trump, the time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. Rest assured, President of the United States is backed by the absolute finest people. That'd be Trump, followed by the absolute people alive, finest people alive who are dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. What other dots are coming together? Thank you, Cowboy. U.S. military whistleblowers reveal how a disc-shaped UFO intercepted nuclear missile and disabled it. Yeah. Q drop. Says nuclear missile was shot out of the air using specialized weapons package. UFO equals CFO. Classified flying object. Remember that? Look at that. Remember that picture right there? Unauthorized missile fired, an unauthorized emergency incoming missile threat activated Hawaii. Remember when President Trump was flying over, I believe, Washington State, a missile was fired at him. And then news came out, the mainstream media said, oh, it wasn't a missile. They tried to cover it up because they're paid off. All of a sudden, we're hearing more about the missile package. Whistleblowers reveal how a disc-shaped UFO intercepted a nuclear missile and disabled it with laser beams in midair over California. Daily Mail. Kim Runner, big smiley face, showing that X said, don't panic. Farzad, okay, this is concerning. And then X replies back, only if you're an inexperienced intergalactic traveler. And then Speaker Johnson, thank you, Santa Surfing, kills the Senate Foreign Aid Bill. Thank you for that reminder. He kills that $95 billion. And very amazing things, because some people doubt him. Some people are for him. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. It's all I'm asking from you. Anybody ever sing that song? Because, man, we just seem to be going on roller coaster rides with people, personalities, who's for him, who's against him. I'm for Speaker Johnson. I'm not for Speaker Johnson. I think he's this. I think he's that. And everybody starts fighting. And yet, in the end, some good news. Who would have thought? Gateway Pundit, member of FOIA documents, reveals secret 2020 election day meeting with CISA, Dominion, ESNS, ERIC, FBI, leftist organizations, state officials, and others. It's only recently discovered. Guys, we got a lot thrown at us. Freedom of Information Act documents showing secret 2020 election day meeting. How about that? They didn't bother to tell us. We had to go out there and record video after video. Rudy Giuliani and all these others going to different states, going to different cities, trying to prove that the election was stolen, city by city. But no. Trump told us about CISA 5 days ago. Yeah, he did. The drop says to read both carefully. Did you? How do you show the public the truth? He wants us to know. How do you show them the truth? CISA censored mail-in voting concerns in 2020 despite knowing risks. Yeah, they were censoring. They were caught. This government's corrupt. These people are sick. We know. We've been told. All the drops with CISA were given to us. Now, here's that clip I promised from Catherine Harris.
Oh, mine's a little dark. I just feel a lot of concern that 2024 may be the year of a black swan event. This is a national security event with high impact that's very hard to predict. There are a number of concerns that I have that factor into that. And not only this sort of enduring heightened threat level that we're facing, the wars in Israel, also Ukraine. And we're so divided in this country in ways that we haven't seen before. And I think that just creates fertile ground for our adversaries like North Korea, China, and Iran. And that's what.
How about that? Was she supposed to talk about it? She's gone now. Well, these folks, these agencies are corrupt. They know it. They were caught spying on Trump's campaign and more. CISA caught. Every agency's being revealed over and over. It has to be repeated, folks, over and over. We need to know. Here's more for you. Well, we keep talking about these three-letter agencies. You know, they were once symbols of protection and order, seem to have been weaponized against us, the American people, especially the top 1%. We talk about it all the time. To give you an idea of the gravity of the situation, consider this. The IRS has amassed an arsenal of 4,500 guns, 5 million rounds of ammo, 621 shotguns, and a lot more. The Department of VA, tasked with assisting our veterans, has acquired 11 million rounds of ammo. What's up with that? The U.S. Postal Service, the agency that delivers our mail, has a tactical team also. Man, that's a lot. If your government does not use deadly force on people raiding into your country, they don't defend those borders, but they'll use deadly force to collect your taxes, to enforce unconstitutional laws. Then traitors have taken over our country. So a lot of stuff here, but we don't need to live in fear. I tell you what, though, the NMN, through all of this that's going on, this isn't just any supplement. It's a game changer. A recent Harvard study, which you can check out here, showed that NMN can help reduce weight, cholesterol, even blood pressure in overweight adults. And it's important to stay healthy in times like this. This thing has been dubbed the limitless pill and can take 10 to 20 years off of you. It's like the fountain of youth in a bottle. So here we go. I don't promote many people, but I respect these guys. They're fighters standing up for what's right. I asked them if they could offer a special deal for today. So especially since we're going deep into these topics, they agreed to an amazing buy two, get one free 48-hour deal. The stuff isn't cheap, so it's a great opportunity to stock up. Black Forest Supplements is ready to fight for this. So check it out. It's in the description box below. blackforestsupplements.com/LT. Buy two, get one free 48-hour promo. So once again, folks, just wanted to remind you, Gateway Pundit called all this back in 2018. New evidence to back up our original reporting. Barack Obama ordered foreign spy agency to spy on candidate Donald Trump. Why bring it up again? Well, there's a lot of folks waking up, a lot of folks that didn't do their research. Got to get the information out, got to keep reminding folks, new ones that are on board the ship. Let me tell you what's been going on. Did you guys know Obama's corrupt? No, I didn't know that. I've been waking up to the truth, but he was corrupt too. Yeah. And the shock value goes through the roof. And some people would say, well, I don't want to bother to be knowing all of this stuff. Well, it's important because they had a 16-year plan to destroy America. Hillary was supposed to finish that plan. We're seeing just portions of how that would have played out, I believe. And I think with President Trump, the Cyrus, the king, comes back into power and destroys these monsters who wanted nothing but making us sick and destroying us one day at a time. Hopefully it will be revealed. It's all got to go according to God's plan. He's in control. 5-year delta from that the time that it was posted for Dan Scavino Jr., right? He had a reminder that early voting is underway in South Carolina. So we're talking about voting. All of the information you need is available at donaldtrump.com, sc.donaldtrump.com. He posts that at 150. We see the 21, the 1350. If America fails or falls, the world falls. Through their strength. God bless the brave fighting men and women. They deserve our deepest gratitude. Through their strength and the millions of united patriots around the world, we will succeed in this fight. Peace through strength. Now comes the pain. Guys, the pain logo was posted on February 14th, 2019, 5 years ago to the day that this dropped. Another coincidence? Don't think so. MJ Truth Ultra wanted us to see this video that President Trump posted with an amazing song. You got to follow the lyrics for this video, folks. And if you're not watching the video, that's fine. I'll try to help you out as we're going through it. But I wanted to remind you of this. At 125 on the videos, who's that? You're going to see JFK Jr. making a salute. 134, JFK like a knight in shining armor. Sorry, JFK Jr. comes up at 137 from a long time ago. Trump is up at 140 just in time. I'm a save the day. 144, Mar-a-Lago, take you to my castle far away. At the 2-minute mark, Trump picks up Marine's hat. I'm a man who will fight for your honor. 213, Trump plus hero going to live forever knowing together we did it all for the glory of love. Pay close attention to this song. It was put out by President Trump, and look at the comms on it.
We have seen the beauty of America's soul and the steel in America's spine. Each test has forged new American heroes to remind us who we are and show us what we can be.
Tonight it's very clear as we're both lying here.
They're both lying. That's two liars.
There's so many things I wanna say.
President Trump is in court wanting to talk.
I will always love you.
President Trump hugging the flag.
I would never leave you alone.
For those listening, I'm trying to help you understand what's being played on the screen, okay?
Sometimes I just forget.
Joe Biden always forgets.
Things I might regret. It breaks my heart to see.
Breaks our heart. President Trump holding somebody crying.
I don't want to lose you. I could never make it alone.
We the people. That's President Trump.
I'll be the hero you've been dreaming of. We'll live forever, knowing together that we did it all for the glory of love.
President Trump walking with his family, did it all for the glory of love. There's President JFK. A long time ago, JFK Jr. The castle far away. They're showing pictures of Mar-a-Lago.
This is what we believe, and these are the values that will guide us as we strive to build an even better and greater future.
President Trump with the Marine.
America's destiny is in our sights. America's heroes are embedded in our hearts. America's future is in our hands. And ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
The best is yet to come. And I love that song. It's from Karate Kid. I never forget that as a teenager watching that movie, playing that song over and over again on the tape board, and to be able to put those words together with this video really, really hit on the nose. And one of the parts I wanted to show you right here, I'm going to mention it. Here we go. I could never make it alone. And when that part is played on this video, whoever edited this did a phenomenal job. I will never leave you alone. He's in the crowd for a rally, and then it shows all the military with President Trump when he says, do you know what this is? This is the calm before the storm. That's the video that's being played. And it says, I will never leave you alone. And as they play this, it's President Trump doing the circle with his hand, and that's where he made what we believe to be the big Q. I will never leave you alone. And it shows we the people. We came together because of that intel board. That's why we started recording this channel. That's why they took us down in 2020, I believe. Many others were taken down that didn't really show a lot from Q board. I get it. But they had to figure out a way. They, the deep state, the evil ones, had to use the politicians to get together to vote to say, oh, these people that are on this intel board, they're bad, they're evil, they're a threat to our democracy. And so what do? They figure out a way to make it legal to have all of these organizations like YouTube, Teespring, Patreon, join together to say, good, now we have a reason we could take them down. We're still here. We're still growing. Thanks to you. Thanks to your sharing. The calm before the storm. Another thing that's interesting is if you see the best is yet to come video that was played at the 55-second mark. 55-second mark is where that video clip was that I just shared with you, where it goes across the calm before the storm. The 55-second mark is where they put that video. 55 is look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. The storm. Another thing that we just have to go over once again. Continuing on from Tucker's interview with Vladimir Putin, when Putin placed his black leather band watch on the table next to a pen exactly 17 seconds into the interview. Now Catherine Herridge has been fired from CBS. I told you to get to this a little bit later. We get a little more detail, okay? It just so happens that Catherine Herridge is in 15 Q drops. Highlighted the work she did, the Intel board, highlighted the work that she did during Russiagate and asked us if Herridge pen positions or comms, and for us to follow the pen, follow Catherine Herridge. Also posted a link to her Twitter with the caption, remember your oath. Was Putin giving a tip to what was going to happen with Catherine Herridge and her firing? Was Catherine Herridge just activated like Tucker so she can help with D-Class? She is also involved in a major First Amendment lawsuit, which might bring a lot of evidence to the table. The more you know. And so let's take a little dive into some closer areas on this. There's the Catherine Herridge drop. Yep, 4598 on July 19, 2020. The pen is on the book in the highlights. Remember, we have 3570 C before D. That's Coates before D class. Sometimes we think it's Catherine before D class. Who knows? Important to fully digest and understand. Follow for days ahead of the D class. Note the pin. You have more than you know. New York Post, Catherine Ayers, an award-winning senior correspondent whose First Amendment case is being closely watched by journalists nationwide, was among the hundreds of employees at CBS, parent Paramount, who got pink slips on Tuesday. Yeah. Or Heritage's pin positions, comms, follow the pin. Have you been following? Follow the watch. Follow the pin. There's the pin. There's the watch. Remember, the watch was taken off by Putin. What amazing timing. Everyone's piecing this all together. One day at a time. And there's that red folder. Remember, Santa Surfing, Boss Man has everything. The FBI raid was so they could get this missing folder. Remember the folder that we referenced in the Putin interview? I'm going to show you a clip on that in a second. That folder that President Trump was holding, the red folder on J6, you're looking at the picture on your screen now, has evidence that the deep state and the CIA, FBI colluded to set up the Russia hoax. Was that the red folder on January 6th? Who knows? And then, of course, you had the Waters video we played earlier. Secret binders missing. It shows the CIA under Obama set up the Russia collusion hoax. Well, they raided Mar-a-Lago because Trump may have had it all. He might have had that folder. Oh, they're in big trouble. Let's play this clip.
The world witnessed a clue hidden in plain sight during the Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin interview. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. All right, I'm lying, I am. But reference the following moment at the beginning of the interview, which has sparked a lot of speculation.
I'll give you these documents. These are documents from the archives, copies, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later.
At about 8 minutes and 36 seconds into the interview, Vladimir Putin presents Tucker with a folder and sets it on the desk next to him. According to Putin, these were historical documents highlighting important events and timelines relevant to the Ukraine and explains why Russia invaded the country. But there is speculation that Putin was trying to send the world a message by handing Tucker this folder during the interview. He could have given him the folder before or after, but chose to do it during the interview. It was almost like he wanted people to see it. Now, you have a lot of people who would argue that if Putin wanted to reach Tucker Carlson, why wouldn't he just send him a message or give him a phone call? The rebuttal to that would be the fact that had Putin made a phone call or sent electronic messages to Tucker Carlson, the NSA would have intercepted those messages. So the most secure way to forward intel would be good old-fashioned hand-delivered documentation. So what do you think about this? Was Vladimir Putin that concerned with declaring the historical relevance between Russia and Ukraine, or did he provide Tucker with a folder complete with the deep, dark, damning secrets of the United States government and specific people within it?
Yep, because he gave him the folder anytime. Why did he have to do it on video? Why did he have the public know that this folder was being handed to him? And more. Whew. Isn't this fun? You guys having a blast? We're at amweknow.com. Watch on Rumble, Twitter, latest news, amweknow.com. Folks should go there. Find out all kinds of goodies, including our new website, thepatriotlight.com. We've updated it. Home, politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. You go there, refresh every 5 to 10 minutes with news stories, and it runs wonderfully. We hope you check that out. And also, we hope that you go to our store, shop.amweknow.com. Been running into folks with the shirt on. I had my shirt on the other day. Somebody said, hey, and we know, we love LT. I was like, walked over. I talked to them for several minutes and was hoping they'd recognize my voice. Didn't work. I finally told them, guess what? Guess who you're talking to? And we had a blast. So much fun. Got a picture together. So you never know, folks. Get that gear on. You never know who you're going to run into out there. It's definitely worth sharing, worth meeting folks out there, new friends, and more. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
regarding the border. You know, talk about the American people not being listened to. They are crying out to the Biden administration to secure the border. This is not a Republican issue. It's an issue for every single person, and everybody knows it. We know the stories of children being poisoned by fentanyl and cities being overwhelmed by migrant surges. We know House Republicans have shown that we are listening to and holding the administration accountable for this catastrophe. We're listening to the people. We're taking action to hold Biden accountable. Last night, the House voted to approve articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We had to do that. He has abdicated his responsibility, he's breached the public trust, and he's disregarded the laws Congress has passed. But much more has to be done, of course, to secure the border. And what the Senate produced this week is silent on that issue. Senator McConnell and I have spoken about this in frank sessions, and let me be clear here again this morning. The Republican-led House will not be jammed or forced into passing a foreign aid bill that was opposed by most Republican senators and does nothing to secure our own border. It's time for Washington to start showing some love to Americans. On Valentine's Day, this is a good day to point this out. We need to listen to the American people and their needs and take action. And that's why House leadership will continue to govern with Americans' interests at heart. With that, I'll take.
How about that? So there we go, the proof of old Johnson working hard to help the people, regardless of what you think about him. That's actually good news. And so, happy Valentine's Day, the White House says, Speaker Johnson, President Trump. Roses are red, violets are blue. The border deal was crushed because of you. How about that? Huh. So I'd like to have a little bit of humor sometimes, and I think it's important for us to keep our joy together and some laughter. So check out this instant replay from President Trump's team.
Prove the fact that Donald Trump says I want to cut Social Security or raise the age. I've never said that.
There's the red challenge hat. Trump's challenging Haley's statement.
Haley's claim she didn't call for raising the age of Social Security is under review.
Tony, here's exactly what the official is looking at.
Social Security, Medicare, how would you manage the entitlements?
We say the rules have changed. What we do know is 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that. 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that.
Let's take a look at another angle.
We change retirement age to reflect life expectancy.
I think the call is pretty clear. Let's go down to the field and see what official Gene Tooney has to say.
After review, Nikki Haley clearly said she plans to change the rules and raise the age of Social Security. This results in cutting benefits for 82% of Americans.
Bob, that was a rookie mistake by Haley.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
That was a rookie mistake by Nikki Haley. That's so good. So good. And you know what? President Trump's not playing around anymore. We're playing some serious game here, and I wanted to just get this to motivate you.
Battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Don't you just love that? Love those commercials. They motivate you, get you strong, get you standing up and saying, let's go do this. Awaken Outlaw. Remember when the fake news was doubling and tripling down on the fact that there was no spying on Trump? Well, that it was a preposterous to even go there. Well, now that we've got the information, we've been proving it over and over again. Let's look at the liars from mainstream media, shall we? Here we go. Spied on Trump. Spied on Trump.
It's completely wrong. It did not happen. There was no spying. There was.
It's Pizzagate. The conspiracy gene.
Exactly. It's Pizzagate.
The conspiracy
right.
gene is no more accurate than Pizzagate.
No one was spying on the president through the microwave. No one spied on the Trump campaign.
There was no spying.
There was no spying.
No spying.
There was no spying.
There was no spying.
There was no spying.
There was no spying. There was no spying.
There was no spying.
Wow. By the way, there was no spying, of course. There was no spying.
There was no spying
on the Trump campaign.
on the Trump campaign.
It's been a year and a half. There was no spying on the Trump campaign.
Of this crap.
No spying on the Trump campaign.
Which is a conspiracy theory.
No spying on the Trump campaign.
Facts matter.
And, oh, by the way, no, there was no spying on the Trump campaign.
Got it. Just want to make sure we're crystal clear on that one. Thank you, Dan Scavino Jr., for putting that video clip together for us. And when the truth starts coming out, all kinds of shady stuff starts going on. Chaos at Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade after multiple people shot. Ultra Peppy Lives Matter put this out regarding that fake Russian nuclear space warheads scare tactics. I'll show you that in a moment, where they're saying that there's going to be these space warheads. They're going to be coming out of Russia. Shootings are coming. The false flags. False flags doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that they put these things together, beef it up a lot using mainstream media, and scare everybody to death. War and chivalry, they want out there. All these things are happening at the same time because the enemy is enraged. Their time is coming and it's running out swiftly. Make no mistake, we live in such an uncomfortable hour because we are a turning point in history. Remember what Christ said, do not be afraid. Take heart on this Valentine's Day. Remember that God's love wins in the end. So we're past Valentine's, but that's when Ultra Peppy Lies put that out. They got all kinds of things that they're throwing at us. So Aaron Bant said, per sources, the national security warning is not an urgent situation that the U.S. needs to concern itself with today. It's a larger term problem, and this raw intel has existed on the Hill for some time. Not sure what prompted the Turner statement. Check this out.
And they confirmed to me that this has to do with a threat related to space. We already have from our other sourcing that there has been reporting on the Hill that sources here have confirmed is in the ballpark, which is that it has to do with an emerging capability from Russia that would be of grave seriousness potentially, but that this.
How about that? Grave. National security threat. Turns out the urgent national security space panic memo was in reality a clumsy attempt by the House Intel Committee to swing tomorrow's votes to prohibit spying on Americans without a warrant and ban the government's purchase of your private data for surveillance. Edward Snowden, the answer to what prompted the national security thing, of course, that the White House and Intel Committee felt a need to scare members of Congress into line for a certain set of controversial pro-war and or for surveillance notes. They got to get everybody pumped up right before the votes. Gosh, I wonder if there are any of those coming up. Yep, they're coming up. Donald Trump Jr., of course, chimes in. Does anyone really believe that there is a serious Russian threat that magically leaks about 30 seconds after the speaker said they're not going to take up funding for another $60 billion in Ukraine? Is anyone stupid enough to buy this at this point? Textbook deep state propaganda. That's all it is. And there's the picture with Putin, and you've got the Russia allegedly wants to take their nuclear capacity to space. The U.S. government are concerned about this. Ask Obama why he cut NASA's budget and neglected space altogether. This also means Trump was right about creating Space Force. I believe, guys, Space Force is basically a cyber deal. That's what I think. It's basically what they use to capture all the information during the stolen election. So that's why he says when we got it all, we've got a Space Force. They got it all. This all feels like another boogeyman story to get the public to fear Putin and generate support for funding Ukraine. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that the government never tells us anything so willingly unless it benefits them. This is bioclandestine. There's some level of deception going on. That's for certain. That is for certain. Part of that deception would be, let's call Biden old. He's getting too old. That's why he's acting strange, right? Because he's getting too old. He can't remember anything. He's losing his mind. So what are they going to do? Like I said, like many people are catching on to, let's push that narrative for a while, and then let's go ahead and throw President Trump in there as the same age. It has nothing to do with his age. It has everything to do with his health. President Trump is perfectly fine and healthy. But they're going to try to lump them in together in age. Check this out.
Of course, when it comes to Republicans, they've got a different strategy for their 77-year-old candidate.
Well, first of all, Donald Trump is not an old man.
He's an old man. He is objectively an old man on a human scale. Trump is objectively old. If he was a tortoise, I would tell him as a tortoise at 77, oh, young man, go off and enjoy college. But he's not a tourist. He's not a tortoise. That is not being ageist. That is being human lifespanist. One thing we know for certain is this. We have two candidates who are chronologically outside the norm of anyone who has run for the presidency in this country, in the history of this country. They are the oldest people ever to run for president, breaking by only 4 years the record that they set.
So this is Jon Stewart saying it's too old. Of course, Biden wasn't too old back when they put him in. Oh, no. But now all of a sudden, because he's losing his mind, this is all they've got. They know Biden's a vegetable. All they can do now is say yes, but Trump is too old too now. That's all they got. While all this is playing out, behind the scenes, Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law mysteriously backed up into a pond in a Tesla and died. Yeah. There she is. Deepest condolences with the family, Angela Cho. Trailblazer in the maritime industry, a true friend of the Academy. Just Tesla found in the water at the bottom. Well, that's going on too. Other things. Praying Medic News shows us in a unanimous 9-0 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court just took another step at gutting the administrative state. The court just ruled against the Biden administration in a case revolving around the question of whether or not people can sue federal agencies. While the Biden administration was making the argument that federal agencies were immune from these lawsuits, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected this argument. And they've now opened the door for many more lawsuits to be filed in the near future. Man, that'll be great. Todd Calendar's going to love that one. I've got an interview with him soon. He's going to be interviewing me on his show. Looking forward to doing that soon, and we'll get that out and let you guys know when it's going to play. I'm sure he's going to love this. They're going to be able to continue to go after the government for all that they do and all that they force us to do. As a matter of fact, you guys know Kurt Cobain was definitely revealing a lot of stuff going on with the government. Here's a quote from him in 1993. In the end, I believe my generation will surprise everyone. We already know that both political parties are playing both sides from the middle and will elect a true outsider when we fully mature. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a business tycoon who can't be bought and who does what's right for the people. Someone like Donald Trump, as crazy as that sounds. They were already sharing what they thought was going to happen. All this craziness going on. More and more we're waking up. The more we're catching on to the treason playing out. Yeah. Day after day. Things that are being revealed. Even on the mainstream media. Let's go to another clip on this.
Curating the 2016 Russia collusion hoax by asking foreign intelligence agencies to illegally spy on the Trump campaign.
Lucas Tomlinson in Washington with more. Lucas.
Good early morning, Carly and Todd. This report from Substack citing multiple unnamed sources claims the U.S. intelligence community asked foreign spy agencies to help spy on more than 24 associates of Donald Trump in the run-up to the 2016 election. It reads in part, quote, President Barack Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, had identified 26 Trump associates for the Five Eyes to target. A source confirmed that the IC had identified them as people to bump or make contact with or manipulate. They were targets of our own IC and law enforcement, targets for collection and misinformation. Now, the Five Eyes nations are the U.S., UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Here's one of the reporters, Michael Schellenberger, who spoke to Jesse Waters last night.
If this binder contains what we have been told that it contains, which may include raw intelligence, information showing that the U.S. government, the CIA and the intelligence community of the U.S. government, initiated the Russia collusion hoax, that it did not occur in the way that the official story, including the Durham investigation, had portrayed it, then that's extremely serious information.
The report was released at the same time House conservatives are preparing a bill that would reauthorize Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that allows the government to collect communications from foreigners abroad. And today, the House Rules Committee is set to meet over that FISA reform bill, guys.
Lucas Tomlinson, quite a bombshell. Thank you.
How about that? Just more reporting on the traitor. The one who put the medals around the necks of these guilty parties. And they have pizza around their necks on this meme because they are involved in friends and have been to and visited that nasty island. This island.
Little blurb update today on Epstein. It was showing a photo of him at Disney. He's sitting down at the table, Piglet's behind him. It's him and another guy sitting down, and this guy is holding this girl, like by her arms like this. That same girl is in another photo with Epstein. They're on the plane. She's like she's sleeping, she's laying down, and he's holding her like this. Then, come to find out, Disney sent kids to his island for snorkeling trips for like 9 years.
Snorkeling.
Their cruise ships made stops at his island all the time.
Dude. Yeah. Makes you wonder why they invited everybody to the White House during that time. Why they put these medals of freedom, I guess, around their necks. And yet they were all in the same club. For all to see. Sickening. Sickening. Well, this ought to make you feel a little better. Well, stress may be why you can't lose weight. If you have moderate to high stress, a doctor-formulated weight loss supplement called Lean could be your solution. Chronic stress wreaks havoc on blood sugar, which can cause your body to store excess fat. Stress can also slow your metabolism, which fuels weight gain. And you know all about stress eating and sugar cravings. Now, the good news, the studied ingredients in Lean have been shown to help maintain healthy blood sugar levels, help optimize metabolism, and keep your appetite under control. If your life is a bit stressful and you want to lose weight, add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise lifestyle. Get 15% off and free shipping at takelean.com and enter LT15. That's promo code LT15 at takelean.com, takelean.com. Statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease, and is not substitute or alternative for care from a healthcare provider. Well, folks, we didn't get enough of the Super Bowl. I'm going back to it a little bit just to give you some comms from that. One of the things that I saw was a clip that somebody put together where they're putting into the minds of all the people the UFOs. Here we go.
It's me, America's sweetheart, and I just love having a blast. The Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Having a probe me already blast.
Should we report this? I just twisted on it. This never happened.
Why are you here? State your purpose.
To find a place to rent. I know renters when I see them.
Who is this guy?
It's the top priority when you move to a new city or galaxy. Apartments.com. We can help you get into a lovely 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. I don't want to presume anything. I like these guys. Apartments.com. The place to find a place.
Reports of flying saucers are nothing new.
These are routine sightings, not isolated events.
Are you seeing that? It's spinning. There's a whole swarm of them. Oh my God. They're all against the wind. All against the wind. Oh, look at this. That's 110, 150.
So those that are listening, they keep showing these flat saucers they call UFOs in all these commercials. If you're listening, that's what they're showing in these commercials. Why did they place so many commercials with these green aliens and these saucers? Because they want the minds of the people around the earth that are watching these to ensure that they have this psyop pushed on everyone. Again, they must be preparing the masses because they want you to believe that there are some things from outer space that are going to come at us. Now, I'm going to show you as a reminder once again, because some of you really like these, some of you don't. You get really upset. But they put it in plain sight for us to see in the movies. That's right, they do. Here's some of the some of the information we have, just like they had in Shazam. Shazam can't get through the firmament. It's hard rock. We saw this in the movie. He's trying to bang through the firmament. He can't get through. If you guys do your research, you'll find the government documents showing that they can't get through. They show you hitting the glass ceiling. On The Simpsons, they hit a baseball. He hit the glass ceiling and the water falls through into the entire stadium. They show you another one where you've got this complete dome shell over a surface of the earth. They show you over and over hitting another baseball through the firmament with the water. You have another guy trying to get through the firmament for pizza and tries to blow it up. It doesn't work. You got Alex Picard commercial from Hennessy showing you once again as he's trying to go. He actually wrote a book and he said that his capsule filled with water when he shot his balloon up to the firmament. His capsule filled with water. He hit water at the very top. But what they're going to tell us in the movies, they show King Kong throwing a javelin. He hits the, ready? The firmament. And you can say, oh, those are just movies. Yeah, they're going to put them in the movies over and over again to show us what's really going on. So because they don't want you to believe it, they're going to make you say, oh, that's just a bunch of hogwash. It's in the movies. It's not real. If all this is true, then how can these flying saucers with these beings, these aliens, and I've showed you over and over again what they really are, demons. These demons like to go after our children. Pride Parade in Spain features small girls dancing while wearing BDSM outfits and stickers on their chests, on their nipples. Yeah. There they are. Going after our children. Evil, some of them as young as 6 years old, paraded through the streets. The good news about all this in the future for our country would be Representative Bruce Skog, who co-sponsored a bill along with Josh Turner, said that House Bill 515 is designed to give the steepest penalty to the most heinous of crimes committed against children, 11 years old of age and younger. HB 515 would be in line with that of first-degree murder. Here we go.
Penalty for individuals convicted of certain sex. Meanwhile, a controversial bill that would allow the death penalty for individuals convicted of certain sex crimes against preteen children passed the Idaho House. Representative Bruce Skog, a Republican from Napa, who co-sponsored the bill, along with Representative Josh Tanner of Eagle, said that House Bill 515 is designed to give the steepest penalties to the most heinous of crimes committed against children 11 years of age and younger, and that the penalties would be in line with that of first-degree murder.
There is a deep, dark side in our culture, and it's our job to protect the children. There are times when things are so wicked that retribution is appropriate. It would be very rare that this case would happen, but it will happen. And I say to you that when you see that case, you read about it in the newspaper, you're going to say, this is the one case that this needs to happen.
Now, the bill's sponsors say their hope is that the U.S. Supreme Court will review the Idaho bill if it becomes law and therefore issue a ruling that would expand the eligibility for the death penalty.
How about that in Idaho? How could this be applied nationwide? There's hope that this becomes law. The U.S. Supreme Court will review the Idaho bill, issue a ruling that would expand the whole thing to every single state. You mess with our children, you're done. What else do we have? More stuff in circles out of the Super Bowl. I'll show you that in a minute. First, just a reminder of what's going on with the Dow.
Brand new numbers on the economy this morning sending markets lower. The U.S. stock market taking a significant hit at this hour, down 700 points. The Dow, it's almost a 2% drop. It's worst day in a year.
Worst day in a year. We've had all these warnings and more. We talked about the bank problems unveiled with Dr. Kirk Elliott, Federal Reserve requirements, silver and gold. more and more. You can just reach out to him at andweknow.com/gold. But just want to remind you, if you missed that interview, it is absolutely brilliant. We covered an awful lot. And I've showed you before Edward Griffin explaining what the Federal Service Reserve System actually is. A lot of folks have no idea.
Well, you asked the question in your book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, what is the Federal Reserve, and what is your answer?
Well, what it is, it's a cartel. It's not a government agency. It has the appearance of it being a government agency, and they went to great lengths to give it that facade. It does have the power of government because Congress voted to give the power of enforcement to it. But in its essence, underneath it, it's a cartel. It's nothing different than a banana cartel or an oil cartel or sugar cartel. It happens to be a banking cartel. They got together, they drew up the rules and regulations for their own industry, to self-regulate their own industry is what cartels do. And then they sent it to Congress, and they took off the label at the top that said banking cartel, and they erased that, and they said Federal Reserve Act. Congress passed a law, and that's why we think it's a government agency, is because if you don't obey the rules that they set down for their own industry, you go to prison. And so it looks like a government agency. But basically, the answer to your question is it's a banking cartel.
Banking cartel. All these cartels, these evil ones and more, they're going to go down. Here's a clip that President Trump played recently.
We have it documented. We have it in texts. We have it in all sorts of forms. They knew about it. It was a terrible thing. Should have never happened and should never be allowed to happen again to a president. This should never happen again. This was a setup like we've never seen. I think it's the political crime of the century. And they've been caught. So let's see what happens to them all.
Yep, that great reminder was posted for all of us to see. Grasshopper jumped on it right away. Dan Scavino was the one that posted that video as a reminder for all of us. Brilliant. Brilliant how this is all played out. I'm showing it to you on the screen. I'll read it. Posting a 25-second clip at 22:23 on February 12th, Trump saying on August 10th, 2020, we have it all. 2-year Delta upcoming, the 6-year Delta. They never thought she would lose. Now they all lose. They never thought Hillary was going to lose. Now they're all gone. Making a 4-year Delta with the drop, 3860. Haven't you figured it out yet? It's not about Trump's corruption. It's about making sure you don't find out about their corruption, the evil ones. There's a presidential alert timestamp. Trump's alerting the Americans in that clip. Follow up to the last post. This all has meaning. Everything stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof will begin 11.3. Do you not think something's going on? Some folks even believe that the Super Bowl halftime show even showed TikTok. Clock's coming. They're about to be taken down. Instead of the negative side, some believe it's the positive side of the Super Bowl.
Yes, let's talk about the clock. So I actually didn't watch the Super Bowl, but believe me, everybody's hands were on deck sending me all the information. So Usher performed with a clock in the center, which eventually, oh my God, a hummingbird just flew right in front of me, which eventually starts burning up in flames like this. So you guys saw the Jennifer Coolidge commercial where the clock is ticking in the background.
Wait, are you a robot?
And we also had Taylor Swift wearing a clock necklace at the Grammys. So what's up with all the clocks? Tick-tock, time is up. Time has run up on Hollywood, the veil, everything has to be exposed, which is why there was so much disclosure at the Super Bowl. On top of that, we've got this list showing that everything that happened in 2020 is happening again in 2024. Proof, again, that we're just in a cycle. We're in a loop, but the time has run up. The veil has lifted. Everything has been exposed, and it's time everybody awakens and sees it for what it is.
You see it for what it is. The devil uses these puppets to lead you to hell. Stop listening to them. folks still listen to them.
You heard the crazy conspiracy theory that with every massive stadium tour going on right now, that there are a lot of demonic messages being unwillfully taken in by the huge crowds every night? At Beyonce's Stadium Renaissance World Tour, there's a scary interlude that takes fans by surprise that begins with a portal hypnosis, as if to control you and draw you in. Then it gets scary when messages like, whoever controls the media controls the mind, pop up on the screen. Then it's terrifying when mind control messages pop up on the screen in between placements of Beyonce's face and a picture of a human in a submissive, worshipy pose. Fans were saying they were getting so uncomfortable during this part they were looking away. Second, the known suspected Satanist The Weeknd was so shameless and blatantly, for no reason, flashed Satan's name on the Jumbotron at his stadium concert. He's not even hiding his affinity for Satan at this point.
So we talked about all of this. We showed you even Taylor Swift's demonic videos playing out. And I'll go to Taylor, something exposed by that many people are sharing about her and her family past.
To all you Swifties out there, don't come for me. I'm just joshing. That's not Taylor Swift. That's the former high priestess of the Church of Satan, who looks a lot like Taylor Swift. That's pretty ironic, right? Because it's not like this is a coven of witches, right? Choose lyrics.
So the lyrics say, wait for the signal, they'll meet you after. This is on Taylor Swift's very witchy stadium setup for her concerts with the witchcraft that's going on in the woods, the nastiness, the evil. And while that's playing out, Taylor Swift has this shown as people are actually starting to scream out something.
Someone posted this online. Someone else was thinking the same thing.
The worst part is she commented twice and she says, is this the new 1, 2, 3, let's go B? So she's saying, is summon the demons the new crowd chant that they say when she does this witchcraft ritual?
Now to any supporters, I know I already posted.
So they were basically crying out some of the demons at those concerts now for Taylor. Why do you think they have so many eyes on her? Why do they have her at the Super Bowl? Why do they keep showing her over and over again to get more eyes over to witchcraft, to demonic activity? Because they are losing ground and they need everything they can to get those eyes over. It causes all types of evil behavior in people. These demons fool the minds. Satan tricks the minds. He's a liar. He's the father of lies. Daisy Strongen actually came out to tell everybody, if only I had somehow go back in time to 2018 and show myself these photos. They're not happy tears. She's with a baby feeding formula. This is the first feeding for the little baby that she had, 40 minutes old. I know breastfeeding does not work for every woman, but the hopelessness of my situation's hitting me hard this time. Why? Somebody asks. I went insane. I had my chest cut off. Why? Because she was coerced into transgenderism and now she regrets it. The father of lies gets a hold of him, but as we continue to go through this, the lies played out for people who got their jabs. Another Canadian MMA star, Ashley Nichols, tragically passes away just 3 weeks before next scheduled fight. That's all they say. They said just passes away. They never give the clear reasons why. They just say pass away. France has passed a new law which will send you to jail for 3 years if you criticize the mRNA COVID jab, the gene therapy shot. Yeah, that law passed quietly, secretly through. Satan doesn't want to be exposed at all in any form or fashion. As a matter of fact, he uses TV shows to make fun of those who belong to the Bible. They're now kicking the Bible.
Would you like to kick or receive the Bible?
I will receive. Tom wins the toss, chooses to receive the Bible. Patterson back with the kick. Oh my goodness! Is that a touchback? Can you even get a touchback?
First time.
They're kicking the Bible now. I have no idea where this is coming from. I don't know if you guys know who this is, but if this is a church, then you need to have a talk with them because this is downright evil. That is sick that they would even do that. They need prayer. They need somebody to walk up to them and let them know, look, we've had enough. We've also had enough on our borders. I'm going to share this real quick and then we'll close.
Why are they letting it happen? Why do you think the government is allowing the border to be so porous? And why are they resisting when Texas tries to do something about it?
Well, I always worry when we're trying to understand what's happening and the information is not being shared with us. You have to ask yourself the question of how many separate things are in play, right? Before I went to Panama, I thought there was a migration of people. Now I think there are two. One of them's clearly a migration, and the other one could well be an invasion. So if I know that there are two things, then I can put them in two categories, and I can ask myself the question, why is this being allowed and why is that being allowed? The consensus, maybe consensus is too strong, but the belief amongst many who have been on the story of the migration for years now is that this is a ploy to create voters, Democratic voters. And I don't think that's impossible. I think that's probably playing a role. I don't know how realistic it is. I don't know whether or not it is clear that migrants necessarily carry the likelihood of voting blue that the blue team imagines. But anyway, I think that that's a plausible explanation in part, but I don't think it really covers it. There are other hypotheses that are darker. There is talk about the possibility of trading citizenship for military service. I think that's a very frightening prospect, but I didn't invent the idea. It has been discussed, and the problem is that to the extent that we saw things like the vaccine mandate drive out the skeptics from the military, this process would also bring in a lot of people into military service who would have more reason to follow immoral orders than a citizen soldier who had been American their whole life.
That's right. So if you join the military and you get out because you know immorally it's wrong to force you to put these jabs into your body, well, let's put the people in that will actually do what they're told. And then when it comes to taking out the Americans, if they have to try to use the United Nations and join them all together and say, attack the Americans, these folks who have podcasts, these folks who stand for MAGA, these folks who are just pro free speech and more. Well, let's get rid of them. So we're going to reuse our military, the ones that in America, the ones that are actually not from America or have the American values. We'll put the American uniforms on them, and then we'll just use them because they'll actually do what they're told. Again, taking us to the precipice, taking us to the very edge where we wonder what's gone wrong with our country and more. Elon Musk, amazing that some people still think the news is real. It's amazing. They're lying to us, the mainstream media. We've caught on to them using this channel and more. We know the manipulation of the mind that they use. We understand that they're doing everything they can to steal, kill, and destroy us. And we're all working together to stay in touch, love each other, share the truth, and help those that are in need. Strengthen one another, right? So we get to the close of this. I wanted to quote a verse, Revelation 17:14. These will wage war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them, because he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and those who are with him are the called and chosen and faithful. Was with some new folks as I'm traveling and heard something very refreshing once again. All that's going on the earth, I stay close to the King of Kings, and I know he'll get me through. I needed that reminder. Sometimes we get so caught up in everything that's going on, all of the drops, all of the information flowing in and out. And we have a duty as believers in Christ, I believe, to stand up and use the gifts that are given to us to support the areas that we live in, to be a light in the darkness, to get involved in our local school boards, get involved in our local town hall meetings, and more. Bring light to the darkness. Help out where we can. Run for election. Help with the voting. Help with areas where people actually need guidance and direction and prayer. And I've shared this before, and I'll share it again before we end. I spent 6 to 7 days a week, guys, inside of a tiny building, doing Bible studies, which are good, praying with one another, which are great. I spent very little time trying to find out what was going on in the local towns when I was in the Marine Corps, everywhere we moved every 3 years, to see where I could help and support. And I should have. I should have taken everything I learned inside that building and taken it out to the community and used it to not only share Christ, but to get involved. Be with people that need help and support and love and guidance. Most of you are probably doing that because you're wonderful people. But let's just remember that as we move forward, okay? Here we go.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much once again for all that you say and do for us through your word. We ask for your continued guidance as we go through this spiritual war and these things that we're involved in every single day. We ask that you continue to protect those that are on the front lines, protect our families from the enemy who wants to destroy us and more. We are so grateful for all that you do in and through our lives. You are an amazing God, and we just worship you. And we ask that we continue to worship in spirit and in truth. We ask all this in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. We hope that you hit that follow button, the subscribe button, and share and more. And thank you so much for your love and support and your prayers. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with Them We Know, signing out.
All right, that was San Reno with LT. Gonna get right on to our next one because I'm going to be running short on time here pretty soon. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Part A, X22. We'll hit B right afterwards.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3283 AM. Today's date is February 15th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Fake News Begins Rate Cut Narrative. Trump makes his move. Maganomics versus Bidenomics. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. To look at the banks, you think there was nothing wrong, but look under the hood and it's a mess. Everyone's getting itchy feet. Commercial property, car loan, credit cards.
Yeah, it's fast forwarding
Get
the
Noble Investments on
commercial.
your side. So even if the banks crash again, you'll be okay. They'll talk to you about keeping safe with precious metals. Their experts are waiting right now to offer you a free quarter ounce gold standard coin if you qualify. Act now before it's too late. Visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. The only gold company I trust. Or click the link in the description. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, well, their plan isn't going the way they thought it was going to go. They never expected the people to see their entire plan, but the people are seeing it, and the people are starting to understand that, hey, this whole entire push into the Green New Scam, the Great Reset, have central bank digital currency as the currency of the world. Well, the people are understanding that this isn't going to work for them. And the people are pushing back. And of course, the deep state players, the central bank, they never expected the people to be awake. They never expected the people to see all this happening. And now the people are seeing, and it's causing major, major problems. And you could see the EV market isn't going the way they thought. The companies that were pushing the EV market, well, it's not going the way they thought it was going to go. We see many countries now in a recession, many other countries now heading towards a recession. We see that inflation didn't go away, and we see that Trump is making his move. Now, I do believe what Trump is going to do as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, he's going to continually point out the differences. Look at Bidenomics, look at Maganomics. Can you see the difference? You can't see the difference? Well, just wait. You're going to see the difference as we move towards the presidential election, because what are you going to see? You're going to see higher fuel costs. You're going to see inflation. You're going to see the market start to come down a little bit. I do believe there's going to be a major market correction as we move forward. And you're going to see companies start to panic because they're going to be laying off a lot of people. Now, this is a terrible thing, but people are going to see it. People are going to wake up, and people are going to definitely see the difference between Bidenomics and Maganomics. And Trump, he's already letting everyone know. Look at the difference. Can you see it? And we'll be talking about that in just a sec. But let's look at the companies now with the Green New Scam, because major American financial institutions, they are now withdrawing from the Global Climate Investment Org. And this is a huge blow to the green agenda. So when you look, what do you see? You see JP Morgan Asset Management and State Street Global Advisors. They will not be renewing the membership in Climate Action 100 Plus, a coalition of investors and asset managers with a combined $68 trillion under management that pushes corporations to reduce emissions and adopt climate risk disclosure practices. So, yes, there are still companies in this organization, but as everything starts to break down, you're going to see many more to say, I think we're done here. Just like there are certain financial institutions, they are now backing out of ESG. Because why? People now can see the truth of the matter. Remember, none of this was supposed to happen while the people were awake. None of this was supposed to happen when people could see exactly what was going on and they can question everything. All of this was supposed to be happening when people were afraid and scared of their house because of the pandemic, or if there was a war. Now, yes, the pandemic didn't work and they're pushing for war, and this is why they're doing this. But the people, since they were awake now and they're living their everyday lives, they can see the truth of the matter. So when the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum tries to push war, the people will understand that this is the direction we shouldn't go. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, what they're going to do is they're going to cancel their entire war plans with peace. And Trump has mentioned this many, many times before. But we could see as we move down this path, we know the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're going to be bringing us into the Great Reset. This is their main mission. Is it going to work? Absolutely not. But to get there, what do they got to do? They got to destroy their old system. And that's what you're experiencing right now. And you could see there are many, many countries now in a recession. Genevieve Roque-Decter put this out on X and said, countries officially in recession: UK, Japan, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Luxembourg, Moldova, Peru, Ireland. Who's next? China, Germany, and Canada? Well, I do believe Germany is already in a recession. Yes, they might be revising the numbers, trying to convince people that they're not. But pretty much the officials in Germany, they're already screaming out there saying, yeah, we have major, major problems. Manufacturing is dead in the water. EVs aren't selling. Things aren't looking too good. If you look at Canada, that's another disaster. And you could see that people can't afford anything. Real estate's completely out of control. Food prices are out of control. And they're in a huge amount of debt. So I do believe we're going to see many countries around the world move into that recession slot. And yes, eventually what's going to happen is you're going to see the United States in that same position. Now, I do believe the U.S. is already in a recession. I don't mean a deep recession, but we're in a recession. And I do believe it's going to get worse and worse as we move forward and get closer and closer to the 2024 elections. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're going to be using this against the deep state, the central bank, and the World Economic Forum. And you could see throughout this entire process, where Trump made the country look incredible by lowering inflation, by lowering energy costs because we became energy independent, by creating a lot more jobs. What happened after COVID was that the jobs that Trump created, well, Biden, when the economy opened up during Biden's time, the people just went back to those jobs. But what Biden did, he decided to replace the American worker with a foreign-born worker, which is an illegal. The Center for Immigration Studies put this out on X and said, all employment growth has gone to the foreign-born. 183,000 fewer U.S.-born Americans are working than in 2019 before COVID. Yet the number of immigrants, legal and illegal, working is up to 2.9 million over 2019. So last year it was reported month after month that foreign-born workers were taking all the jobs away from native-born Americans, and the native-born Americans, they lost their jobs. 1.2 million native-born Americans lost their jobs in August. 771,000 foreign-born workers replaced them. And you could see this is part of their agenda, to replace the American people with the illegals. Because how do you make the country a third world nation? How do you get people to accept lower wages? Well, this is how you do it. And how do you steal the jobs from the American people? This is how you do it. And you can see that they're already prepping this country. But again, the people see it happening. The people are getting pissed off. The people are getting very angry. And the people are understanding that if we continue down this track with this economy, the way it's operating today, it's going to be a complete and utter disaster. And we could see after the holiday season, retail sales, well, they're not doing too good right now. U.S. retail sales, they have plunged in January, and they were expected to decline just by like around 0.2%, but it looks like they are now down by 0.8%. And the drag on the year-to-year retail sales are down 0.6%. And the calculation, the numbers of December, they were revised, and we can see that things now are getting worse as time goes on, and they continually have to play with all these numbers to make it look like everything is fine. But again, inflation never went away. Inflation is here to stay. Just because the inflation rate comes down doesn't mean inflation goes away, because remember, inflation is cumulative. So it's just going to get worse and worse, maybe at a slower pace, but it's going to continue to get worse and worse. And everything that Biden has done, it doesn't disappear. EJ Antoni, PhD, put this out on X and said, let's talk about protecting our wealth. To look at the banks, you think there was nothing wrong, but look under the hood and it's a mess. Everyone's getting itchy feet. Commercial property, car loans, credit cards at all-time highs. Why chance it for a 3% return? Get Noble Gold Investments on your side, so even if the banks crash again, you'll be okay. They'll talk to you about keeping safe with precious metals. Their experts are waiting right now to offer you a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin if you qualify. Act now before it's too late. Visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust, or click the link in the description. Here's the CPA on today's dumpster fire of a report. Inflation isn't dead. You're 6,800 poor because of it. And it's poised to get much worse next year. And it will continue to get worse. And you can see the fake news. They're trying to get ahead of all of this and convince the people that everything is fine. The Wall Street Journal put this out and said, breaking, inflation cooled to 3.1% in January, while underlying prices ticked up slightly more than expected. The New York Times put this out. Breaking, U.S. consumer prices rose 3.1% in the year through January, cooling less than expected. So it makes it sound like inflation's under control and everything's fine. Wall Street Silver responded to this and said, interesting the way the corporate news media framed the inflation report. So higher inflation is lower inflation and hot reading is cooling. Do you think they use this type of loaded language on every story? Absolutely. They're trying to gaslight the people. They're trying to convince the people, don't worry, everything is fine. This is not going to work because it's going to get worse and worse. And the problem with all of this is that the everyday person that's making a living on a fixed income, has their bills, goes food shopping, they see it firsthand. You know when you have more in your pocket or less in your pocket, you can see your homeowners go up. You can see the auto insurance go up. You could see food prices moving up. You know when you're spending a lot more than what they're saying. So this entire argument isn't going to work. So what is the fake news doing? What is the Deep State Central Bank World Economic Forum doing? Well, they're going to give you different solutions to this problem. And one of them is maybe you should start skipping meals. The Wall Street Journal put this out and said, to save money, maybe you should skip breakfast. So now they're telling everyone, go ahead, it's fine. Everything is great. You see, inflation's really not there, but if you're still struggling, just don't eat. So once again, do you think the people are going to notice this? You think the people are going to understand? Wait a minute, don't eat. Don't eat breakfast. Next thing you say, don't eat lunch. Just eat one meal a day. Soon they'll say, don't eat any meals, eat bugs. I mean, that's how it works, doesn't it? And you can see they're already building this narrative. And you could see with inflation moving up right now, the Fed isn't going to cut rates. And I do believe they have calculated this to hold the Fed off because they don't want the Fed to do this too soon. They want the Fed to do this most likely in the summer. But what they're going to do is they're going to build the narrative of why the Fed should cut rates. And we can see right now that's exactly what Business Insider is doing. The headline on this article is the risk of recession could flare up in the Fed if the Fed waits too long to cut rates. So basically, if the Fed waits too long to cut rates, we're going to be heading into a recession. By the way, I do believe we're already in a recession. And I do believe the recession is going to get worse. What they're really saying is, hey, the Fed is going to be cutting rates soon to stop the recession. Are you guys okay with that? That's what they want to convince the people of. Don't worry about inflation, because if they don't cut the rates, we're going to be heading into a recession, because they know that the inflation rate is going to lose control. They're going to lose control over it. People are going to notice that inflation is really starting to move up. So they won't be able to use the story that, oh, wait, the Fed is waiting for inflation to come down. The job market, it has to be good. So now they're just going to use the excuse that if they don't do it, we'll be in a recession. No matter what they do, we're already going to be in a recession, because we are, and the recession's going to get a lot worse. So you can see they're already building up to this. But you can see there are certain states that are now taking precautions. They're putting in insurance policies to make sure that people have a way out of the fiat currency, because when inflation hits, what happens? The value of the currency declines very, very rapidly. And Bitcoin put this out on Telegram, by the way, and it says the state of Missouri passes a bill out of committee to protect your fundamental right to buy, self-custody, and mine Bitcoin, which, again, will help people. And Trump, with the economy breaking down, with the economy heading into a deep recession, most likely a depression, Trump, he has made his move to show the people, look at the difference. Look at Biden's economic policies. Look at my economic policies. You can really see the difference right now. We were energy independent. The economy was good. You had more money in your pocket. Now look at Biden. And he's pointing to Rasheed Walters' Substack, and it's Maganomics versus Bidenomics. So you can definitely see the difference now. And let me just read a portion of this article. When Trump became the 45th president of the United States and nationalized our globalized and stagnated economy, the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement was Trump's replacement for the disaster known as NAFTA. USMCA is projected to bring in 170,000 jobs, 70 billion gain to U.S. GDP, and 2.2 billion increase to U.S. agricultural exports by 2026. As a check on China's monopoly and unfair trade relationship with the United States, the Phase 1 China trade deal was another great deal that Trump delivered to the American people. As part of the agreement, China committed to buying $200 billion in U.S. goods and services over a 2-year period starting from January 1st, 2020 until December 31st, 2021. This would have decreased the U.S. trade deficit with China by 54%, making it historic. Unfortunately, due to Biden's weakness and refusal to honor the Phase 1 trade deal of Trump, China failed to purchase the remaining 49% of what they had pledged to purchase. Even with all the great trade deals and stock market performances, Maganomics' crowning achievement was making the United States energy independent through the opening of federal leases to oil and gas corporations, which encouraged greater drilling and fracking. Under Bush, Obama, Biden, the average gas price was $3.30, $3.68, and $4.06 during their respective tenure. In contrast, with an average gas price of $2.81 per gallon, Trump's presidency had the lowest gas prices of all three presidents. Swiftly undoing Trump's energy policies, Biden halted all federal oil and gas leases, including Lease 261, a 73 million acre stretch of Gulf of Mexico water that was scheduled to be leased to oil corporations before Biden took office. Biden also promptly revoked the Keystone XL pipeline and recently blocked oil drilling on 10 million acres in Alaska, including leases Trump sold. Due to the anti-fossil fuel policies of Bidenomics, there has been a 40-year historical high rate of inflation, driving up the cost of food by 18%, gas by 52%, and energy by 38%. Sadly, Bidenomics is a gift that keeps on giving, and illegal immigration is the worst part of it all. Biden's open border policies and lack of action on illegal immigration will seriously harm the United States' already fragile economy. The mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, who is a Democrat, estimates illegal immigration will cost New Yorkers $12 billion by 2025 and will destroy the city. Bidenomics will keep America wallets empty, 401ks in danger, energy prices skyrocketing, and illegal immigration financially depressing the American economy. Maganomics will ensure that 401ks are secure, energy costs are low, trade deals are fair, and American wallets are full. And I do believe the people of this country, they're definitely seeing the difference now. And as we move throughout this year and we get closer and closer to the presidential election, more and more people are going to notice this. Why? Because people, sadly, are going to be laid off. People are going to struggle. And people are going to hit the economic precipice, which means that people, they will see the difference. And that's what this is all about. It's about waking the American people up, showing the people, look, these people don't have your best interest at heart. They don't want a strong economy. They don't want you to have money. They want to bring you into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And the only way to do this is destroy your way of life. Trump, on the other hand, wants everyone to do well, wants America to do well, and he wants America to be great again. He wants the economy to be great again. And he has proven to the people that's what his agenda is. And he's proven that Biden and all the others, fake news and everything else, they want the opposite. Because remember, he didn't tell people this. He showed people this. And the people are going to see a lot more. And I do believe in the end, the people are going to be with him. And if the people are with him, which I do believe they will be, it will make it a lot easier to move away from the deep state, the World Economic Forum, and the central bank. And it will make it a lot easier to do what needs to be done. And I do believe we're going to be going back to the Constitution. I do believe we're going to take a closer look at the Fed. I do believe the Fed's going to be restructured into the Treasury, and the central bank will cease to exist. And this will spread around the world because the rest of the world will be on board because they'll be watching the United States. And when they see what's happening, they'll say, you know something, we need to do the same thing. And the people, they will push this very hard. And with the people pushing this, this will bring down the central bank system. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
And as usual, I'm just going to go ahead and stop that outro because we're going right into the intro of B right now. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Aiden. This episode 3283 BN. Today's date is February 15th, 2024, and the title of the episode is The Door Has Been Opened. All roads lead to Barack Obama. FISA brings down the House. Talk about our health. If your New Year's resolution is about health or fitness, you're not alone. A recent study reveals 50% of Americans want to improve their fitness by exercising more this New Year's and more specifically, control their weight. What most people often forget, though, is that weight is more easily controlled in the kitchen, not the gym. That's why myself, along with thousands of people, are starting to use the amazing supplement to help control their weight. It helps control appetite, manage excess weight, reduce fat, control cravings, and increase energy by using unique science-backed ingredients formulated by reducing body weight. The super nutrients inside of it help reduce fat mass, weight circumference, while also increasing lean body mass, all of which is helping countless people reach their New Year's goals. You can experience the incredible benefits at an exclusive 51% discount. Plus, you'll get 5 bonuses like free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled The Top 10 Food That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Don't miss out on this incredible offer by going to trimwithx22.com. Once again, that is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description.
Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, it looks like they're definitely heading down the path the Patriots set for them. Because once again, we're already starting to see the narrative build for Barack Obama. Now, remember, Trump has been saying from the very, very beginning that Barack Obama, the intelligence crew, they have been spying on his campaign. And now the information has come out. It has opened the door, and people are starting to hear this for the first time. Now, is it really the first time? No, of course not. We heard this back in 2017, 2018. Trump continually told the people that Obama was spying on his campaign. But once again, he can tell them over and over and over, but are the people going to believe? No, absolutely not. But he did put it on record, so when the truth comes out, people will go, holy crap, he was right again. And again, sometimes you got to show the people, and it looks like everything that was done back in 2016, 2017, 2018, moving forward, where they were spying on his campaign, all of this is going to be coming out very, very soon. I do believe all roads lead to Obama, and I do believe they're building the narrative right now. And when I say they, I'm talking about the Patriots. They're building the narrative right now because, remember, the deep state players, the Ds, they are prepared and ready to bring in their other candidate. And I do believe when Biden gets the nominee, that's when they're going, I don't mean on that day, but they're going to make the swap, and they're going to bring in Michelle Obama, which means Barack Obama is fair game, which I do believe what they're doing right now is they're going to build the narrative over these many, many months. They show the people, look what Barack Obama has done. And I do believe this is going to set everything up. And yes, you're going to see a lot of information come out about Obama, the Ds, the intelligence organization, and you're going to hear a lot about FISA, how they illegally got FISAs, how they illegally spied on people, and actually how they created this coup. Because remember, all of this revolves around the coup that they had. And it was orchestrated by the Ds. It was orchestrated by Barack Obama. It was orchestrated by the intelligence organizations. It was organized, and they carried out the actual coup. And that coup happened in 2020. And leading up to that, they put many different safeguards into place to get rid of Trump. One of them was Crossfire Hurricane, which completely and utterly failed, which led to them cheating in the election and overthrowing the government, overthrowing the duly elected president. And yes, when the information comes out about the FISA, who was involved in this, FISA is going to bring down the House. Remember, on one side, Trump has the ability to force the rhinos out. They can retire. They can say they're not running for election, and those people can be replaced. The other side, the Ds, it's a little bit more difficult because he's not in that party, which means he has to expose that party and show those individuals who are criminal, who are treasonous to this country. And it started out with Biden. People needed to understand that, yes, he was running a criminal organization. He had shell companies. He was money laundering. He was dealing with foreign countries. He was a national security threat. And all this was happening under Obama's watch. You really don't think Obama knew anything about this? Of course he did. But again, how do you make the people believe? You need to bring the people in very, very slowly. You need to convince the people, because just telling them just wouldn't work. So people now can see this, and it's getting worse and worse for Biden. And we can see James Comer is digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and he's finding out more information on how he was giving money to his grandchildren. They were sending it back. And yes, it's going to get a lot worse. I do believe all this is being done because it's going to show that Obama knew about all of this. And we're going to learn about a lot more from Barack Obama, how he orchestrated this entire 16-year plan, how he was the conductor, and how he was spying on Trump, how he was conducting all these different agencies to remove Trump from the very, very beginning. And we're going to see that he has not stopped at all. And I do believe people are going to be absolutely shocked when they see how much comes out against Barack Obama. But I do believe this is just the beginning. The door has been open. And yes, the deep state players, they are now planning their attacks. And yes, these attacks will be based on information. These attacks will be physical, but they are planning their attacks. And we can see they're already making their moves for a communication blackout, and they're pushing pretty much everything they possibly can at Trump right now. But I do believe in the end, all of this is going to fail, because I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're in control. I think Trump took control of the country back in 2020. The military took control because there was an insurrection against the president of the United States, and that president was not Biden, it was Trump. So the FBI, the DOJ, the Capitol Police, the deep state players, yes, they went ahead and they overthrew the United States government. And I do believe Trump took control of the country at that point, and now he has been pushing the deep state players to exactly where he wants them to go, because he wants to expose all their crimes, just like the crimes that Biden has committed was exposed to the people. People might not believe, but as more and more information comes out, it's convincing a lot more people. Now, this is going to lead into the Obamas. And yes, this is going to be a shock to the world. It's going to be a shock to those Ds that have been looking at Obama saying, look, he's perfect. He had no scandals whatsoever. Wait until they find out exactly what he did. And yes, these people, they might have a little bit of a nervous breakdown. But I do believe in the end, this is one way to unite the people. And while this is going on, think about it. The economy will be failing. There will be events in this country, and we'll be heading towards war. And as people learn about the Obamas and they see everything that is happening in here, and they see the open borders, they're going to start to understand what was really going on and what their agenda truly is and who's been conducting all of this. That's what this is all about. Remember, Trump needs to show the people the truth. Remember, all of this is based on the 2024 election. Go all the way back to 2016. This was always based on the 2024 election. And yes, to actually go against their 16-year plan, Trump had to put together an 8-year plan to counter the 16-year plan. And that's why he put everything in place. Because remember, in the end, he could have marched in with the military. He could have had a military coup. But what do you think the reaction of the deep state would be? Do you think they'd be sitting there going, oh, okay, look, the military's coming to get us. I guess we're done for. No, they would have had their operatives, their foot soldiers, do something horrible. You don't think they would set off a small nuke someplace or multiple nukes? You don't think they would actually destroy the country? Of course they would, because their allegiance is not to this country. Their allegiance is to them and those who are orchestrating all of this. So once again, Trump didn't want to take this path because a lot of people would have gotten hurt. He decided, you know something, let's follow the Constitution. Let's follow the rule of law. Let the people decide. Let's show the people. Let's be transparent so the people understand exactly who is causing this pain. Let the people see it firsthand. Because, of course, Trump is sitting there going, I could tell the people. I mean, I got all the classified information. I see it all. I can tell them everything. But the people aren't going to really believe me. So I need to show them. I need to show them the truth. I need them to understand what is really going on here. And as the people witness this, as people see this, that's when people wake up. That's when people say, holy crap, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is true. And when they see more and more and more, because remember, the drip method works very, very well because you drip information out. The fake news covers it. The corrupt politicians spin it. And then more information comes out, which counters their spin and their lies. That's how you wake people up. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yes, they're going to have distractions. Yes, they're going to have events. But people are catching on. They're understanding this is how the deep state makes their moves. This is how the deep state tries to cover up and protect themselves. And I think in the end, when people see this all play out, people are really going to start to understand, especially when they go back in time and they hear Trump talking about all of this. And I do believe this is why he did all of this, even though the fake news laughed at him, even though the fake news said, no, this isn't true. The D said this isn't true. Because now when you go back in time and you start to play all these clips of what Trump was saying, people are starting to believe. And yes, it's a little bit harder with the D's, but I do believe we're going to get there. And it's going to be a complete and utter disaster for the D's, because remember, when they learn what Obama did to Trump, when they learn how they lied to the FISA judges, when they learn how they spied on a political candidate, then the president, and then they overthrew the United States government because they had to cheat the election, and now they're bringing us to war to cover up all their crimes. What do you think the people of this country are going to do? They're going to sit here going, oh my God, treason. That's what I see, and I don't want to go to war. That's what this is all about. That's where all this is headed. And yes, I do believe the people are going to get it. But again, along the way, what is the deep state going to do? They're going to try to control information. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Because what's very interesting is that CBS News, they let go Catherine Herridge. Now, think about this. They laid off 800 jobs, and they laid off one of the best journalists on CBS. Well, General Flynn responded to this and said, CBS just destroyed themselves. CBS Herridge remains one of the finest investigative journalists of modern times. To fire her is a sign they are about to burn down themselves. Good riddance, CBS. Now, think about it. Did they get rid of Tucker Carlson from Fox? Why would they do that? The biggest name had the biggest audience. He was the driving force on Fox. They decided to get rid of him. Why did they get rid of Herridge? Because I do believe they're prepared and they're getting ready to control information. And they can't have these people actually doing investigative reporting. They need the idiots, the stupid people in there to repeat what they want repeated. And that's exactly what they're preparing for. And we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later, because Soros just made a major move to control information and communications. I feel like there's a communication blackout coming very, very soon. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see the deep state players, the Ds, they're making their move to take back control of the House. And this is why they got rid of Santos. And what did they do? They replaced Santos with a Democrat, which is Thomas Sauzi, and he won the New York congressional seat vacated by George Santos. Now, remember, George Santos was not convicted of anything. They decided to make a move and remove him, like almost the first time you've ever seen that. But we could see there are many rhinos now that are not seeking re-election. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're now showing these people, if you're part of the rhino system, your days are numbered. And you could see that a lot of these people, they're not seeking re-election. And yes, Trump has the ability to remove these people and showing them that they're not going to have control anymore. And these people aren't going to seek re-election. But the Ds, they're going to be a different story. The Ds, the people need to see the truth and how criminal they really are. And we see that Mark Green, who's a Republican, he decided that he's going to retire from Congress. And I do believe we're going to see a lot more people. But you can see the Biden administration and Joe Biden, they are now panicking over all this information coming out about Joe Biden. I do believe they want Joe Biden to last long enough to get nominated, and that's when they'll start to push their agenda to remove him. And this is why you can see Schumer, Hillary Clinton, the fake news, the White House press secretary, they all have the same 4 a.m. talking points, that he's sharp. He knows exactly what's going on. He's an incredible leader. I do believe this is going to start to turn around because, again, they're all on the same page. And you can see that they're pushing this long enough for Biden to get nominated so they can sneak someone in. Remember, they don't want anyone else to be the nominee. They need to make sure it's Biden. That's why they're waiting. They're waiting because they need to make sure that he is the only one, he's the nominee. Then they can bring in their other person. And that's exactly what they're doing. And you can see Biden and the Democrats, they are panicking over the information that's coming out against Biden because, again, we have a lot of whistleblowers, and these whistleblowers are telling the truth. And remember going back in time when the DE said, you're not allowed to attack a whistleblower, you're not allowed to do this because, again, it puts their lives in danger. It looks like they have no problem attacking Tony Bobulinski. And when he testified, he was telling the truth. Comer put out a statement and said, Tony Bobulinski articulated under oath that Joe Biden was the brand the Biden sold to enrich the family. Joe Biden not only knew about his family's dealings with the Chinese Communist Party-linked energy company, but he also enabled them and participated in them. Tony Bobulinski testified he believed Joe Biden committed wrongdoing and continues to lie to the American people about his participation in his family's influence peddling scheme. Miranda Devine responded to this and said, the Democrats disgraced themselves today. Yelling and threatening and slandering Tony Bobulinski shows how desperate they are to hide the truth. But the naval veteran was unshakable. Absolutely. Paul Sperry put this out and said the following. Tony Bobulinski's lawyers has sent a letter to House Oversight Ranking Member Jamie Raskin blasting him for mischaracterizing Bobulinski's closed-door deposition. We are watching the death throes of a political narrative that Biden wasn't involved in his family business. And it's getting worse and worse for the Biden because James Comer and the Patriots, they are continually digging and digging and digging. And I do believe they're probably getting a little bit of help from the Patriots where they're saying, this is where you need to look. That's where you need to go. And we could see that the House impeachment investigators, they have identified a newly discovered bank account and are probing suggestion from a witness that the account may have been used to route money to Biden from his grandchildren. So think about this for a second. Have you ever seen money flowing from the grandchildren to the grandfather? That would be odd, wouldn't it? Comer said the following. The flow of money from grandchildren to grandfather would be unusual if confirmed. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know anyone in the world whose grandchildren have ever deposited money into a savings account for their elderly grandfather. But now, maybe I'm wrong, but that's something we're certainly looking into, Comer says. So now they're looking into this, and I do believe they're going to find a lot more than meets the eye. And yes, this is going to be putting a lot of pressure on Biden, but again, they're going to need to keep him in there long enough, and I do believe once he's nominated, that's when everything starts to fall apart. Trump, he puts out a truth, and he's referring to the Hur report, and he says the following. The Hur report shows that practically everything Joe Biden said was a lie. Additionally, he was illegally weaponized, the DOJ and the FBI, together with local DAs and attorney generals against his political opponent, me. Nothing like this has ever happened in the USA before. And for this, he should be impeached. Joe Biden is destroying our country, is a threat to democracy, and is without question the worst president in the history of the United States. Make America great again. And yes, Biden should be impeached if he was really the president, but he's the resident. Now, I wonder if the Republicans are going to make the move to impeach him to push the Ds to actually get rid of him, which means they would have to use the 25th Amendment to actually push this. Now, I do believe that this might happen where there's a lot of pressure and they take him out in this fashion. And this will be very, very interesting because once again, the people are seeing the truth. The people are seeing that Biden is losing his memory. He makes a lot of mistakes. He makes a lot of flubs. He forgets things. He doesn't know who's there, who's not there. And I do believe that as time goes on, yes, eventually what they're going to do is they're going to give him a cognitive test, and this is going to be game over for Biden. At this point, if you notice, they're pushing back on that. Wouldn't they want to just give him a cognitive test to shut everyone up? Well, they don't want to do it too soon because, again, they need him to be the nominee. And that's what they're doing. Because remember, everything that he's doing is actually coming from Obama and actually coming from Soros and those people above him. But remember, Obama is the conductor. And that's why we have the open borders. That's why we have the Muslim Brotherhood and all these illegals coming into the country. Because once again, it's infiltration from within. It's not invasion. They needed to destroy the country from within because this is the only way they could defeat the country. But they needed to do something which was very, very important. They needed to get the weapons away from the people. And that has been the biggest problem for them. Bringing in the illegals hasn't been a problem for them because all they had to do is reverse everything that Trump did. And by doing this, everyone saw it. Everyone realizes the wall works. Everyone realizes a secure border is very, very important. And we could see they're bringing in the dregs of life because they've opened their jails, they've opened their insane asylum, and they're bringing these people in. And people are coming in from Africa. These aren't the good, upstanding citizens. These are the people that have been in prison. So the countries around the world are opening their prisons and sending them here. Why would they send criminals here? Well, look at it. No cash bail. Criminals love criminals. They're great foot soldiers. They have no problem in committing crimes, killing people, destroying buildings, setting things on fire. So why wouldn't you bring them in if you're trying to destroy the country from within? You need foot soldiers that don't have a moral compass. So you bring these people in here. The red-headed libertarian on X said the following: other countries send the dregs of their societies to our southern border, and they are able to divert that money to better their own countries, while America foots the bill and risks the consequences of the rapists, the pedos, murderers in our country. Absolutely. And we could see that every single day, these people, they continually commit crimes. Remember that those individuals that actually beat up the NYPD cops and then they were released with, no cash bail? Well, again, we can see that these individuals, they're not going to become model citizens. They're going to continually commit crimes. Libs of TikTok on X put this out and said, this is Doran Andrews Gomez, 19, an illegal who was arrested earlier this month after he beat up NYPD cops. He was released without bail. He was just arrested again for helping organize a robbery at Macy's. Democrats' no bail policies in action. They're letting the illegals terrorize American citizens. Yes, that's exactly what they want. And we can see it happening firsthand. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that they weren't able to push their border bill. Yes, they separated it and they were pushing the bill to get the money to Ukraine, to Palestine, to Taiwan, to Israel, but they couldn't get the border bill passed. And it looks like the deep state players, they're very angry at McConnell for backing off. And what's very interesting is that McConnell's sister-in-law died in a car accident. Now, that's very interesting. Was that a message to McConnell saying, hey, listen, you didn't do what we told you to do, and these are the consequences? Rasmussen reports on X put this out and said, legacy media, all of them, will not report how Angela Chow's death occurred. They seem somehow unable to speak with local Texas police agencies. This is the tell. Here's an article from, I think, the New York Times, and it says, her family confirmed her death. Details about the accident were not immediately available. But when you look at exactly what happened to her, well, they are available. She died when her Tesla suddenly reverses into a Texas pond. Think about that for a second. Hey, remember the movie that Obama was involved in, Leave the World Behind? Remember that scene with Teslas coming down the road and they were remote controlled? I wonder if they were able to get control of the Tesla and make it go into a pond and they killed her. It's starting to seem that way, but we'll have to see how they explain all of this on how the Tesla decided to back up and go into the pond. This is going to be very, very interesting. Of course, they'll spin it, they'll make up a story, but we could see that the illegals, they're becoming a very big problem for all the different cities out in Chicago, Detroit. We see it in New York and many other areas. And right now we see Mayor Eric Adams. He has declared that New York City is finally out of room. They have no place to put the illegals. They don't have the money. They're not getting any money from the federal government. So there's a major, major problem in New York, and these people have to sleep out on the street. And he says, well, it's our responsibility to give them housing. But again, we can't do this. So he has a couple of options right now. He can tell Biden, hey, Biden, we really need to shut the border. This is getting out of hand. Does anyone think that's going to happen? Absolutely not. He could beg Biden for money. But again, Biden, the Democrats, they don't have control over Congress. So most likely Congress, they're not going to go along with this. And they're not going to give money to Biden to pass along to all these different areas. Now, can Biden take the money that he might get from Ukraine and use this and send this money somehow, some way to all these people? Yes, they could do that. But I don't believe that Johnson is going to allow this to happen because he's already putting the kibosh on that bill. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. Now, the mayor, just like out in Boston, could ask people to take the illegals in, saying, listen, it's your duty. And I do believe he'll probably come out and say this. It's your duty. I think the governor has already said this. I think now it's his time to say it. It's time for those people living in New York to take people in. Now, some people will, but I don't believe the majority of the people are going to say, you know something, that's a great idea. Let me take them in. And I do believe what's going to happen, just like out in Boston, people are going to reject this. And eventually what they're going to do is you're going to see these different cities, they're going to start demanding it. They will start making laws saying that you must take them in, which goes against the Third Amendment. And the people then, they're going to get very, very angry. Remember, these people are dictators. And when they're pushed against the wall, just like during COVID, when they thought they were empowered to do whatever they wanted, they became full dictators. You can see it very, very clearly. Then when it was shown to be unconstitutional, they scaled it back. Now with the illegals, I do believe you're going to see them come out once again. And the people, they're going to get very, very angry. Remember, this is all about the 2024 election. Sometimes you got to show the people the truth here. And the people now in these different areas, they're starting to really, really see it. Especially they'll really see it when there's an event. Because right now the FBI, they fear there may be an alliance brewing between El Salvador's MS-13 gang and Venezuela's Tren de Aragua that would see New Yorkers terrorized by crime sprees. So right now we can see Venezuelan street gangs, they have massively grown its ranks across the sanctuary city of New York City, particularly the Bronx. And now we can see that this is building and building and building. And I do believe we'll probably see crime events and things happen in New York. And I do believe the people, they're going to get pretty darn pissed off and very, very angry as time goes on. And we can see the House, they were able to do it. They impeached Mayorkas. And now the country can see that, yes, he was impeached. Now the trial goes to Senate. Now, does anyone believe the Senate is going to fulfill the impeachment requirement and have him removed and make an example of him? I don't know if it's going to go that far, but what I do believe is going to happen during the impeachment trial, people are going to learn a lot. People are going to learn who has been responsible for all this. People are going to learn, look what they've done. They reversed everything that Trump has done. Look at the laws that they reversed. Look at the executive orders that they reversed. Look what they put into place. They knowingly kept the border open and they lied to the American people. I do believe the people are going to learn quite a bit from this trial. Even if Mayorkas isn't impeached, the people are going to learn. Remember, this is the court of public opinion. People must see this. And you can see the deep state players, the fake news, they're pretty darn upset about Mayorkas being impeached. Patriots are in control. Put this out and said the pro-drug and sex trafficking news outlets aren't too happy about the Mayorkas impeachment. Coming from the HuffPost, House GOP impeaches DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas just to help Trump. Coming from the Washington Post, the contrived Mayorkas impeachment checked 3 GOP boxes. Vox, Republicans' baseless Mayorkas impeachment sets a disturbing precedent. You think they're panicking? Absolutely, because they're afraid of what is going to come out in the trial. Remember, if they impeach Mayorkas and then remove him, they're just going to put another stooge in there. And that stooge is going to do the same exact thing. What do you think is going to happen? You think they're going to put someone in that's going to close the borders? No, that's not what's going to happen. But the most important point of this is that the people see it. And the Republicans present the evidence so that people could see the truth. And it's going to be documented evidence. And this trial is going to start at the end of February. Bill Malugin, he put this out and said, DHS Secretary Mayorkas' impeachment trial will begin in the Senate in late February, according to Senator Schumer's office. So this is going to be very, very interesting how this all plays out. And the other thing that's very interesting is you could see the deep state players, they have infiltrated pretty much everything, because when you look at DC, you could see, especially what happened in January 6th with the Capitol Police, they don't really care about the Constitution. They really don't care about anything. And I think this is proof that they really don't care, because climate activists, they came into the rotunda where the Constitution is kept, and they decided to put red powder on the Constitution. Yes, I know there's glass that's protecting it. It's sealed. No air gets in. But again, why would you allow people to do this? And they let them make their speech before they arrested them. Wouldn't they rush in to get them? Because how do they know they don't have a hammer? How do they know that they're not going to break the glass? How do they know they're not going to do anything else besides this? So once again, was this planned? Did they know about it? It's starting to seem that way. And it looks like they really don't care. And I'm talking about security, Capitol Police, and the rest. They really don't care. And I think this is proof right there. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is right after the Super Bowl, all of a sudden at Kansas City, they had a parade, and then there was gunfire that erupted. Very interesting that we had an event right after the Super Bowl. I guess it was too complex to do it during the Super Bowl, so they had it after the Super Bowl. And again, you can see what this is all about. They're trying to get the weapons away from the people. And yes, they're going to continually try and try and try. And what's very interesting is that, yes, there were 2 people that were arrested. I believe they're black. And, they're not going to continue with this story. But it looks like a bunch of dudes chased and tackled one of the Kansas City parade shooters and held them down until the police came. This is what the deep state doesn't want. They don't want real men out there, because real men will tackle shooters. Real men with weapons will go up against dictators, a tyrannical government. And this is something they definitely do not want. And this is why they've been pushing their agenda very, very hard. And we can see they're now making this push to take the weapons away. It doesn't matter if there's a trans shooting. It doesn't matter if there's black individuals shooting. At this point of the game, I don't think they care. They'll use whoever they need to use. All they want to do is continually push that message. Remember, their bills don't get passed unless there's an event. And without an event, the bills just sit there. Nobody cares about them. And that's why they're going to continually do this. And you can see already out in California, Visa and MasterCard, American Express, they're implementing a code to track gun purchase information in California. So they're going to try to track the weapons. I do believe this is what's going to happen is we're going to see Gun Owners of America. They're probably going to sue, and they're going to probably have discovery. They're going to show the government has been in contact and forcing the financial institutions to do this, just like they were forcing people on social media. And once again, it's going to go back into court. And yes, the deep state players, they know it takes time. But again, they want the financial institutions, the private companies, to gather this information and then send it over to the government so they can create a database. So at this point in time, if you live in California or anywhere else in that matter, I don't know if I'd be using credit cards right now. So once again, we can stop them, and we can stop all of this very, very easily. But you can see Joe Biden is out there right after the shooting, and he says that we must rewrite the Constitution and we must ban assault weapons. Now, basically, he just said we have to ban assault weapons, which is actually kind of rewriting the Constitution, because this has been their push this entire time. Because again, Obama was supposed to complete this during his first 8 years. They had the UN Arms Treaty. They wanted that passed, and he had event after event after event, but it all failed, and they were never able to push that through. So now they've been trying all different ways to try to get the weapons away from the people, because again, they did it in Australia, they did it in New Zealand, they did it in the UK, Spain, France, you name it, Canada. They took the weapons away from the people. And once again, what's protecting we the people? The right to own a weapon and to carry a weapon. And the founding fathers, they knew from the very, very beginning. And what's very interesting is out in Idaho, it looks like the far left extremists are pushing rigged choice voting in Idaho to attack pro-gun laws. Their goal is to take out lawmakers friendly to the Second Amendment so they can overturn the constitutional carry, stand your ground, and more. Basically, they want to turn this into California and New York. That's really what they're trying to do. Will it work? I don't believe so. Just like it didn't work when they tried to push the bill to get money for Ukraine. Right now, Speaker Johnson has completely shut down the Senate bill, and now the Ds are struggling. So what do? Well, they try to scare the people to get the people to do what they want. And we had Mike Turner out there. He put out information that would scare the people. He said, today, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has made available to all members of the Congress information concerning a serious national security threat. I'm requesting that Biden declassify all information relating to this threat so that Congress, the administration, and our allies can openly discuss the actions necessary to respond to this threat. Pretty darn scary, isn't it? Well, OSINT Defender put this out and said, 3 members of the U.S. House Intelligence Committee have told Politico that the national security threat caused by a new Russian capability is disturbing, but that it is a longer-term concern, not today thing, and that it is a serious issue, but not an immediate crisis. DC Drano responded and said, and there it is. House Intel Rhino Mike Turner is trying to scaremonger to help pass the Ukraine $60 billion money laundering bill. But 3 other House Intel members say the threat is a longer-term concern and not a today thing. We've already exposed their plan. Rasmussen Reports put this out and says, got to shift the news cycle away from the Crossfire Hurricane origin story, fingering Brennan and CIA. Ta-da! Yes, and that's exactly what's happening, because what happened? Well, immediately after the news broke that a missing binder confirms the CIA colluded with foreign governments to spy on, frame, and overthrow the president of the United States, which was Trump, all of a sudden they put this out there. And I don't believe this is the only agenda. They want the money. They want to cover up the story of the Crossfire Hurricane, and they wanted to shut down FISA 702. Mike Lee put this out and said, just as the House was making progress on FISA reforms, the GOP, the Intel brothers, demanded that the House adjourn without reforming FISA 702 or even prohibiting warrantless backdoor searches of American citizens under FISA 702. So they don't want FISA to disappear. They want to have this access one way or another. And I think Sean Davis pretty much sums it up. The only response to intelligence community leaks and assertions based on the multi-decade history of the agencies and individuals involved is to assume that they are lying to you in order to steal what's left of your money and liberty. All they do is lie. Rick Grenell put this out and said, the timing of this generic public announcement is very suspect. A chairman can privately call the DNI or the president and push for a public statement or a warning. You don't need this general public statement that raises more questions than it answers. And he's absolutely right. And you can see why they pushed this. They did it on purpose. And now a Republican congressman has demanded an inquiry into the GOP chairman of the House Intelligence Committee for allegedly compromising national security after he made a public statement about highly classified information. And they should investigate this and see exactly what is going on here. But I do believe this was all part of their agenda to actually create an event, which they did, to actually shut down the FISA inquiry and to actually push the bill through. Hopefully, everyone would be afraid. And it didn't work. Actually, it kind of backfired. And we could see that everything that they're trying to do is not going to work, which means they're going to take it to the next step. Remember, these people don't stop. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Remember, Biden, the rhinos, the deep state players, they're in a bit of a jam here. They're not getting the money that they need. Remember, they need money to launder. They need money to send over to other deep state operatives. They're not getting it. And now they're panicking over all this, which means
Let's talk about tax relief. Do you owe back taxes? Pandemic relief is now over. Along with hiring thousands of new agents and field officers, the IRS has kicked off 2024 by sending over 5 million pay-up letters to those who have unfiled tax returns or balances owed. Don't waive your rights and speak with them on your own. They're not your friends. Tax Network USA, a trusted tax relief firm, has saved over $1 billion in back taxes for their clients, and they can help you secure the best deal possible. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, they can help you. Whether it's business or personal taxes, even if you have the means to pay or you're on a fixed income, they can help finally resolve your tax burdens once and for all. Call them at 1-800-245-6000 for a private free consultation or visit tnusa.com/X22 or click the link in the description. Most likely, they're going to have an event, a false flag event, to try to push this. They might even blame this on Russia or someone else to try to push this. And I do believe there's going to be an event in this country. Now, how did these people get in here? Well, I do believe it's all going to be traced back to the borders. But let's see how this all plays out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Trump, he came out with something on Truth, and he says NATO countries have to pay up. They're making a mockery of the U.S. Since my statement on NATO, they're all starting to pay again. And he showed NATO members' military spending as a percentage of GDP. And it breaks down each country. Right now, the USA, 3.49%, Canada, 1.38%, UK, 2%, France, 1.9%, and it goes on and on and on. And he wants everyone to pay their fair share instead of the United States paying for it all. Now, Biden, he freaked out over this and said that this is un-American, which is absolutely ridiculous. Why would the United States, the people of this country, have to pay for every other country? Well, you know what's happening. These people are laundering their money. They're taking this money and actually shifting it to different places. Trump responded to this and said the following: could somebody please inform our uninformable president that NATO has to pay their bills? They are right now paying a small fraction of what we are for the disaster in Ukraine, which, if we had a real president, would never have happened. There is probably $150 billion difference. They should equalize with the U.S. fast. The European nations, when combined, have approximately the same size economy as we do. They have the money. Pay up. And he's absolutely right. But we could see that Germany right now, they're following suit. You think they realize that Trump is going to win the election? Most likely. They announced they will meet the 2% pledge for the first time since the Cold War. I wonder if other countries are going to join in with this. Let's see how this all plays out, because this is going to be a big problem for the Biden administration and the deep state players. Now, the other thing we could see is that, yes, the deep state players, when all the evidence comes out about how they were spying on Trump, how Biden is a criminal, how Obama is treasonous, how he was working with the intelligence community and other deep state players, they're going to have to try to distract all this information. I do believe this is when they're going to try a communication blackout, and they're going to try to bring us to war. And we could see that North Korea, they are continually firing missiles. They fired a new type, which is a surface-to-sea missile. And now they have a missile that they can fire from a submarine. They have an underwater weapon that creates a radioactive tsunami. They can fire their ballistic missiles from land to reach other countries. And we can see that this is building and building and building. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Air Force and Space Force, they unveiled a major overhaul to prepare for war with China. And this is what they said. U.S. military officials are preparing for a future direct confrontation with China, despite the risk of it escalating into a nuclear war. Now, once again, we know that World War III is not just one country, but many countries. And if we go back in time, Trump has warned us that the war is going to be the N-word, and the N-word is nuclear. And I do believe we're going to have a nuclear scare, and people are going to see this all play out. And again, you're going to have two sides. You're going to have Biden, which is poverty and war, and you're going to have the other side, which is Trump, which is peace and wealth. And I do believe the people, in the end, when they see all this play out and the economy start to fall apart, we start getting closer and closer to war. I think people are going to start to realize, the different sides here, and people are going to start to wake up very, very quickly. But again, people can't be told. It must be shown to the people. And those D's, they have to see it firsthand. Now, think about it.
As we approach war, the information about the Obamas are going to be coming out at the same time. And people are going to start to learn about the 16-year plan. They might not call it the 16-year plan, but they're going to start to understand that Obama, he was conducting this and he wanted to bring the United States to war and he wanted to infiltrate the country. Think about all this. I wonder if this is going to go into Uranium One and who he sold the uranium to, because again, if there are countries that are looking to attack the United States with nuclear weapons, and it turns out that he sold uranium to Russia, they passed it along to Iran and passed along to North Korea, and Iran and North Korea and maybe China are pointing nuclear weapons at the United States. Well, people are going to be looking at Obama. Why would you do that? That should be very, very interesting. And the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the deep state players, the pharmaceutical companies, they are now panicking over their bioweapon. And we could see they're changing the laws out in Europe and France. They have passed a law and it says any criticism of mRNA platform is punishable up to 3 years imprisonment and 45,000 euros. Article 4 is central to the new law, which was first deleted but then reinstated. This creates a new criminal offense and criminalizes those people that criticize the mRNA platform. I wonder who pushed this law. You think it was the pharmaceutical companies? Absolutely. And now they don't want people talking about it. If they could do that here in the United States, they would. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Putin came out and said that Russian scientists were close to creating a vaccine for cancer that could soon be available to patients. Now, if this does happen, and by the way, Russia is not the only country that's doing this. If this does happen, what happens to the entire cancer industry? Remember, the pharmaceutical companies, they don't make their money from curing the disease. They make their money from treating it. And think about how big the cancer treatment is. Think about all the machines. Think about all the doctors. Think about all the drugs. Because again, when they give you one drug, they need another drug to counter that drug's, whatever that side effects are from that drug. So this is a very big industry. Do they have a lot to lose? Absolutely. Now you can understand why they never wanted cures. They just keep repackaging the same exact drugs over and over and over. It's all starting to make sense right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that those teachers and professors that were brought into certain positions across the country, into elementary school, middle school, high school, and then colleges, they're all part of the infiltration. They didn't get the best of the best. They got the worst of the worst. And most of them, if you look, they're trans, pedophiles, criminals, you name it. And they brought them all in to teach our children how to be pedophiles, how to be criminals, how to be trans, if you really think about it. And they wanted these people, the children, brainwashed, because how do you change a nation? This is how you do it. And every day that passes, we learn more and more about these people that they brought in to teach our children. And when you look at Penn State, a Penn State professor is charged with animal cruelty. Now, this individual was having sex with animals, bestiality. He was also using tree branches to stick up his butt and all these other things. These people are truly sick. But out in Idaho, what are they doing? Well, they're showing the pedophiles, listen, if you go after the children, it's the death penalty. The Idaho House of Representatives passed a House Bill 515, a measure that could see the death penalty extended to severe sex crimes against children under the age of 12. So they're trying to push this, and they're sending a huge message. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, I remember Trump giving a speech saying, yes, these people should be put to death. And I do believe we're going to start to see a lot of states push these laws, and they're going to be countering the pedophiles. Remember, the deep state players, they've been trying to normalize pedophilia, and we could see the Patriots, they're now fighting back against this. And we could see that in the end, they're going to lose because the truth will always shine through. The truth will always stand tall, just like it's standing tall in what happened on January 6th. As more and more evidence comes out, it's getting harder and harder for the deep state, and people are starting to learn who actually had the insurrection. It wasn't Trump and the Trump supporters, the MAGA supporters. It was actually the deep state. They had the insurrection against Trump and the people of this country. They overthrew the United States government. They overthrew the duly elected president. Yes, they cheated in the election. There's a lot of proof out there. And again, if one thing isn't secure, it means the whole thing is not secure. And with all the information that's coming out with the mules and the machines and what they did, passing laws without the legislators, that means the election isn't secure. And actually, from the CISA documents, it shows that they were very concerned about the mail-in ballots because it pushes fraud. And we could see how they were able to cheat in the election. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they caught them. But again, they did have an insurrection. They completed it on January 6th. And now that is falling apart. And every day that passes, more and more information comes out. And there's new January 6th footage that was released. And it showed a highly trained bomb-sniffing dog missed the DNC bomb completely, just a few feet away. How in the world is that possible? Because once again, you can see that this was all set up to have an insurrection against Trump and overthrow the United States government, overthrow the duly elected president. And sooner or later, people are going to understand what really happened here. And I do believe it's going to be a lot sooner than people even realize. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see that a judge in New York City, this judge has dismissed Trump's request to toss the ridiculous New York case. And the trial is now scheduled for March 25th. Now, this case has to do with Stormy Daniels, the hush money case. And this case was brought by Alvin Bragg. And it's going to begin on March 25th. The timing is very, very interesting. Trump, he put this out on Truth and said the following: heading yet to another courthouse in Manhattan on a case that would have never been brought if I wasn't running for president. The Biden DOJ has its top person here in charge. Case should have never been brought. There is no crime. They want it before election. Could have been brought 3 years ago. They waited until election period. Election interference. And that's what this is all about. It's all about election interference. And right now, you could see that the case with Chukan, well, that case has been delayed. And I do believe they're going to use this later on because they're going to have all the other cases first, see what they can get out of it. And if all else fails, they're going to convict Trump right before the elections. Julie Kelly put this out and said, to demonstrate how preposterous it is for Jack Smith to first demand a 6-month indictment to trial timetable for Trump and now push SCOTUS to deny Trump's stay application for appellate court decision so Washington trial proceedings can restart in hopes of achieving a conviction before Election Day, let's look at the case of a January 6th defendant who be on trial in Judge Chukan's courtroom on March 4th instead of Trump. Linwood Nestor was arrested in May 2022 on the 4 most common J6 misdemeanors. Here is DOJ's recap of his trial schedule. Nearly 1 year after Nestor's arrest on misdemeanors, not vague charges in historical prosecution of a former president, DOJ set this pretrial calendar in April of 2023. You will note the time elapsed between April 2023 and October 2023 trial date is the amount of time Smith initially demanded for Trump from indictment to trial, 6 months. Chukan ordered a still unprecedented 7-month trial schedule. Any January 6th defense attorney or truthful line prosecutor will tell you this is the normal course of events. So how did Nestor's trial get kicked to March 4th from October 17th? Well, it appears Nestor's defense attorney recognized Chukan's hands would be full with Trump's trial, which included an important hearing the day before Nestor's trial was set to begin, offered to change his plea from not guilty to nolo contendere on all 4 misdemeanors. That means the defendant would accept punishment but not admit guilt. DOJ objected, and Chukan denied his plea offer. This might be my favorite part. With Trump's D.C. proceeding on hold in December 2023, pending appeal of her immunity order, Chukan then allows a remarkable 10-month delay between Nestor's first trial date and rescheduled trial date. Chukan wants to make sure her docket is clear from Trump's case. She knows appellate SCOTUS proceedings will push Trump's trial months beyond original March 4 trial date. She's not taking any chances. But then, a few days after she officially vacated Trump's March 4 trial date, Chukin reset Nestor trial for that day. What is even more blatant is that Matthew Graves attempted to blame defense attorney's schedule for the extended delay. All of a sudden, he was free after Chukin's vacated Trump's trial date. This is just one example of how fluid these cases are. To demonstrate the highly unusual nature of Smith's request related to Trump's trial. So basically, they delayed this because they wanted the trial date closer to the election so they can actually most likely try to convict him at that point to make people believe that he cannot be running for president. He's not a good candidate. Remember, they're trying to remove him any way they possibly can. But I do believe in the end, what's going to happen is it's going to completely and utterly fall apart on them. Because remember, if they do convict Trump, and if, let's say, they put him behind bars with Secret Service around him and they clear all the cells, they're going to take a picture and people are going to see this and go, holy crap. And yes, Trump's going to sell a lot of T-shirts and coffee mugs and things like that. But this will bring people to his side. And the people, they're going to relate to the victim. And they're going to see the bullies and they're going to see the victim. And this is going to backfire on them. Just like the entire case with Fannie Willis is backfiring on them. Remember, Fannie Willis now, she's on trial. She lied to the court. And it's getting worse and worse for her. DC Drano put this out and said, not only was Fannie Willis banging the guy she appointed and paid to help her prosecute Trump, but the relationship started before the Trump prosecution. We call that a conflict of interest at best and a criminal abuse of power at worst. Julie Kelly says, my God, Wade now testifying he paid for trips to Belize, Napa, and Willis reimbursed him in cash because she's so independent. But they went to Miami and a cabin in Tennessee. Who did any work? Mike Davis put this out and said, we all know that Fannie Willis is toast. She is more than likely going to be disqualified. Her boyfriend, Nathan Wade, is going to face punishment. This entire case is going to get a lot worse for Willis and Wade before it gets any better. And the Georgia Bar Association is now interfering, advising witnesses not to answer questions about Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade. And Trump put this out. MSNBC just stated, game over for the fake Fannie Willis case in Georgia, another scam coordinated with the Biden White House for purposes of election interference. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting because it's getting harder and harder for Biden and his thugs to go after Trump, because I do believe information is coming out about these criminals. Remember, these people are criminals. They were installed. So yes, their background is filled with all these things that they shouldn't be doing. And it's easy to find, it's easy to point out. And I do believe this is going to get a lot worse for them. So that means the deep state players and Biden, they're going to try to attack Trump even harder, because remember, they don't want him to be the nominee. They're trying to stop him any way they possibly can. But it looks like everything that they're doing is not working. I do believe in Goron, and I do believe the ruling from the Supreme Court most likely will be timed very, very closely to March, Super Tuesday, or something like that, and information will come out. And they're hoping this information is enough to actually have the people say, okay, you know something, maybe we can after, or they're hoping that Trump will bow out. I do believe this is why Nikki Haley is trying to hang on there. Dan Scavino put this out on X and says, Nikki Haley loses to Trump everywhere. Alabama, Nikki loses by 75 points. California, she lost by 67 points. Texas by 69 points. North Carolina by 54 points. Tennessee by 63 points. Virginia by 59 points. Oklahoma, 77 points. Massachusetts, 41 points. And we're moving towards South Carolina, where Nikki is from. And when she loses there, it's game over for her. She might still try to stay in there, even though she doesn't have a chance. But what she's really hoping for is that Trump drops out. They have something planned where they're going to force Trump, and they're hoping that she becomes the nominee, because if she becomes the nominee, well, then they have it made. And when Trump becomes the nominee, well, they're screwed, which means they will take their attacks to the next level. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like Huma Abedin is now coming into focus. It's amazing how these individuals are coming back into focus. Right now, Hillary Clinton's longtime aide, Huma Abedin, reveals she is dating George Soros's billionaire son, Alex. So we have Soros dating Huma Abedin, who dated Anthony Weiner. And remember, Anthony Weiner, he had the laptop and he had a pedophilia problem, a sex problem. And once again, we're starting to see this. It's all starting to play out. And remember, Huma Abedin was the former aide to Hillary Clinton. So all this now is coming back into play, and the timing is absolutely interesting. And also the timing of what George Soros's fund is poised to do. They're poised to take control of the nation's second largest chain of radio stations. Now, once again, if you're becoming the largest stakeholder in a company that owns, 220 stations, can you have a communication blackout? Can you try to control the narrative? Of course you can. I do believe they're getting prepared and ready to control the narrative moving forward, and it might be a communication blackout. And again, how do you do this? You shut certain things down, or you make it look like something happened, and that's why it was shut down. Because they realize the evidence that's going to be coming out is going to be disastrous for them. It's going to be unbelievable. But you can see the deep state players, they're going to try to cheat any way they possibly can. And what's very interesting is that Scott Adams, he asked a very basic questions about the electronic voting machines. And he says the following: what benefit does the country get from using electronic voting machine instead of a hand-counted paper ballot? Are the machines faster, more credible to voters, safer from cheating, more accurate, more audible, less expensive, easier to manage? I think the answer is no to all that. But I could use a fact check that suggests the only purpose for voting machines is to rig the election. Am I wrong? He's absolutely right. They created their own cheating system so they can install the people that they want and keep the people out that they don't want. And now we're coming down to the wire. And what's very interesting is that AOC says something very interesting in Ultra Popular Lives Matter. Put this out in Telegram. She says that if Trump is elected, there will be no elections again. Now, I do believe she's already projecting out there that they're going to try to postpone the election, saying that we can't have an election. Because remember, whatever they're saying about Trump, it's what they're about to do. And what's very interesting, and this really helps Trump, Putin now endorses Biden for 2024. Kaneko the Great put this out and said, he's a more experienced and predictable person and a politician of the old school. But we will work with any U.S. leader entrusted by the American people. Putin thinks Biden is better for Russia than Trump. So now when they come out with the idea that Trump is working with Russia, all anyone has to do is say, well, Putin wants Biden. So that destroys their entire narrative. Of course, why do they want Biden? Because he's easily controllable. Is Trump easily controllable? No. That's the difference. But this is going to work to Trump's benefit. And it's going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the West Virginia Attorney General, Patrick Morrisey, he has called on the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris to declare Joe Biden physically unable to perform his duties as president. He's demanding she use the 25th Amendment. Now, this is very interesting. Now, remember, just because Biden forgets things, can't remember something, doesn't mean his cognitive ability has declined. Now, of course, when we look at him and you see what he does, he messes up words and he can't remember things. He walks, around in the stage shaking hands to nobody. Yes, we can see there's problems, but until you have the cognitive test, you can't confirm any of this. So taking him out now, I don't think there's enough to do it. And actually, Jonathan Hurley explains why it just can't be memory loss and it just can't be that he's forgetting stuff. It has to be more to use Section 4. And he says it is Section 4 that allows a removal of a president. One option is what I have called the mutiny option. It requires the vice president and majority of the cabinet to declare that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office and notify Congress that the vice president intends to take over. If Vice President Kamala Harris could get 8 cabinet officers to go along with the letter to Congress, her status as the acting president would likely be short-lived. Joe Biden, who yesterday declared I'm elderly and know what the hell I'm doing, would only have to declare to Congress that no inability exists. Biden would then resume his powers. Harris would have to send another declaration with the cabinet members within 4 days to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, rejecting Biden's claim. What that second declaration, Congress would have 48 hours to assemble to debate the issue. It would have then 21 days to vote on the removal. However, that would require 2/3 majority in both chambers. If Congress did not vote within 21 days, the president would resume and keep power. Translation: removing Biden under the 25th Amendment would be all but impossible, particularly given the toxic political reality in which we now find ourselves. The question on the merits is whether diminished faculties constitute an incapacity. Now, think about it. What happens if the signal is given to all the Ds? We're bringing in the other person. Would they instruct the Ds to go along with the Republicans? I do believe so. And how would they do this? I do believe they will then issue a cognitive test and show that he is unable to perform his duties. Not because he's too old. He's incompetent. He can't perform the duties of the president. And I do believe the deep state players, and I think Obama is going to probably instruct these people, it is now time. And you'll see something that you probably wouldn't expect to see. And I do believe this is why Trump put this out on Truth. He said the following: Biden is not too old. He's too incompetent. And I do believe we're heading in that direction. Because who's coming up? I do believe it's Michelle Obama. And I do believe the Patriots have already started the narrative so people start to understand what the Obamas have done. I think the door has just opened and the people are going to be learning a lot. Yes, those people that are awake, those people that understand, have been studying all this. Yes, they know, and you know, that Obama spied on Trump. And yes, the intelligence agencies spied on Trump. But think about the rest of the country. Even though Trump said it, you think they believed him? No, sometimes you must show the people. And what's very interesting is that an explosive development, sources close to a high-profile investigation have revealed that the FBI's raid on Mar-a-Lago was specifically aimed at recovering a missing top-secret binder. This document is rumored to contain damning evidence of former President Barack Obama's CIA's involvement in initiating the Russian collusion narrative against Trump. Michael Schellenberger put this out and said, FBI started spying on the Trump campaign after foreign governments by chance discovered evidence that his advisors were colluding with the Russians, the government says. But now, multiple credible sources tell us that the CIA asked foreign allies to spy on 26 Trump associates. CIA had foreign allies spy on Trump team, triggering Russian collusion hoax. United States intelligence community targeted 26 Trump advisors. And how did they do this? They did it with 5 eyes. We'll be getting to that in just a sec, but General Flynn said the following: Barack Obama admitted you staged a coup against the duly elected president, Trump. The meeting you held in the Oval Office January 5th, 2017, was to put the plan into effect. Admit it. You know it's true. So let's go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to Trump's truth on June 5th, 2018. He said, wow, struck page, the incompetent and corrupt FBI lovers have texts referring to a counterintelligence operation into the Trump campaign dating back, way back, to December 2015. Spygate is in full force. Is the mainstream media interested yet? Big stuff. Then Trump appeared on October 2020 on 60 Minutes, and he was speaking to Leslie Stahl and said, yeah, we caught them spying. We got it all. Take a listen.
The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is.
No.
It's all over the place. Leslie, they
Sir,
spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on things we can't
No,
verify.
you won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't
Look, let
put
me tell
on
you.
things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify
It's been totally
that.
verified.
No.
It's been, just go down and get the papers. They spied on my campaign. They got caught.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie. And you know that, but you just don't want to put it on the air.
As a matter of fact, I don't.
And then if we go further back to August 2020, Trump made the announcement there that, yes, they spied on him and his campaign and continually spied on him when he was president. Take a listen.
We have it documented. We have it in texts. We have it in all sorts of forms. They knew about it. It was a terrible thing. Should have never happened and should never be allowed to happen again to a president. This should never happen again. This was a setup like we've never seen. I think it's the political crime of the century. And they've been caught. So let's see what happens to them all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Rasmussen Reports put this out and says tea leaves. Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger, Obama, Biden, and Hillary needed a pretext to launch an FBI investigation on Trump campaign that could then be leaked to legacy media to disqualify Trump. So CIA's Brennan asked foreign spy agencies to bump into 26 Trump supporters in their territories and report back to CIA and him. They did, and the encounters were written up as suspicious anti-American activities. CIA fed these lies to the FBI, who started Crossfire Hurricane. Then Trump put this out on Truth and said, spy game exposed. Then he put this out. CIA had foreign allies spy on Trump team, triggering Russian collusion hoax. And that's exactly what it was. So let's go back to some post, and this is post 1336 down below. This is May 10, 2018. So down below it says the following. 5i. Why do former dignitaries still hold SEC clearance? U.S. to U.S. is log, flag, recorded. U.S. in New Zealand, no logs, no flags, no recording. U.S. security clearance, authorized 5i view, plus doc take. Read above slow and carefully. Why do we allow former dignitaries security clearance? Welcome to the deep state. So they used 5 eyes so there be no logs, there be no records. And basically, the 5 eyes, the different countries like the UK, New Zealand, and the rest, they get data from the United States. So they use that data from those areas, and they used it against Trump. Actually, they made up a lot of information, but they used it against Trump. Then we go to post 1667, July 3rd, 2018. It says, normally, intelligence passed from a member of the Five Eyes Alliance, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, and the US to another member comes through an official channel for intelligence sharing. However, Nunes, upon reviewing the document that formally launched the FBI's investigation, said there was no intelligence shared through that official channel, meaning that the intelligence was shared through unofficial means. That is very interesting. And then we have post 1745. And down below it says the following. FISA equals the start. FISA, immediate conference of illegal acts, RE signers. FISA, immediate conference start of Hussein's spy campaign to rig an election was based on false info. FISA implicates Hillary Clinton D Party as feeders of false info, the intent of securing mainstream media and blast insurance. FISA equals implicates senior members of UK, MI5, MI6, CIS, US Intel, White House, Five Eye, R Party, Congress, Senate of known corruption in an effort to retain power and rig election, plus safeguard events by political kill to act while in power, given mainstream media fake push Russia narrative. FISA equals ties, mainstream media heads, TV behind Corp, the D Party, other foreign heads of state in co-op strategy. FISA brings down the House. Freedom of Information Act request does not include FISA. Declassed by POTUS key parts that factually demonstrate the dirty fake dossier was used as election intel assets for domestic spying on the President of the United States for the office of the Presidency of the United States of America. Logical thinking, public awareness, FISA spying. Foundation built Hubert. No spelling errors intended. Mobile unknown if above. So they needed the FISAs to actually listen in to Trump, and they used fake information from Five Eyes, and they used that to get the FISA warrants, and they spied on Trump and many other people. Now, once again, did Trump see all the classified information? Does he know what's going on? Of course he does. And they've been looking for all this information. Plus, they've been looking for the information of what he has done with continuity of government. They can't find this information. And who's looking for it? Oh, yes, the intelligence organizations, Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton, you name it, all the deep state players. And I just want to go to post 4603, this is July 19, 2020. And down below it says the following. 5i, non-5i, spy insert campaign 1 and 2, renegade. Who is renegade? That's Obama. He gave himself the United States Secret Service name of renegade. What does that mean? Traitor, defector, deserter, turncoat, betrayer, you name it. Let's go to post 3323, April 24, 2019. Obama on X put this out. At the time, it was Twitter, because he put this out on February 15, 2013. It says, I spy. And in the post, it says, will this age well? Oh, no, it won't. Let's move to post 1794, August 2nd, 2018. FISA, public disclosure, impossible to defend, illegal. Mainstream media never interfere with an enemy while he's in the process of destroying themselves. And yes, they are destroying themselves. And Barack Obama is coming into focus. The door has been opened, and people are going to start to learn a lot more. This is just the beginning. Just like it was the beginning with Biden, this is going to get a lot worse for Obama's, and they're already dripping the information out, preparing the narrative, because the patriots know what's coming. They know that Michelle Obama is going to be putting into place, and they know, and I do believe Trump wants them front and center, and a lot more information is going to be coming out against them, and it's going to build and build and build. Remember, they attacked Trump during the presidential election, which means none of these people are safe now. The fake news can't say you can't do this because look what they're doing to Trump. Now, do you think Trump is going to be coming out with this information? No, I do believe it's going to be coming from all different areas. Maybe the House, maybe it'll be coming from Steve Miller. It will be coming from different news organizations. The truth is going to get out there, and it's going to build and build and build. Remember, it's going to look very natural as it's coming out. And look, it's already started. And Rudy Giuliani, he said something very interesting. And I think this sums up everything that we're witnessing today. And Trump has said it many, many times. And now Rudy Giuliani is saying it. America is at a crossroad. Will we continue down the path of self-destruction, or will the American people wake up and change course before it's too late? It's still up to we, the people. And that's very interesting because it reminds me of post 2494, November 20th, 2018. And it says the following down below. This election was not about fixing the economy, trade, borders, military, protecting our children, etc. Also, another corrupt politician or insider can simply undo it. Band-Aid. Think about it. Trump, he put everything into place. Biden came along, undid everything. So that strategy doesn't work. It was never supposed to work that way. Trump needs to destroy the deep state players. The only way to destroy the deep state players is to show the people. You need the people awake. You need the people to understand who the deep state is, what their system is. The people need to understand the criminal system. Let me continue. This was not simply another 4-year election, but a crossroads into the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. Panic in D.C. And yes, that's what this is all about. I do believe all of this is based on the 2024 election. Everything that we've known about FISA, Obama spying on Trump, Uranium One, Huma Abedin, Podesta, all of this is now going to be coming out in the presidential race. And people are going to learn a lot. And once again, I do believe this is about uniting the people. And during this entire period, what is the deep state going to do? They're going to continually destroy the economy, keep the borders open, have events, and bring us to war. But as the evidence is coming out of who's conducting all of this, the people are going to really understand who the treasonous person really is. And that's why they're going to try to postpone the elections. They'll try to cheat, but I don't think it's going to work. They're going to try to postpone it. That will fail. And yes, they will then go all out to distract everything with war and chaos. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know this. They have countermeasures in place. And when Trump is elected, it is game over for all of them. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys. So unfortunately, I'm not going to play his outro right now because of the fact that I have about 6 minutes to get up to the gate to get the food squared away. And so that I'm not dealing with this downpour and everything. All right, guys, that's 6 hours and 10 minutes of great content. All right. Those of you that are just coming in, I recommend going back, watch the whole thing. There's a bunch of good stuff that I was going over from X today. A couple of things, there were volume issues and things like that, but what can I do? I can't make them turn up their recordings when they're recording, So unfortunately, sometimes those are a pain in the butt. So with that, I'm going to wish everybody a great night. Thanks a lot for joining me today. Thanks to all of you that donated today. I appreciate you very much. The food is now covered, so I don't have to worry about that. And God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. And we will see you guys again tomorrow. Probably going to be around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon that I get started about the same time as today. Peace.